Then I went to Douluo. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851, Imprisonment Without a Wife. Self-righteous Tang San's expression was gloomy, and it was hard to tell whether he was angry or sneered and disdainful. He stared at Tang Wutong. So after all these years of raising me, is this how you look at me? Fine, you've grown wings, and I can't control you anymore, he was saying. It's really chilling. My hard work over the years has been wasted. You are simply heartless, and even the goddess of life beside him couldn't stand it, and couldn't help but stop him. Assure God, that's enough. Even outsiders were like this, and Tang Wutong, who as the object of his criticism, looked even paler and uglier. All kinds of words surged into his throat, and he wanted to refute them, but because of the deep sense of powerlessness, they were stuck in his throat. The strong grievance and confusion rushed into his eyes, and soon the warm liquid blurred his vision. All the strength, all the indifference. In the end, when the knife-like words from the closest people pierced into his heart one by one, they were shattered along with the sour nasal cavity. However, all she could do now was to purse her lips tightly and not let the tears fall. But in the end, she still raised her head in embarrassment. And the man she called father continued to talk, not feeling guilty for her tears, but even more aggressive, trying to kidnap her with so-called favors, and then crush her with words. Without me, you are nothing. She still has me. I'm sorry, I've been with her for more than 10 years, but I've never seen your shadow by her side. So have you been dead all these years? Following Tang San's words, there was a series of resentment and ridicule. Hao in front of her tense up. Even with only his back, she could see the indescribable anger. And the weird voice behind was naturally from Hao, who was standing next to Hao and also blocking her. Tang Wutong could see half of his profile. His handsome eyes and brows did not show any anger. Instead, he looked a little cold and cruel because of his considerable sarcasm. This was the opposite of his playful and frivolous temperament that she had seen before. Suddenly, she felt her clenched fist being forcibly stretched open, and then the big hand that had been wrapped around her fist forcefully entered her palm and intertwined her fingers. She turned her head and bumped into Hao's gentle gaze. Then, as if she was infected by some kind of emotion, all the dejection and sadness were immediately swept away like clouds, and she could not help but smile. Just like what Hao said just now. She was not alone. She still had him. And now, it was them. She raised her hand, pretending to casually brush her fingertips across her eyelids. When she looked up at the man opposite her, she was the impeccable Tang Wutong again. The man opposite looked at her smile in her smug posture, and pointed at her nose like a lit powder keg, and angrily shouted, "You are simply unreasonable. You have no conscience, but the people who love her, support her most unconditionally, and will stand by her side first no matter what, are now in front of her. She is not afraid, and she can no longer restrain her sadness. Because unconditional love can always give people enough courage. What's more, it's like what her uncle has always told her. Instead of reflecting on yourself, it's better to blame others." So she smiled without any burden, raised her head and said, Yes, I have no conscience. I am unreasonable. But father, if you have time to scold me here, you might as well think about how to invite your wife back first. Anyway, I will tell Mom everything that happened today in full and without missing a word. Anyway, you can't coax her for a while, so you don't mind if she is angry for a few more days, right? She smiled and said, Your wife and daughter will be confiscated from you first. Tang San's face darkened immediately after being sentenced to imprisonment without a wife, and all his words were choked back. Tang Wutong was in a good mood all of a sudden, jumped off the empty chair, and turned around neatly. Hao, follow me home. Hao naturally took her hand and walked to the back with her. Hao sneered, swept a playful look at the several god kings opposite, and then turned and left. Hao glanced at Tang San coldly and said, Today's matter ends here. He threw the god realm center back with a casual throw, and it floated in front of them. The 5 god kings obviously didn't expect him to do this suddenly, and they all looked at him in surprise. Hao sneered, Don't get me wrong, this is not a show of goodwill to you. I just don't think highly of this god realm center at all. The goddess of life suddenly spoke up, God of the heart, why don't you consider joining the God Realm Committee and manage the God Realm together? Ho Yu-heo glanced at her and said, "No need. I don't want to help you clean up the mess in the God Realm. From now on, whether you disband or continue to maintain this God Realm committee, it's up to you." He shrugged and smiled. "Just don't bother me, it has nothing to do with me. However, my power will always monitor you. If you do something usurping in the future and touch places you shouldn't touch, don't blame me for being merciless and directly stripping you of your godhood, so that you can experience the feeling of being limited by your lifespan again." He smiled happily, but everyone could hear the threat in his words. "It's not easy for you to practice until now. If you become immortal again and clearly experience the feeling of life flowing through your body bit by bit, you have been gods for so long, I'm afraid you are already quite unfamiliar with that feeling, right?" Ho Yu-heo looked at Tang San, who had an unpleasant expression, and slowly retracted his smile. "Don't doubt that I am exaggerating. In front of me, you are nothing." He turned and left, and the God Realm Central actually had a tendency to chase after him. But the God of Destruction was quick-witted and grabbed it in time. He ignored the vigilant and warning look that Tang San beside him cast on him, and handed the God Realm Central to the Goddess of Life. So the next second, the piercing look that fell on him disappeared. The Goddess of Life did not refuse, and sighed after taking it. "The God Realm? I'm afraid it will really change?" The God of Destruction asked her. "What should we do now?" The Goddess of Life, in short, the three new God Kings of the God Realm, or the original gods like you and me, should inform the good and evil in the lower world of such a major event and let them decide. The God of Destruction looked at Tang San. "What does the Shura God think?" Tang San's expression was gloomy, but he still nodded and said, "Let's do it." Jidong and Lai Yan did not speak from beginning to end. After reaching an agreement, the five God Kings set off quickly. The God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life went back to the God Realm Committee first. Jidong and Lai Yan went to the lower world to find the previous two God Kings of Goodness and Evil. Tang San, on the pretext of surveillance, chased in the direction where Ho Yu-heo and Tang Wutong left, and soon disappeared. But he was destined to return in vain, because without the God Realm Center, he could no longer see through the hidden simulation of soul skills. "Tang Wutong, from now on, you will be sentenced to imprisonment without a wife." Ho Yu-heo smiled. "By Yu-heo, indulged everything. Hey Yu-heo, how presumptuous you are." Tang San, "Don't be so ridiculous." Xiao Wu smiled. "I hate my ex-husband who has no sense of boundaries." Tang San, "Tang Liu, wonderful, it's really wonderful. Thank you to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow." It is expected that the end of Dower will end in 850 chapters, and I suddenly have an obsessive-compulsive disorder and want to make an integer doge. Chapter 852, Killing the Three Corpses. So, Yu-heo, walking away slowly, leaving all the unpleasantness behind, Tang Wutong stopped and turned to look at the three men around him, curiously and a little shyly. "You guys, what's going on?" The three Ho Yu-heos looked at each other, and then the blue-clothed Ho Yu-heo was the first to speak with a smile. "What's going on? Wutong, are you referring to the three Ho Yu-heos?" Tang Wutong spat at him and said, "You ask even though you know the answer. Tell me quickly, how did you suddenly become three of you, unexpectedly?" Hey Yu-heo suddenly interrupted and said jokingly, "Is there a possibility that the Ho Yu-heo in your impression is gone? Now, none of the three of us is Ho Yu-heo, but everyone is Ho Yu-heo? In this case, the Ho Yu-heo you like is gone, so who will you choose from the three of us, or will you choose none of us?" Tang Wutong saw that he had a playful expression, but his tone did not seem to be joking at all, so she was immediately confused. "What do you mean?" Hey Yu-heo curved his lips and said in a somewhat aggressive tone, "After all, none of us is called Ho Yu-heo. I am the newborn God King of the Dead. The guy in white is called the God of Life. The one in the middle who looks more like Ho Yu-heo is also the God of the Heart, not Ho Yu-heo. So choose, who do you want to continue to accompany you as your beloved Yu-heo?" Under his verbal offensive, it seemed that she had to give an answer all of a sudden. The three Yu-heos all looked at her with burning eyes, waiting for her choice, and hoping that she would choose them. And looking at the three of them, it was clear that if they chose one, the other two would tear them apart and eat them in a minute. But did she think she could control her like this? Humph, she was overthinking. After all, even if what Hey Yu-heo said was true, none of the three of them was actually Ho Yu-heo. But the three of them recognized him, so they all had the memory of Ho Yu-heo. Although it seemed that the personalities of the three Yu-heos were more or less different from the Ho Yu-heo in her impression. But she believed that as long as she had Ho Yu-heo's memories, Some of Hou Yuhao's behaviors and habits would be the same as Hou Yuhao's. So she raised her hand to lift the end of her hair, and smiled. Really? I don't believe it. Hou Yuhao's playful and frivolous expression froze on his face. He looked at Tang Wutong's smiling face, curled his lips, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Do I have to lie to you? Anyway, you can only choose one among the three of us today, Tang Wutong. Can't I have all of them, Hou Yuhao?" This sentence choked Hou Yuhao to death. Tang Wutong looked at the three of them, and their faces almost turned black at the same time. It took a long time to hold back her laughter. Hou Yuhao gritted his teeth and said, "No, you can only choose one of the three of us. I don't believe it, Hou Yuhao." Tang Wutong looked at him proudly. "Little guy, I can't cure you." Then she looked at Hou Yuhao and Bai Yuhao, who were silent, and asked with a raised eyebrow, "What about you two? Don't you have anything to say?" The two guys still looked at her silently, without saying anything. It was clear that they wanted her to choose one. So Tang Wutong snorted lightly, turned around and walked away neatly. "If you don't want to say it, forget it. At worst, I don't want any of them." Then she turned her head and deliberately flirted with the three childish ghosts behind her, but her tone was tearful. "Anyway, you all said that none of you are the Hou Yuhao I like. In this case, then this girl will have to find other handsome boys to spend the rest of my life with, lie in the arms of the handsome boys and cry about my dead love, and then ask for comfort from the handsome boys." After saying that, she immediately turned back without any nostalgia, leaving the three Yuhaos with the back of a heartless woman. "Men, this still can take you?" Tang Wutong laughed and counted down in her heart. Sure enough, the next second, three men shouted behind her. "You dare, I'll tell you, isn't that enough?" "Wait a minute." Tang Wutong paused, her red lips couldn't help but curled up. She turned around, first glanced at Hou Yuhao, who looked helpless, and Bai Yuhao, who looked like a wronged puppy, then cast her eyes at Hou Yuhao, who had a dark face with a half-smile. The corners of her eyes were raised, and she smiled slyly. "Oh? Why shouldn't I dare? You are not my Hou Yuhao, why do you control me?" Hou Yuhao's face darkened, and he wanted to say something but couldn't. He was stuck there for a long time, and finally he could only walk towards her angrily and said, "I won't allow it." When he got in front of her, he pretended to hug her, but she pushed him away with a finger against her chest. Tang Wutong still looked at him with a smile. "Why? You are not my Hou Yuhao, why not? Why should I listen to you?" Hou Yuhao still had a dark face, but looking at the smiling girl in front of him, and feeling the finger against his chest, he finally gave in first, but his tone was still gnashing his teeth. "Will you die if you choose me, a philandering woman?" As he spoke, he began to feel wronged first. Tang Wutong still looked at him with a smile, without moving her finger away. "Then are you Hou Yuhao?" Hou Yuhao held it in for a long time, and still spoke reluctantly. "Yes." Tang Wutong then moved her finger away, snorted and said, "Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier?" Hou Yuhao immediately rushed up to hug her, but fortunately she turned around quickly, so he hugged her waist from behind. However, Tang Wutong did not expect that Hou Yuhao would almost completely stick to her and bury his head in her neck, saying in a muffled tone, "I don't care, you can only be mine anyway." The man's breath hit her skin, making her feel hot and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Tang Wutong blushed immediately, and now she was a little overwhelmed. She twisted her body to try to break free from his arms, but the man held her very tightly, and the two arms around her waist seemed to be welded. So she had to settle for the second best, carrying most of the man's weight behind her, turning around with difficulty and looking at the other two guys. Then she saw Hou Yuhao with a sour expression on his face, and Bai Yuhao with a paralyzed face but jealous eyes. When he saw her looking over, Bai Yuhao suddenly changed his eyes to look at people with a wronged puppy, which made Tang Wutong feel unbearable in her heart. Especially in Hou Yuhao's faint eyes that seemed to be smiling, she felt even more blushing for no reason. But behind her was a scheming black cat, in front of her was a pitiful dog and a resentful wolf. In an instant, a sense of happiness that made her feel ashamed swept over her body. She could hardly restrain the corners of her mouth from rising. In the next second, she seemed to be grinning and laughing like a nympho. "No, I have to be reserved and calm. Sorry, I can't control myself at all." Ha ha ha. Does Wutong know about the self, the id and the superego? The four people walked and talked. Hou Yuhao in blue said to Tang Wutong, "We are in this situation now. The self, the id, and the superego are each independent, and finally it becomes a situation where there are three Hou Yuhao at the same time, Tang Wutong nodded thoughtfully and looked at He Yu Hao. So you are. He Yu Hao snorted. I am the id of He Yu Hao. The id represents the complete subconscious, which is the most primitive collection of desires and instincts. Tang Wutong showed an expression of as expected. No wonder he would do those actions that were very extraordinary and bold for the original He Yu Hao. He looked frivolous and free-spirited. He Yu Hao's face darkened again. No wonder what. Tang Wutong smiled. No wonder he looks cool. Okay. He Yu Hao stopped talking angrily after hearing that he was being praised. Tang Wutong turned to look at He Yu Hao and Bai Yu Hao beside him. Then you two are the ego and the superego. After seeing them nod, Tang Wutong was a little surprised. You represent the ego, so aren't you He Yu Hao? He Yu Hao in blue, the god of the heart, smiled and shook his head. I am the ego. It is right and wrong to say that I am He Yu Hao. In the end, I am just a part of the individual He Yu Hao. But you should understand the relationship between him and me this way. An old and damaged ship has become attacked after being gradually repaired and replaced. The parts removed from the old ship were finally assembled into an identical ship. Both of these ships are the original ship, but neither is the original ship. Do you understand? I know, this is the ship of Theseus paradox. My uncle told me about it. It's very interesting. Tang Wutong smiled, and then thoughtfully said, come to think of it, I have had a similar situation before. But according to what you said, since none of you are He Yu Hao, but you are all He Yu Hao, does that mean that the original Yu Hao is still there? He Yu Hao in blue nodded. That's right. Tang Wutong's eyes lit up. Then this is not just the self, id, and superego. Isn't this beheading the three corpses? Hearing the unfamiliar term, the three Yu Haos were all stunned. Beheading the three corpses. Tang Wutong, didn't my uncle tell you? In short, it means to cut off one's own good thoughts, evil thoughts, and self, and transform into three similar clones, but relatively independent existences. She pointed at He Yu Hao. You are the evil corpse. Then she pointed at Bai Yu Hao. You are the good corpse. Finally, she pointed at the blue-clothed Yu Hao. You are the self corpse. Her eyes were shining, and compared to the three Yu Hao who were still confused, she was inexplicably excited. Do you know what killing the three corpses means? This is a way to transcend and become an immortal, and it's a very top-level method. Blue-clothed He Yu Hao hesitated for a moment. Is that so? Then he and the other two Yu Hao looked at each other for a while, sighed lightly, and smiled. If this is the case, no wonder we can become the God King easily and naturally. It seems that this is the arrangement of the National Master when we were unaware. Yet, my uncle is amazing. I remember my uncle told me at the time that this was the feat of the Taoist who transformed into the three pure ones in one breath. No wonder you can get the recognition of the God realm directly. Tang Wutong was overjoyed, but the three Yu Haos just looked at her with smiles in their eyes. After a while, Tang Wutong suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, by the way, isn't the original Yu Hao still here? You guys quickly change him back. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to Auntie later. He Yu Hao in blue nodded. Okay, Bai Yu Hao had no objection either. But He Yu Hao just wanted to make trouble suddenly, and he hooked his lips with obvious ill intentions. Why should we go back so easily? Tang Wutong looked at him vigilantly. You are not rebelling against your original body, are you? He Yu Hao was speechless and choked. He raised his hand and tapped her forehead, smiling. Don't you know it yourself? We were all He Yu Hao? Tang Wutong pressed her forehead with both hands, still looking at him vigilantly. Then what else do you want to do? He Yu Hao's eyes became a little ambiguous, and he moved closer, playfully. If you want us to go back obediently, shouldn't you give us some sweetness first to calm our emotions? For example, Tang Wutong blushed and asked cautiously, for example, until their noses were about to touch, He Yu Hao suddenly turned his head, facing her with his handsome face, and tapped her cheek with his fingertips. For example, at least give me a goodbye kiss or something, Tang Wutong. Just that's it? For a moment, she didn't know whether she was disappointed or relieved, and then she met He Yu Hao's half-smiley eyes. Do you have any other ideas? Tell me, he teased, and Tang Wutong was ashamed and angry. No. Just kiss. Kissing is good. She looked around guiltily. But, do we really have to be here? He Yu Hao smiled. What are you afraid of? There's no one else here. Then he narrowed his eyes again, and a hint of danger flashed in them. Or are you only willing to kiss one of us? Tang Wutong broke the broken jar and gave it her all, and pushed him away with a red face. Kiss both of you. He Yu Hao smiled, but still snorted and said, "I thought you were going to kiss only me." Tang Wutong was about to cover his mouth with her hand. "Don't push your luck." Yu Hao shamelessly moved his face closer. "Then come on, pretty lady." Tang Wutong was shy, but still stood on tiptoe, blushing and moving closer. "Then let me do it. Come." Tang Wutong, I must commit the crime of bigamy today. Due to some force majeure factors that everyone understands, the author will not elaborate on the end of this chapter. Doge, thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. Chapter 853 Daimyubei and Zuziuking. All living beings with the concepts of consciousness and quasi-consciousness have their inner subjective driving force as spirits. When spirits have vitality and can walk in the world of the living, they are called living souls. When the vitality is exhausted and disappears, the living souls sink into the underworld and cannot enter the world of the living again unless the soul is cleansed, and this is the dead soul. And consciousness is like a rule deeply embedded in the spirit body. Living souls are alive because they have consciousness, which makes the world full of living beings. But at the same time, consciousness is gradually worn away after death, so the dead souls are usually confused and may even become fierce due to the incomplete consciousness. If the fierce souls return to the world of the living again, any souls that still have consciousness will inevitably cause trouble. So before that, their consciousness must be deprived. But confused living souls are nothing more than walking corpses, so they must be given consciousness again after reincarnation. Consciousness derives 7 emotions and 6 desires, and these all originate from the heart. So after I said so much, you should have some understanding, right? After a living being dies, it turns into a dead spirit. To purify its defective mind is to cleanse its soul. After that, the pure soul can be re-endowed with a complete mind, and after reincarnation, it will be a brand new living being again. This process is called reincarnation. The two walked slowly hand in hand. Tang Wutong listened to Yu Hao's story, and then asked, "So, who are you now?" Yu Hao thought for a while, smiled and said, "I am still the first-level god of the god realm, the god of emotions. But if you want, you can call me the wheel, reincarnation, soul." These names of the god king, Tang Wutong understood, and asked, "Then what is your authority?" "The god of the dead can know the history of the spirits of the world, the god of the living can simulate the reality of the spirits of the world, and the god of the soul can control the thoughts of the spirits of the world. The entire reincarnation process combined by the 3 of them is my authority." Didn't understand? Simply put, the god of death can see a person's life at a glance and determine and judge the good and evil deeds of his life. The god of life can easily simulate the form of living beings, such as turning a person into a pig, making a person lose hands and feet out of thin air, etc. But this is just the most basic. If it is more powerful, it is like saying to a person who is born poor and sick, "You will be rich and healthy," and then it will come true immediately. As for the god of mind, all spirits are under his control. He can read minds, distort emotions, create personalities, and give emotions at will. He can turn a saint into an unforgivable villain with a thought, and you can also make a villain change his mind with a thought. You see, the powers of the 3 of them are more or less similar to those of the 5 gods in the divine world, and they are stronger and more profound in some aspects. So as the combination of their 3 powers, I am much stronger than the 5 gods. Even if the 5 of them come together, they are not my opponent. So Wutong, from now on in the god realm, you don't have to fear anyone or worry about anyone. Because I am the biggest supporter behind you. Tang Wutong looked at Yu Hao with a serious expression, and chuckled, "Okay, you don't have to beat around the bush, I know you are talking about my dad." Yu Hao snorted twice, muttering, "I just don't like that he is willing to hurt you just to plot against me. What's the right thing to do?" Tang Wutong stopped him and smiled. Okay, let's not talk about it." Yu Hao reluctantly gave up and asked, "By the way, Wutong, what's the matter with your new godhood?" "Well, do you remember that time in the demon forest? Ever since we were promoted to level 98 together that day, I felt like something in my butterfly wing attached soul bone was activated. Then the second I returned to the god realm, a new first-level godhood was formed. I don't quite know how this godhood came about. Even the name Goddess Helena was given to me by myself." "What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Is there something wrong with this name?" Tang Wutong clenched her toes, and angrily beat Yu Hao, who suddenly laughed, and made a silent accusation. Toes can also get tired. Yu Hao quickly surrendered. I didn't laugh. I really didn't laugh. Okay, you continue, Tang Wutong snorted, and didn't even hold his hand. She shook him off and walked forward first. But she didn't forget to say as she walked, I don't really understand the power of the new god position, but it seems to be related to guidance, sustenance and the like. Then she turned around and made a face at Yu Hao. I have a hunch that my new god position is closely related to you. But now, she ran away. I'm going to complain to my aunt, saying that you bully me every day. Orange, you eat the flesh and I can only eat the orange peel, and I have to massage your legs and shoulders every day at home, and you are lazy at home and let me do all the work. You said that you had an affair with Orange in the lower world, and the crime of defiling the harem is unforgivable. The girl's cheerful voice faded away with her figure, leaving Yu Hao in shock. He hurriedly chased after her. You slander me, you slander me. After chasing and playing, they gradually stopped when they saw the two figures standing next to the lakeside cottage in the distance. Tang Wutong arrived first, smiled sweetly and greeted a man and a woman by the lake, then ran towards a small wooden house next to it. Before entering the house, she did not forget to stick out her tongue at Yu Hao behind her. Yu Hao was a little helpless, and gradually stopped, focusing his attention on the two people in front of him. A tall middle-aged man with blonde hair, and a beautiful woman with black hair and coldness. The names of the two gods automatically emerged in his mind. Level 2 gods, the god of war and the god of speed. But obviously the two should have looks that surprised him to the extreme, but when he saw them clearly, he only had some thoughts of as expected. After thinking about it, he saluted and said, "Meet the Empress Dowager of the late Emperor." The blonde man smiled and waved his hands. I have been away from the mortal world for 10,000 years, so there is no need to address me like that. Besides, you are now the god king of the god realm, and your status is higher than mine. Yu Hao remained neither humble nor arrogant. You are too kind. I am a citizen of Xingluo. Even though 10,000 years have passed, you are still the previous emperor of Xingluo. It is only right for me to respect you, the blonde man said with interest. Oh, so you are talking to me as a citizen of Xingluo now, not as a descendant of the Dai family. Then he snorted to himself, somewhat displeased. That's right, you are now using Ho as your surname, so naturally you won't address me as a descendant of the Dai family. How about this, since you respectfully call me the late emperor, and I am your ancestor, how about you change your surname back to Dai from now on? Yu Hao, thank you, the late emperor, for your concern. But in terms of blood ties, it has been 10,000 years, and it has long been very weak. In terms of hierarchy, it is now a new era. Not to mention that there are countless regents between you and the current emperor. The blonde man said angrily, then you still call me the late emperor, but Yu Hao just smiled innocently. Plus, my identity information is registered, and it says Yu Hao in black and white. If you want to change your name, you need to bring your identity certificate to the police station where your household registration is located. Now I am in the god realm, the blonde man, Yu Hao did not stop talking, and now I take my mother's surname. The Xingluo law does not stipulate that children's names must take the father's or the mother's. Everything depends on the freedom of citizens. Could it be that the late emperor is such a pedantic person? If your children want to take their mother's surname, will you stop them? Does this prove that you don't love your queen? After all, what difference does it make whether children take their father's surname or their mother's surname? The black-clothed woman instantly gave the blonde man next to her pair of extremely sharp eyes. The blonde man, he looked at Yu Hao, who still had an innocent expression, and was directly amused. You little bastard, you are quite sharp-tongued. Yu Hao smiled. I am just telling the truth. Wasn't it you who implemented the reform policy under the advice of the state master? The blonde man laughed. Okay, I don't mean to embarrass you. It is your freedom to call yourself whatever you want, and no one has the right to interfere. He stepped forward and patted Yu Hao on the shoulder. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Daimyu, and this is my wife Zhu Huking. Yu Hao bowed again. Hello, two seniors. Daimyu smiled, his eyes relieved. No need to say more polite words. Go, your mother is waiting for you in the wooden house next door. You must have been waiting for this day for a long time. Yu Hao bowed sincerely, and then thought of something and asked, excuse me, is the late emperor the relationship in the god realm that the state master mentioned? Daimyu waved his hand and said, it is true that I took your mother to the god realm. However, only a first-level god can bring his family with him to the god realm. I am only a second-level god. To conceal the existence of your mother in the God realm, I still need the help of the people above. But now you have become the God King in good faith, so you don't have to worry too much about your mother's existence. Hou Yuhao's expression became serious. Thank you, ancestor, Dai Mubei said jokingly. Why, now you admit that you are a descendant of the Dai family again. But Zhu Huqing twisted his waist hard, so he hurriedly said, okay. Don't waste any more time, just go. Hou Yuhao pretended not to see it and walked quickly towards the wooden house next to him. However, the movements behind him, such as hey, don't fight if you have something to say, I love you the most, our daughter will definitely have your last name in the future, our son will have your last name too, I'll leave the house with nothing if we divorce, I'll save you first if you fall into the water, it's not me who wanted to mention it, it was the imperial master who asked me to mention his last name. No, Xuqing, my dear wife, my dear queen, can you please not sleep on the floor, can I kneel on the durian on my own initiative, and then in the end, all of them were drowned in a cry of the imperial master is tricking me. Hou Yuhao said that he had intermittent hearing loss and didn't hear anything, and didn't know anything. Thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. This chapter has 3,000 words. Chapter 854, Use Magic to Defeat Magic. When seeing Hou Yuner again, Hou Yuhao was shocked to find that he was not as excited as he had imagined. He could not help but burst into tears when he saw the woman sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, gazing at the scenery outside the window, with a trace of indissoluble sorrow in her eyes. Until he trembled and called out Mom, the woman turned her head and looked at him, with a gentle smile in her eyes that he was most familiar with. His body seemed to be out of his control, and he just walked towards the person who was so familiar in his memory mechanically and nervously. He crouched beside her, just like every child running to his mother. After more than 10 years, he finally grabbed his mother's hand again. Even though he was half squatting in front of him, he was still looking at the tall and big young man, and Hou Yuner's eyes suddenly became wet. She couldn't help but raise her hand to touch the young man's cheek and wipe away the tears that slid down from the corner of his eyes. She smiled and said, My little Yuhao, you have grown up so much too. From the age of 10 to 28, it was only a short 18 days for her. But for her most beloved child, it was a full 18 years. I'm sorry, child. I couldn't stay with you during those days when you needed me the most. I couldn't leave a shadow in your life when you needed me the most. I'm sorry for making you suffer so much. Mom, you didn't have to give out that letter of forgiveness to Dai Huolbin, Mom knows. But I'm still alive now, thanks to the help of the National Master at that time. I will give out the letter of forgiveness to repay the National Master's kindness. Mom is just sorry for you. I had already left at that time, leaving you alone to suffer the beatings and kicks from the people Dai Huolbin called, and I still gave out the letter of forgiveness on my own initiative. It doesn't matter. But Mom, you really don't need to give out the letter of forgiveness. The National Master is not the kind of person who threatens others with kindness, so Mom, you still like him, right? You are worried that if you don't forgive Dai Huolbin, you may become a thorn in his heart, right? I'm sorry, Yuhao. Mom, it's okay. Mom, I get it. Yuhao, I won't care about him anymore, but I have only one request. Let him chase you again, and you don't agree to him so easily. Okay. The young man nodded, then smiled. Let's not talk about him for now. Hou Yuner finally suppressed the guilt in her heart and nodded. Okay, let's not talk about it. She took the lead in changing the subject. What about your brother? Is he okay? Mentioning the familiar and concerned person, Hou Yuhao's eyes became a little softer. He naturally wouldn't talk about the messy experiences in the past, because that would only increase Hou Yuner's worries. So he just smiled and said, My brother is very good and has always been excellent. Always better than me, so Su Yunhan is just a child imagined by Orange. Hou Yuhao and Tang Wutong lived in the wooden house here. At this time, Tang Wutong was listening to Hou Yuhao telling what happened after she left. That's right, Hou Yuhao nodded with great confidence, and then carefully observed Tang Wutong's expression. Unfortunately, her face showed no sadness or joy, and Hou Yuhao couldn't guess what she was thinking at the moment, so he didn't know whether she was angry or not. So the seeds are fake too? Hou Yuhao shuddered and almost swore to the sky. Yes, they're all fake. She didn't succeed at all. Tang Wutong narrowed her eyes. But you were still knocked unconscious by her. Did she do anything to you during this time? Hou Yuhao almost shook his head. No, absolutely not. Oh, Tang Wutong's tone softened a little. Then what happened to her later? Seeing this, Hou Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. According to my uncle, she should have given up everything here and voluntarily went to another parallel universe. In that parallel universe is her Su Yunhan, is that so? Tang Wutong's expression was moved for a moment, but then she thought of something and looked at Hou Yuhao with some dissatisfaction. Wait, why are you calling me uncle too? Did my uncle agree to do that? You can't be so anxious to build a relationship. Hou Yuhao smiled ingratiatingly. Hey, anyway, we must get a marriage certificate. After all, we are all family. Of course I have to call you uncle too. Tang Wutong snorted. I haven't agreed to you yet, and you haven't proposed to me yet. Hou Yuhao tentatively. Then I start now. Tang Wutong pinched his face with a fake smile. Then you are really casual. Then suddenly, she realized something, and immediately changed from pinching Hou Yuhao's face to pinching his ears, with a cold expression. You said that Orange went to another parallel universe, and her son is there. Hou Yuhao was still a little dazed, just nodded subconsciously. Yes, Tang Wutong laughed grimly. Then the question is, whose son did she give birth to? Hou Yuhao? Of course it's the me in that universe. You dare to say it? Tang Wutong exerted force on her hand, twisting Hou Yuhao so hard that he began to scream in pain. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? Ouch, it hurts, I say. The original Orange in that universe was indeed with Hou Yuhao there, and they gave birth to a son. But later the Orange there died of illness, so the National Master sent our Orange over there. Tang Wutong finally let him go. Hou Yuhao rubbed his ears and hissed in pain. Looking at him, Tang Wutong snorted again and said sourly, you in that parallel universe really have a bad vision. Although it was a universe that had nothing to do with her, she understood this. But when she thought that Hou Yuhao, the lover she knew so well, might be with someone else, she still felt a little weird. As a result, the man who was rubbing his ears suddenly changed his expression and accused, you are so mean to me just for a man in another universe who has nothing to do with you and happens to have the same name as me? You are really a philandering woman. If I stand in front of you with Hou Yuhao from that world, do you want both of them? Hou Yuhao said with a wronged look. Don't you love me anymore? Tang Wutong. Wait, did he say the wrong line? Shouldn't she be the one saying this? Tang Wutong's face was blank, and she was caught off guard by Hou Yuhao's sudden counterattack. No, you just don't love me anymore. No, I love you the most. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. You just don't love me. You love Hou Yuhao from another universe. Tang Wutong, you have no heart. Tang Wutong was furious, and she was so angry that she said, what on earth are you messing with me for? Hou Yuhao's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. You are mean to me? You are actually mean to me? Are you tired of me? Yes, you must be tired of me, right? Tang Wutong. No, you Hou Yuhao? So love will disappear, right? Tang Wutong. She now felt like a scumbag who played with people's feelings, holding her forehead helplessly. Then what do you want? She had thought about it. At most she would give him a kiss. She didn't believe that this wouldn't work. As a result, the man next to her suddenly turned over and knelt on one knee in front of her. With a flip of her wrist, an opened ring box was held in her palm. He smiled like a fox who had finally succeeded. Then marry me, Ms. Tang Wutong. It was too sudden. Tang Wutong was completely stunned before her emotions could change. She only had the last instinct to raise her hand to cover her mouth, which was wide open due to extreme surprise. Hou Yuhao smiled, and looked at the girl in front of him with concentration and affection. Okay, Tang Wutong's mind went blank, but you and I. Hou Yuhao's lips curled up with a helpless smile, and said, I am already 28 years old now. What if it's too late and you don't like me because I'm too old? I still want to get a marriage certificate with you and spend my life with you. Tang Wutong didn't know why she asked such a question. What if I don't agree to you? The man in front of her just smiled. Then I have to wrong myself and live alone from now on. She saw a trace of pity on his face, and then heard him say, then this lady, are you willing to pity this man who loves you and reluctantly accompany him for the rest of your life? Tang Wutong had never felt so flustered at such a moment, but looking at the man's eyes full of her shadow, which were extremely beautiful. In an instant, all the tension and panic disappeared. She stretched out her hand and smiled with tears in her eyes. I do, idiot. The man kneeling on one knee smiled even more. After carefully putting a ring on the girl he had chosen, he suddenly stood up, hugged the girl's waist and spun her around. Then he looked down at her blushing face in his arms. He said, thank you, Wutong. Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. The dog author was not feeling well yesterday, so there was no update. Sorry. Tomorrow is the last chapter of the epilogue of Douluo. Chapter 855 Epilogue. But the connection between the God Realm and Douluo Star has been cut off by my uncle. Where can we register for marriage and get the little red book? Looking at the girl with a puzzled look on her face, Ho Yuheo smiled mysteriously. At that time, when my uncle unfolded the field of the locking star order, there was actually a gap. Ho Yuheo did not tell her that the gap was caused by Tang San, but continued with a smile. It is precisely because of that gap that I can quietly. He snapped his fingers. Then the next second, a dark and silent door appeared in their wooden house. Tang Wutong widened her eyes. Is this your gate of the dead? Then she looked at Ho Yuheo in disbelief. You? Ho Yuheo curled the corners of his lips. Except for teacher Zioya and sister, they need to find a suitable successor before they can come up. Our other partners have been waiting inside for a long time. Tang Wutong was excited for a moment, but she still said, no way, they don't have a god position, and they are not the family members brought by any god above the first level. If the other god kings find out, Ho Yuheo, don't underestimate your boyfriend. Have you forgotten? I am now a god king. And the 5 of them can't beat me, so now I have the final say in the god realm. He should be here. Jidong, with Lai Yan standing beside him, said respectfully to the 2 figures in front of him, one in black and one in white. The 2 figures responded softly and looked at the 3 cabins by the lake in front of them. Soon, the door of one of the cabins opened, and a young man walked out. He took a few steps in the direction of the 4 people, but he didn't mean to get close to talk to them. He just stood there quietly, with an indifferent expression, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The black and white figures had no intention of coming forward, and seeing this, Jidong and Lai Yan didn't dare to act rashly. After a long time, the black and white figures took the lead in bowing to the young man opposite. The woman in white said, it is difficult to defy fate, and we are superficial. The man in black said, sorry to bother you, so the young man also said lightly, please go back. After that, he turned and walked back into the cabin. Jidong and Lai Yan were confused, and the goodness and evil that had taken office had turned around and looked at them. From now on, we will entrust everything we have to you. The woman in white said softly. From now on, you will be the true gods of good and evil, the man in black said in a deep voice. Black and white flames burned on their bodies respectively, and Jidong and Li Yan also shone with lights that echoed each other. Our origins and laws are all handed over to you too, so from now on, you are us, and we are you, the black and white figures said at the same time. Jidong was a little dazed, then the 2 seniors, the woman in white, don't worry about us. We just got the mercy of the God King of the Wheel, and reincarnated to realize our wishes. The man in black, the future deceives the past, and the past makes the future. Now, it's just to pay the price of making the wrong choice. In the future, the God Realm will have to rely on you for help. Jidong held Li Yan's hand tightly. Okay, the black and white figures became fainter and fainter, as if they were about to disappear. And a blood-red figure fell from the sky at this time. When he saw this scene, he was slightly stunned, and then his eyes were red. Why? Why would you rather die than restore the authority of the God King for them? Why? He roared in reluctance and confusion. The black and white figure did not reply to him. He just said, death is not the end, then it disappeared completely. Tang San gritted his teeth, looked at Jidong and Lai Yan hatefully, and turned into bloodlight again, flying away. Somewhere in the God Realm, the surrounding mountains were flat and the forests were lush. But occasionally, the ordinary air began to distort, as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The water droplets stirred up seemed to indicate that something was about to break out of it. The space was torn apart. What pierced the barrier of the God Realm was a demonic purple-red long sickle. Someone's blood seemed to be hanging on the blade of the sickle. Wutong, I'm so nervous. What if my aunt doesn't like me? Tang Wutong looked at the trembling appearance of the people around her, and couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, you are so outstanding. How could my mother not like you? Besides, an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. Even if you back down today, you will still have to meet them in the future. Ho Yuheo glared at him and stammered, did I do anything impolite today? Is my hair messy? Is my collar neat? Did I accidentally get any part of my body dirty? As he was carrying a lot of gifts, he didn't have any extra hands to check his shoulders, so he could only ask Tang Wutong eagerly, Is there any dandruff on my clothes? Tang Wutong rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Come on, you are a god now, how can there be such a thing as dandruff? Forget about whether anyone can scratch your skin. Even pulling out a single hair from you is like Lin Daiyu pulling out a weeping willow. It's totally impossible. Ho Yuhao looked naive. Who is Lin Daiyu? Tang Wutong. Tang Wutong was angry and gave him an elbow. Don't worry about it. Show your confidence. Weren't you quite capable in front of my dad at that time? Ho Yuhao said aggrievedly. I'm just afraid that your mother will not agree with us being together. If it was only your father, I would dare to snatch the bride directly, but what should I do if my aunt disagrees? What if my mother really disagrees? What will you do? Then just pester her until she agrees. Tang Wutong tapped his temple and smiled. Then it's a marriage, isn't it? Isn't your goal quite clear now? Okay, we will deal with it as it comes. Today we must leave a good impression on our future mother-in-law. Tang Wutong was still walking forward with him and laughing, but suddenly she found that the person next to her had stopped. Looking back, she found that he was looking in one direction with his head tilted, and she didn't know what he was looking at. She curiously leaned over. What's wrong? Ho Yuhao retracted his gaze, shook his head and smiled. Nothing. Then he quickened his pace and walked forward. Hurry up, can't let your aunt wait too long. Tang Wutong laughed angrily and hurriedly chased after him. Weren't you so timid just now? Why are you suddenly not afraid now? Ho Yuhao glanced at her proudly. What do you know? This is called seizing the initiative. After winning the favor of my mother-in-law, I will sue you for bullying me every day, making me do all the housework, and only allowing me to eat orange peels. Tang Wutong was horrified when she heard the familiar words. Ho Yuhao, you plagiarized my idea. They walked away while playing. However, the feeling of being touched by the barrier of the god realm just now should be an illusion. Dai Hulbin, the young man who was sitting peacefully on the prison bed, looked outside the door when he heard the voice. The prison guard, who was covered in nano armor, knocked on the door, and the dim eye lights flickered as he spoke. Someone is visiting, follow me. The young man did not speak, but stood up slowly and followed the prison guard slowly, until he was led into the visiting room and saw the familiar man through the thick bulletproof glass. He was stunned at first, and then all the emotions that he had restrained over the past few years burst out at this moment. He rushed up with excitement on his face, and his hands, still handcuffed, were almost in a hurry to press the communication device next to the visiting window. You are finally here. He opened his mouth several times, and finally said the two words in a trembling voice, Father. Dai Hao looked at him silently for a long time, and then a short syllable rushed out of his nose. Yeah, Dai Hulbin excitedly but cautiously. I'm sorry, I disappoint you, but you came today. He paused, took a deep breath, and then said the last sentence. Are you finally going to take me out? But the man outside remained silent. He just looked at him without any reaction. Dai Hulbin became more and more excited as he spoke. You are already the emperor. I know you must have had your reasons for not coming before, but after so many years, you must have dealt with it, right? You must have come to pick me up today, right? Looking at the man who still had no reaction, he couldn't help but feel panic in his excited heart. So he couldn't help but raise his voice. I know I made a mistake, but you are my father, you must forgive me, right? I have been here for so long, can you bear to let me stay here for the rest of my life? In the end, he said with both expectation and despair, you must have come to pick me up today, right? The silent man finally responded. His eyes were full of regret and self-blame. He sighed. He said, Hulbin. All of Dai Hulbin's emotions gradually calmed down because of his call. A kind of gray color began to grow in his eyes. Dai Hao continued in a calm tone, it's my fault for not disciplining you well. This is my failure as a father. Dai Hulbin lowered his head and remained silent. I may be able to forgive and tolerate what you did, but it is not me you should really beg for forgiveness from. Dai Hulbin asked in confusion. Why? Did Aunt Yun already give a letter of forgiveness? Dai Hao sighed again. Don't you understand yet, Hulbin? Dai Hulbin's face was filled with some surprise and confusion. Because Dai Hao said, because the real main victim is your younger brother, Yu Hao. It's true that your Aunt Yun gave a letter of forgiveness. But Yu Hao never said that he would forgive what you did, so in fact, the role of Ho Yun's letter of forgiveness was not as great as imagined. So Ho Yu Hao, in the court at that time, would so easily let go of his nominal father. Dai Hulbin's face flashed with helplessness. Dai Hao looked at him deeply, and Dai Hulbin looked at him, his heart tightened. Dai Hao seemed to be unaware and continued, I have already abdicated. There was a thunderclap in his ears, and Dai Huolbin clenched his fists suddenly. He was in disbelief. What? Dai Hao still pretended to be unaware. Your brother Dai Liu has basically become capable of taking charge. I am also old, and it is time to step down from that position. I came here today to tell you this. I also came to say goodbye to you. He looked at Dai Huolbin, who was in a daze, and had already stood up from his chair. In the future, we may never see each other again, Huolbin. I have already told Dai Yaohen, he is your brother from the same mother, and he will come to see you often on my behalf in the future. The young man across the window suddenly stood up and pounded the transparent bulletproof glass with his fists. On the neck, the black collar that suppressed the martial spirit and soul power, the indicator light was shining brightly, and it was running at high power. He almost collapsed and screamed, "No, you can't do this to me." Dai Hao took a deep look at him and sighed, "You should reflect on yourself in prison. Maybe you will have a chance to make up for your mistakes later." He turned and left, letting go of the last bit of nostalgia in his heart. He no longer looked back at Dai Huolbin, who was struggling and screaming and was dragged away by the prison guards. "Your Majesty seems to be in a good mood." The man with a smile on his face, holding 2 bottles of fine wine, heard the sudden shout. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a familiar girl behind the reception desk in the Wangxiang Hall. He was stunned at first, and then showed a look of surprise. When he walked over, he said, "Jiu, why are you in the Wangxiang Hall of the National Master?" The person who called him was the former Xingluo Princess Su Jiujiu, who was also Su Jiaoyi's sister. Su Jiujiu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you didn't know it for so long? We, the Xingwen clan, have been working under the National Master since 10,000 years ago and obeying his command. Not only me, but other members of our Xingwen family also regard the Wangxiang Palace as their home." He showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "So that's it." Then he smiled and said, "You don't have to call me that anymore. After all, I have abdicated." "So is brother Jiaoyi also in this Wangxiang Palace?" Su Jiujia first smiled and said, "Even if you have abdicated, the late emperor, your Majesty is also your Majesty." Then she answered his question, "My brother is on a business trip recently and is not on the Wangxiang Hall." Seeing the man nod, she asked again, "Your Majesty, are you here today to find the National Master?" He smiled and nodded, "That's right." Su Jiujiu had an inexplicable teasing smile in her eyes. She said, "Okay, then I won't bother your Majesty and the National Master to reminisce about the past." He said goodbye to Su Jiujiu, went deep into the Wangxiang Hall with ease, and finally passed through a door formed by blue light and came to the familiar blue-silver nursery. He walked forward along the gravel road and entered the wooden house hall full of books. After all, he lived here for a long time, so he had a clear goal and went to the rest area on the 2nd floor first. He didn't see anyone, so he naturally went to the next destination. Walking out of the back door of the wooden house hall, he saw the blue figure as expected. However, the blue figure did not stay in the pavilion not far away to drink tea as usual. Instead, he moved a recliner and closed his eyes to take a nap on the soft blue-silver grass. The recliner swayed slightly, and the young man slept comfortably on it, his fingertips tapping lightly on the armrests. He was not unfamiliar at all, and walked straight to the young man and sat on the blue and silver lawn. Looking back, he found that the young man had opened his eyes at some point and looked at him with a smile. "Ready to leave?" the young man said. He looked at the pair of enchanting eyes and smiled. "Yet, come to say goodbye to the Master of the State." There is also a distinction between day and night in the Master of the State's space. After the blue sun sets from the horizon, the night falls. But the night here does not have countless stars, only clouds that are stained with blue and glowing slightly. It was late at night, and the man holding the bottle of wine in one hand was already slightly drunk. He said that if he had not stood out from the several heirs of the same generation, he would definitely be able to stay with his sweetheart now. He said that if the Sun and Moon Empire had not invaded from time to time, he would have time to stay in the mansion more. Even if he could not meet his sweetheart openly, at least he could keep them safe and sound. He also said that it was a pity that there were not so many ifs in the world, and there was no chance for him to start over. Fortunately, Hou Yuner could still forgive him, and Hou Yuhao seemed willing to accept him. He asked the young man beside him for the nth time, "Is the State Master really not going to drink with me?" Tang Liu, who was sitting on the recliner, felt a cool breeze at night and said, "The State Master doesn't like wine." Dai Hao smacked his lips, and took another sip from the bottle, muttering, "Then I specially brought 2 bottles. It seems that they all have to go into my stomach." There were specially installed street lights around, so the light was sufficient. Tang Hao tilted his head to look at the handsome young man sitting quietly on the recliner. His eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyes, and he couldn't help muttering, "Why is the state master so good-looking?" He suddenly thought of something and said melancholy, "Now I am over 50 years old. I wonder if Yuner still likes me as much as before. She was born so beautiful, and she is still as beautiful as before. Am I worthy of her?" Tang Liu stopped tapping the armrest with his fingertips and glanced at the nagging man with some disdain. Then he sighed softly and raised his hand resignedly. "Do you know this is the 3rd time you have said this?" The alcohol-intoxicated man obviously did not understand and said confusedly, "Really?" A blue light appeared, and a fruit that looked very delicious fell into the young man's raised hand. Reaching out his hand, he handed it to the man next to him. "Here, eat it." Tang Hao took it and took a bite without hesitation, and asked vaguely, "What is this?" Tang Liu curled the corners of his lips, and his smile was a little playful. "Compensation for Hao Yuner, for the letter of understanding." Tang Hao looked at him confusedly. "Huh?" Tang Liu looked straight into his eyes and said jokingly, "Your national teacher is a superficial person. The only compensation for a lady is youth and beauty. But I think Hao Yuner, who is in the god realm, has both of these 2 things, so we can only start from other places." Tang Hao suddenly felt a little dry in his mouth. And he said with a click of his tongue, "For example," Tang Liu smiled cunningly, "for example, someone younger and stronger in physical strength uses you in your prime as compensation to her. Although it is a bit abrupt and offensive, I think she should not be dissatisfied." The young man's voice echoed in his ears, and Tang Hao felt an inexplicable irritation rising. He looked away somewhat embarrassedly, raised his hand to loosen his collar, and let the cold night wind pour into his chest, but it still couldn't blow away his burning body temperature. He picked up the bottle and took a big gulp of wine, but even when the bottle was empty, it didn't relieve the dryness in his mouth. So he hastily threw the bottle away, unscrewed another bottle with his bare hands, and blew directly into the bottle. But just after taking 2 sips, the young man's joking voice came from the side. "Okay, now that you are an extreme Douluo, you will get drunk. Do you really dare to drink so much at once? Aren't you afraid that you will miss your trip to the god realm tomorrow?" He turned around and saw the young man who had put away the recliner at some point, standing with his hands behind his back and looking at him with some disgust. He also stood up quickly, holding the bottle, looking a little embarrassed, like a confused young man. Tang Liu chuckled and conjured up a wineglass. "I'll have a drink with you reluctantly, and leave quickly after you finish. Remember, drunkards are not welcome here." Tang Hao happily took the small glass and was about to fill it up. But before that, he glanced at the young man's overly young and handsome face, and he didn't know what went wrong in his brain because of drunkenness, but he asked suspiciously, "Master Imperial Master, are you an adult?" Tang Liu, as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hao was stunned, his face turned red, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain. But before that, he heard the young man sneer. He tilted his head, disdainful and as if he was angry. He laughed, tisked, and the next second, the young man's left hand grabbed his messy chest and pulled him in front of him. He staggered, and when he came to his senses, he found that the handsome face of the national teacher was already in front of him. This unprecedented distance was already quite dangerous. The lethality of that face was almost infinitely magnified. So dangerous, so compelling. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and before he could figure out the situation, he suddenly felt that the bottle in his hand was taken away. Then, he saw the young man in front of him tilt his head to the side, put the bottle mouth in his mouth, and drank the remaining strong liquor in the bottle. Because he drank quickly, 2 or 3 lines of clear liquor slid down the corners of the young man's charming lips, leaving crystal traces in the bright street light. It kept passing over the clear jawline and the Adam's apple that kept rolling because of swallowing the liquor. Until the end, it was buried in the collar, and then went deeper under the collar. The young man let out a long breath, holding the bottle and looking at Tang Hao again. The enchanting eyes that seemed to be shining with water light were frivolous, and he said with a smile, "Who are you looking down on? Huh?" Then he pushed him away and threw the empty bottle into his arms. He turned around with a chuckle and left with his hands behind his back. Tang Hao felt dizzy and his steps were a little floating. He didn't know if he had kept up. This night seemed a little short. Lost, nostalgic, regretful, amazing, everything, everything. It's hard to explain. But the blue back under the street lights said goodbye to him from then on. So, farewell to the entire era. And Tang Liu is an unconscious teasing person anytime and anywhere. Doge, the nth time. I regret that this article was not set as a non-CP, bang bang hammer wall tears JPG. Now among the 5 gods in the god realm, only Tang San, the big wronged who has not recovered his power, is left. Doge, thank you friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. The second chapter of Doujinshi is officially over. Tomorrow is the legend of the divine realm, the prelude to the third chapter. This chapter is nearly 6,000 words. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856, Monarch's Heart. Her eyes swept over everyone present. Hello, my name is Gyuna, the last heart of domination, the heart that looks down on the world, the heart of the monarch. Gyuna, when she first met someone related to him, she and her servants were still in a nearly eternal resting slumber. She slept in the center of the clear lake bottom in the ancient forest, absorbing the rich life source power offered by the servants. Oh, now that guy seems to have become the soul of a human named Hao and ascended to the god realm. In short, among the countless days and nights of sleep that were no different, the day she met her was no different. That day, she was awakened from her sleep by a strange breath. The first time she opened her eyes, she saw a human girl who pretended to be calm and had a panicked look in her eyes. The power of the elements was very active beside her, as if she liked her very much. So she became a little interested and forcibly controlled all the elemental power at the bottom of the lake. Even the gods in the god realm did not know where she lived, so how did the human in front of her get here? She was so curious that her mental power moved spontaneously, and she moved towards the tiny person in front of her. It seemed that she did not control the degree well, and accidentally frightened the little man and the elemental energy around him. She couldn't help laughing in her heart, disdaining the fragility and timidity of this tiny human. But her mental power still invaded the human spiritual sea without mercy, wanting to explore it clearly. Unfortunately, her God King level mental power could easily invade the human spiritual sea and spy on her real-time thoughts. But when she wanted to go deeper and dig out the memories hidden in the spiritual sea, it was like hitting a wall and couldn't break through no matter what. There was no way to know the human's past, and it was impossible to determine how the human came here. I don't know the details, I don't know if he was instructed by someone, and I don't know if he has bad intentions. So I became alert in my surprise. After the search was fruitless, she sent a message to the human's mind. Human, why are you here? Who sent you in? And why can't I read your memory? Judging from the human's subsequent reaction and the immediate thoughts she spied on, she should have no ill intentions and didn't know why she came here. But she still caught a term that surprised her from the human's thoughts. Kyankan asking Love Valley. A place related to the god realm. And what she needs to avoid most now is everything related to the god realm. So she threatened and knocked. Don't think about taking advantage of loopholes. Although I can't read your memory, I can still know what you are thinking now. At the same time, she tried and asked questions. Kyankan asking Love Valley? So that place sent you here? Humph. Kyankan asking Love Valley. Did the god realm find out that I am hiding here? Tell me, what is your purpose here? As far as I know, the assessment of Kyankan Wanking Valley always sends people to some strange places. However, this is the first time that someone comes here. The human's reaction afterwards surprised her, but she felt that it should be so. Because the human said, I don't know, so she became more interested. But before she wanted to ask anything, she encountered a mysterious blue light that seemed to have been hidden for a long time in the human spiritual sea. Then, she saw a blue-haired young man who smiled like a fox. That was the first time she saw him. Thinking about it now, it seems to be different from what she saw with her own eyes later. And in that very short confrontation of consciousness, he did nothing. He just smiled and showed her a picture that, according to him, was from the future. Gold and silver. The silver figure was her. Yes, even if it was the figure of a human woman. If there was anything special, it was just that she was extremely beautiful. She was not surprised, because if she really turned into a human, it would be like this. What concerned her more was the golden figure. Because he exuded a familiar aura. It reminded her of the distant past. The flashing images disappeared quickly, But along with the future, there was still a lot of information waiting for her to digest slowly. Everything seemed to be related to her. So afterwards, she negotiated with a human in words, pretending to eliminate the threat from the god realm, but in fact she manipulated the power of the elements to strengthen the muscles and marrow of the intruder. The 7-star plum martial spirit was naturally rare, not to mention that it was a creature that could control the 7 elements like her. It was hard to say whether she had some love for talent or it was just a temporary idea. But later she knew that everything she did was in line with his wishes. What exactly was his origin that could make people so chilling? There was no way to know. After the final baptism of space elements, she finally shaped an elemental body for the intruder. From then on, she would be like her, extremely compatible with the power of elements. The human asked, "Why don't you just take my life?" He thanked her and even asked her name. She sneered at her, but still told her that her name was Silver Dragon King. Watching her disappear in the golden light of Kyankin Valley. At that time, she thought. Not for any reason. Just hope that the future will not lie to me. Because along with a human left, there was also a wisp of divine consciousness that she quietly left in her spiritual sea. After a long time, she lived in the spiritual sea of the human girl, looking through the girl's eyes to see this world that belongs to humans. Therefore, she knew that the girl's name was Mu Jing, and what kind of human Mu Jing was. A human with good talent. Seeing the girl gradually calm down under the pressure of the gods, and no longer being forced by the gods. A human who refused to admit defeat. Seeing the battle between the gods, the blue youth fought the Shura god who had cut her original body into 2 with a sword with a mortal body. Although in the end, he still lost his life under the blood sword. She secretly thought it was a pity, but found that the girl who had committed herself to him did not seem to have the sadness of the death of her friend. She just quickly crushed the blue rune in her hand and left with her companions. A calm and decisive human. Then he spent a long time with the girl in a stable little world. It was also the time when he revealed his existence to the girl. After a very long time together, they got to know each other better. An interesting human. Occasionally, with consent, she would borrow the girl's body, or taste new human food, or teach her a trick. Until one day, the girl picked white lavender, cornflowers, plum blossoms blooming in the winter, and yellow roses. She made a wreath and put it on her head with her own hands at the last second. When she took control of her body, it was also worn on her head. The girl said thank you for your companionship and guidance for so long. The others stayed together in pairs, but she was bored alone. She said that she had nothing to repay him with, and she just hoped that she could smile happily forever like that bright yellow rose. She didn't mean anything else, but thinking about the legend of the Dragon King, she felt that she might be having a hard time. In that case, she should not be like herself. In fact, she has not known what it feels like to smile happily for a long time. Occasionally, she would curl her lips, and then she would not think about what was worth being happy about, but why she was smiling. That day, she looked at the reflection of the girl in the river. She was really beautiful wearing a beautiful wreath. She thought of the silver figure again. If that was really her, she would look even better wearing this wreath. So that day, she said to the girl, "You can call me Guyuna." She didn't quite know why she told the girl this name that came with the future. But she just thought that using a human name and a human identity to talk to the girl might make her more approachable and closer to them. A good human. Perhaps this was the first time that the high and mighty Dragon King, who intended to attack the god realm, overthrow order, rewrite and replace human civilization, quietly developed a sense of identity. So later, she asked the awakened Dion to find the blue youth. No one knew what happened in the process, but Dion came back with a bruised face. But in the end, he was still accompanied by the blue youth. She talked a lot with the blue youth. At first, she was alert and defensive, but thinking of the girl named Mu Jing, she chose to open up everything. The blue-haired youth seemed a little surprised. "This is not something the Silver Dragon King would do," she said. "What about Guyuna?" The blue-haired youth smiled. Who can tell about the future? She thought about it carefully, and subconsciously wanted to refute it with the future she saw, but in the end she nodded in agreement. "That's right." The blue-haired youth seemed to be very happy all of a sudden. "Really? So consider cooperating with me." She thought that if she agreed, it would mean reaching a consensus with humans. From then on, he was no longer the high and mighty Dragon King, no longer the Dragon King who intended to attack the god realm, overturn the order, rewrite and replace human civilization. Thinking of the girl named Mu Jing and the wreath she had woven by hand, She felt that it was not impossible to stop doing this. So she said, "Okay, what do we need to do?" As a result, the blue youth was very excited, attack the God realm, overturn the order, and rewrite human civilization. What happened later, there is no need to describe it in detail. The blue youth said that he had shaped 10 hearts, waiting for the destined people to awaken them one by one. So she counted and saw the fighting heart, the sincere heart, and the evil heart one after another. Apart from the time of fighting heart, the closest one was the sincerity of the child three-eyed Jinli. She really didn't understand why, as a soul beast who had never been in love, and the leader of soul beasts, she would end up guiding a younger generation on the road of love. But the little girl was right in one thing. If the emperor's auspicious beast three-eyed Jinni also ran away to mix with humans, then what should the soul beast she protected do? Should she just leave them alone? She thought about it, and said to the little girl who was almost eager to leave, "It doesn't matter, I am still here. After all, there is also the word king and the silver dragon king." So the little girl smiled happily and ran to awaken a true heart. In this way, only the last monarch heart is left. The blue young man repeated several times that the monarch heart is the most special, and once awakened, it is transcendent. She was a little disdainful of this. Transcendence? It's just a fictitious thing. What's more, she is already in the realm of God King, and her strength is even stronger than any of the 5 God Kings in the God realm. Until the girl named Mu Jing, who was with her, almost risked her life and achieved the yin-yang complementary dual soul core. She even refused her help. She said that her help was so important that there was no need to waste it at this insignificant time. Good, very good. She was angry, afraid that the girl who had been with her for so long would die accidentally. But she respected her choice, because the girl said that this was what good friends would do. So she just said, "Don't die." And that fighting heart, after all, still shone as brightly as before. What a hateful human being. She breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a sense of loss for no reason. Because after that, the benevolent heart, the ruthless heart, and the regretless heart all completed the feat of complementing yin and yang one after another. They all walked out of their own unique path. And as a soul beast, even if she is the Silver Dragon King, she must be bound by the shackles of heaven and earth. She even doubted whether she was worthy of the monarch's heart. There has never been a moment when she had such a strong idea as now. If she could also become a real person in a heart, like the girl she has been with for a long time, and the companions around the girl. Become a heart among them, and a heart on par with them. But no one told her, not even the blue youth, how to become that monarch's heart. He just said that the monarch's heart is the most special, and once awakened, it is transcendent. Transcendence, what is transcendence? Her consciousness withdrew from the girl to the dark bottom of the lake, and she pondered under it, until she received a spiritual signal from Yu Jing. She said that they had begun to prepare to ascend to the God realm. This was what the blue youth wanted them to do. To ascend to the God realm, overthrow the order, and rewrite human civilization. She became very anxious because she did not have the same heart as them. And none of their hearts could become gods. In this case, even if she went to the God realm, how could she face those gods? So she was very anxious, so anxious that she didn't even care if she was a monarch. She just wanted to go to the God realm with them. If nothing else, at least before the other hearts could stand on their own, her strength as a god could still be a guarantee for everyone. The huge body of the Silver Dragon King was about to break free from the bottom of the lake, even though her body was still seriously injured, even though because of these injuries, her God King realm could not actually exert much strength. She didn't even care whether this move would arouse the vigilance of the God realm, so that those gods would find her hiding place in advance. She just endured the pain and climbed up from the bottom of the lake. Thinking of the girl named Mu Jing who accompanied them to reminisce the past. Thinking of the beautiful wreath. She heard Dion's dissuasion and the cries of other beasts. But she no longer thought about these. Because it didn't matter whether she had the heart of a monarch or not. From the beginning to the end, all she needed was to attack the God realm, overthrow the order of the God realm, and rewrite the civilization of human gods. Even if she didn't have the heart of a monarch, she could still participate. Because she was still the Silver Dragon King, and the God realm sealed her soul. Her birth was originally carrying the mission of revenge. In addition, she took all the soul beasts to attack the God realm, resist all the injustices they had suffered, overthrow the regime of human gods, and rewrite the fate of soul beasts that could not become gods. Even if she didn't have the heart of a monarch, She was still the common leader of soul beasts. She was the king of all soul beasts in the world and all divine beasts in the God realm. Then, the heart of a monarch awakened in this way. She turned into human form and the inexplicable power that emerged in her body. All her previous injuries were healed under that inexplicable power, and she took back all her previous power, even more powerful than before. And it was after she awakened that she understood the meaning of the phrase, "The sovereign's heart is transcendent once awakened." In addition to having the power to surpass the God King once awakened, the broken rules and shackles are also the interpretation of that phrase. The sovereign's heart is a fuse. Its awakening means that transcendence has become possible, and the world no longer has only one dead end, which is to become a god. You see, not long after this, the true heart and the evil heart transcended one after another. And this is the meaning of her sovereign's heart, and it is also the mission of its awakening. That day, she looked at her reflection in the lake, and it was exactly the same as the silver figure she saw in the future. She took out the well-preserved wreath, carefully put it on her silver hair, and turned around the lake again and again. The beasts flattered her and praised her for being beautiful. She looked at herself in the lake and thought she was beautiful. With an excited and uneasy heart, she went through the back door left by the blue youth and went to meet the blue youth who had turned into a wisp of soul. He said that expression is a very important ability, so before entering the conference room, she quietly took several deep breaths. Then she pushed the door open and walked in. The nearest Emperor Golden Tiger and Jade Fox stood up and called her master. She quietly glanced at everyone present, and put on a bland and indifferent expression that she thought was more in line with her personality. She said that they didn't need to call her master in the future. She said that from now on she was no longer the co-leader of the soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King. So please introduce yourself briefly. Her eyes swept over everyone present. Hello, my name is Gyuna. The final heart of domination. The heart that looks down on the world. The heart of the monarch, Gyuna. This gathering is missing Tang Liu, the host, as well as Zizin and Zhenzin. But that doesn't matter, as they gather here to discuss various matters regarding the fight to the God realm. As a result, she has awakened her monarch heart, and is ready to fight in the God realm and beat up those old bastards at any time, so she came here with great anticipation. You tell her at this time that she is not included in the list of candidates for the God realm? Gyuna, 6, complete the monarch heart. Echoing the previous article chapter 780 the monarch heart appears, and also echoing several chapters of the fighting part, thanks to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. This chapter is nearly 5,000 words. Chapter 857 another 10,000 years. The God realm is a high-level space designed to accommodate high-level cultivators. Each world plane is affected by its own life energy, and the strength of the creatures it can carry is ultimately limited. Because of the restrictions of the rules, the God realm appeared, for those creatures who have cultivated to the peak in various worlds to use as a stepping stone to break through the rules. You and I both know that there are positions of gods in the God realm. And whether or not you have a position of God just represents whether you have a stepping stone to the God realm. But there are countless creatures in the lower world, and there are only so many positions of gods in the God realm. Even if there are only a few creatures who can cultivate to the peak, with a time difference of 1 day in the God realm and 1 year on Earth, the accumulated geniuses are also a considerable number. So the creatures in the lower world, if they want to enter the God realm, they either have to obtain the inheritance of the old gods, or wait for the God realm to expand and create more positions of new gods. And this is the contradiction hidden in the God realm. In the pavilion in the blue-silver nursery, the blue young man played chess with a silver-haired woman. Gyuna looked at the chessboard in front of her, which had not yet started, and recalled what Tang Liu had said just now. So, who advocates and who holds? In fact, it is not very clear. After all, the God King exists for the God realm. What they hope is that the God realm will become better without any problems. Tang Liu smiled slightly and pointed to the chessboard in front of him. However, after the good and evil of the past left, the contradictions were intensified, and the opposing factions were born. Gyuna saw with her own eyes that 1 black chess piece and 1 white chess piece were missing on her side. She said, "Is it because of the God realm center?" Tang Liu nodded, raised his hand and wiped it on the chessboard, and suddenly a light burst out from it, projecting 2 ancient and mysterious figures, 1 black and 1 white. He smiled and looked at Gyuna opposite. "Acquaintance." Gyuna snorted, with undisguised hatred in her eyes. "Unlucky things, why are you looking at them for me?" Tang Liu smiled and waved his hand to change the picture. This time, it was the God Realm Center that appeared in the projection. Before the good and evil of the past left the God Realm, they had to entrust the God Realm Center that they had controlled for a long time to others. At that time, the former Shura God had already inherited the throne and traveled far away, so the only ones who could hold power in the God Realm were life, destruction, and the new Shura who had just inherited the throne. Considering various factors, the two God Kings of the past did not hand over the symbol of power in the God Realm to the two elders who were born with them, life and destruction, but instead handed it over to the newly appointed Shura God. Gu Yuna couldn't help but ask, why? Tang Liu's expression was indifferent. Perhaps the two God Kings thought that the newly appointed Shura God was still weak in strength and connections in the God Realm, and it was easier to control him. Destruction and life are the elders of the God Realm. If there is really a day when they turn against each other, they have been in the God Realm for so many years. Can't they snatch the God Realm Center back from a new God King? And if you give it to the newcomer, when you two get tired of playing outside and want to return to the God Realm to take charge, they can ask the newcomer for it, and the newcomer can't refuse to give it. But if you give it to destruction and life, it may not be so easy to get it back. But unfortunately, the consciousness born from the rules obviously underestimated the cunningness of the living beings. Their ideas are good, and their worries are not unreasonable. Unfortunately, they misjudged the ambition hidden by my brother. And it just so happens that he is a person who is good at disguise and has enough talent. Gu Yuna felt a chill. What on earth is he trying to do? Tang Liu looked at her inscrutable. Your original body, yes, I mean the dragon god. You are one of his remains and clones. You should know the reason why he died back then, right? Gu Yuna was silent, and then said 4 words. Yes, it is the unspeakable one. Tang Liu nodded. The dragon god back then was the closest existence to it. But he failed, so he was punished, and then the sword of judgment of the 3 realms descended, beheading him into the golden and silver dragon kings, turning him into 2 new, independent individuals. I think you also know that neither you nor the one sealed in the God Realm are actually the original dragon god. Because you are both new consciousnesses, blending the few remaining memories of the dragon god. And the real dragon god consciousness has gone to an unknown place, falling into an unknown reincarnation. Gu Yuna added slowly, looking directly into Tang Liu's eyes. He is just a human? Why can he be so sure, and how can he touch the realm that the dragon god once touched? Tang Liu smiled and sighed, spreading his hands. Look, I am also a human, right? Gu Yuna was startled. So it's because of you? Seeing the blue young man opposite nodded, she doubted, but he is not you. Why? Tang Liu shook his finger and smiled. Why does he need to find a way out of his own or imitate me? Isn't there a ready-made way among all he knows now? Gu Yuna's expression became a little ugly. He actually wants to. Tang Liu supported his face with one hand and said nonchalantly, using children, it's not the first time he has done this. Gu Yuna was so angry that her eyes were full of murderous intent. But that's my child? Tang Liu looked at her jokingly. Yo, your future husband hasn't been born yet, and you're thinking about your child? Why don't you call me uncle first? Gu Yuna laughed angrily. It's a mistake for me to stay here. Don't say that. Cultivating a boyfriend. Don't you really consider giving it a try? Tang Liu teased, ignoring Gu Yuna's murderous look. Gu Yuna snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. What you said may be true. There are many contradictions within the God Realm now. But after you appeared, you became the target they need to unite against the outside world. Now that you are still alive, how can you be sure that they will fight against their own people again? You're right. Tang Liu still smiled, but what is supposed to happen will always happen. As long as time is long enough. He raised his hand, blue light leaped onto his fingertips, and the 10 circles of blue-black soul rings around him flashed by. He snapped his fingers, and at that moment, it seemed that everything in the universe disappeared. Only a blue light remained. The abnormality lasted only a short second, and it looked like he was slightly dazed for a while. But Gu Yuna was still keenly aware that something had become different. She looked around, and finally fixed her sight on the blue young man opposite. What did you do? Facing Gu Yuna's suspicious gaze, the smile on Tang Liu's face was impeccable. Nothing, just fast-forwarded time a little. The young man spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he had done something extremely insignificant, like throwing away garbage. And he ignored the look of surprise and doubt on the opposite side. Because he was just in high spirits, so that the chess game in front of him could officially begin. So, fast forward about 10,000 years, Gu Yuna, Pupil Earthquake JPG, The content is related to some of the settings of Douluo 4, but this article will not design the content of Douluo 4. Douluo 3 is the last part, and the plot will not be too involved with Douluo 3 itself. Doge, thanks to the friends who voted for the monthly ticket. See you tomorrow. Chapter 858 New Life. That's all I have to say. I still hold my view, the God realm needs to expand in order to gain more faith and power from the lower realms. It can also accept more humans from the lower realms who have cultivated to the peak, so as to create more God positions, the God of Destruction who spoke glance at Tang San who was sitting on the first seat. Besides, now we have lost the biggest source of telekinesis in the lower realms. Douluo star, Tang San frowned, somewhat displeased. That being said, the God realm now needs to be more cautious. I remember that I have emphasized many times that the God realm will encounter a disaster in recent years, and the God realm must work together to overcome this difficulty. The God of Destruction retorted, you keep saying that the God realm will be struck by a disaster, but I am at the same level as the God King. Why have I never noticed the premonition you mentioned? At this point, he looked at Tang San with a meaningful look, and said with a slight mockery, besides, now that you have not held the authority of the God King, although the God realm center is in your custody, can you really borrow its power completely? Who knows if you are exaggerating? Tang San's expression was ugly, and his eyes seemed to be about to burst out with substantial anger. Who present could not hear that he was secretly mocking himself for being the only God King who had not restored his own authority? He slapped the round table in front of him, almost standing up, and looked at the God of Destruction with the gritted teeth. But in the end, he just said too much bullying and did not take any other action. He seemed to hear a sneer from under the purple robe. Naked ridicule, naked contempt. Okay, Destruction. Finally, the goddess of life in green spoke up and acted as a peacemaker. She frowned slightly and said to the God of Destruction, what Shura God said makes sense. The current situation in the God realm is indeed not suitable for rushing to expand. Moreover, it is better to believe in disasters than not to believe in them. It will never be wrong to take precautions. The sharpness of the God of Destruction faded, and he snorted coldly, and finally said nothing more. Tang San's expression eased a little, and he said to the God of Destruction, God of Destruction, I cannot agree with the expansion of the God realm. But we can speed up the succession of the God's throne, so that more people who have cultivated to the peak in the lower realm can ascend to the God realm. The disaster of the God realm that I foresee may come within a year. Let's wait for another year. If the disaster does not come by then, I will leave the expansion of the God realm to you. How about it? The two scarlet dots under the purple hood of the God of Destruction flashed, and the aura of the whole person became a little calmer. Then followed the arrangement of the Shura God. A meeting finally ended without any danger, and Jidong and Lai Yan, who served as a foil, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The goddess of life also smiled, turned to Tang San and said, I see that the breath of life on the Shura God is strong recently, and I think new life will soon be born in the family. Tang San was stunned, and then his face was ecstatic. What does the goddess mean? The goddess of life smiled, God Shuro, go back and ask the one at home. I see. Thank you for the reminder, goddess. Tang San was delighted. And for a moment he no longer had the heart to dwell on it. Jidong and Lai Yan took the opportunity to say congratulations with a smile, and even the God of Destruction said congratulations lightly. Tang San smiled and agreed, and said, in this case, let's end today's regular meeting, and I will go back first. So how did Aunt reconcile with your father? Ho Yu Hao and Tang Wutong were strolling leisurely by the lake, and asked with a frown. Tang Wutong looked at him meaningfully and said, well, after all, more than 20 years have passed. After the initial Cold War, he insisted on apologizing to my mother. I didn't want my mother to be alone so pitifully, so I just let them go. After speaking, she couldn't help but smile. Come to think of it, their situations are pretty similar. Did Auntie just follow your request and keep Uncle hanging for a while before letting him go after her? Ho Yu Hao pinched her palm and said with a smile, how come you've been married for so long, and you still call me Uncle and Auntie? Tang Wutong smiled slyly and asked back, then don't you still call my mom Auntie? The two of them immediately made a scene. After resuming their hand-in-hand walk, Ho Yu Hao sighed and said, but I hope that the arrival of this new life can allow them to truly reconcile. I also hope that everything that happened before will not happen again. New life. Tang Wutong was stunned and looked at him. What are you talking about? Suddenly, as if he suddenly thought of something, he suddenly realized, are you saying that my mom is pregnant again? After being surprised, she muttered softly, Indeed, it's about time. Ho Yuheo didn't hear what she said next. He just nodded with some regret. Yes, more than 20 years seem to have passed in the blink of an eye. In the lower realm, it is a solid 10,000 years. It was so fast that I even had a sense of disobedience. But my feeling is right. After all, part of my power is related to living beings. So Wutong, you are about to have a younger brother. Tell me, how do you feel? Tang Wutong didn't pay much attention to what he said later. When he said the word disobedience, Tang Wutong looked at him strangely. It seems that Yuheo is really strong now, and he may even have vaguely noticed that his uncle fast-forwarded time. Seeing that she was suddenly dazed, Ho Yuheo called out, Wutong? What are you thinking about? Tang Wutong came back to her senses, smiled and said, nothing, I was just thinking about going to see my mother later, and then finding time to secretly take her to the prenatal checkup. What do you think, Yuheo? Ho Yuheo thought about it and nodded. Well, it's indeed possible, at least it can give me peace of mind. Although there are two people in the God realm, me and the goddess of life, the possibility of various accidents is almost zero. Tang Wutong smiled and eyed him. Okay, I know you are capable. Ho Yuheo grabbed her wrist and moved closer with a smile. Then Wutong, you said we have been married for more than 20 years. When are we going to have a child? Tang Wutong blushed immediately, broke away from him, shook her head frantically, and ran away. No, I'm still a mama's girl, and I'm not ready to be a mother. Ho Yuheo ran after her. That doesn't matter. I will continue to treat you like a little princess until the day you are willing to become the queen. Ah, so corny. The territory of destruction. The god of destruction embraced the goddess of life. The goddess of life snuggled in his arms and whispered, I'm sorry, Ziozi, we can't have a child. The god of destruction hugged her tightly, and something flashed in his eyes that others couldn't see. He said, it's okay, Ziolu, there will be a way. There will be a way. Just wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. He finally murmured in his heart. The dog author was extremely unwell yesterday and has already started practicing Baduan Jin. JPG, friends, take good protection, and friends who are not infected should continue to be careful. Thank you to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Chapter 859 Shadow of Light and Dark. Even with a 1-year deadline, are you sure they will fight in the end? I don't think the god of destruction is such a brainless and impatient guy. Looking at the chessboard in front of her, although the chess pieces have not moved yet, but she can already feel the undercurrent, Gu Yuna can't help but speak out in confusion. Tang Liu smiled mysteriously and said, he will. Why? Tang Liu didn't answer her, but looked at the chessboard and said something irrelevant. Although Tang San has not yet regained the authority of the Shura god, he is a dual god after all, and the god of destruction still has to be wary of him on the surface. So if he is smart, he will definitely set his sights on my sister-in-law, who is now nearly 3 months pregnant. And when he ascended to the god realm that year, he also brought our common partners with him. So if the god of destruction wants to exercise power safely after taking over the god realm center, he must attack them at the same time, and it must be a swift and resolute means to suppress them with one blow. The god of destruction represents all the negative gods in the god realm. He controls 7 first-level gods of the 7 deadly sins and 1 god of destruction, a total of 8 first-level gods. Among our former partners, there is no need to worry about the current god of food and 9-colored goddess, and there is no need to spend too much effort. Then most of his main forces will focus on dealing with the remaining god of Phoenix, god of war, and god of speed. The god of Phoenix is alone. They have been in the god realm for more than 40 years. Destruction must know that the god of war and the god of speed confuse their spirits, so these two people must be the main gathering point of destruction's power. But it happens that the god realm's new birthday god king, Ho Yuheo, is also here, Gu Yuna said, so no matter how many first-level gods destruction sends over, it will be in vain. That's right. Tang Liu smiled and moved his fingers, and saw the purple and black chess pieces on Gu Yuna's side move forward, so in order to balance this side, so that this legendary drama of the god realm can be performed smoothly, at the same time, several chess pieces on his side also moved forward at the same time. It's time for them to appear. About half a year later, the dark tide in the god realm finally surged. It started with the god of food and the 9-colored goddess being abducted by the god of original sin, gluttony. At that time, Tang San was in the god realm committee, checking the various matters related to the lower world reported by the god realm patrol officer. Although there was no abnormality at all, The lower world mental power absorbed by the God realm has been inexplicably reduced recently. Perhaps it should be related to the disaster he had a premonition of. And today, his eyelids twitched violently, as if something bad was going to happen. Fortunately, he had sent his parents back to Douluo continent in advance. Over the years, he had tried to find the whereabouts of Douluo star. After all, it was related to a very important layout of his. Even Tang Hao and Yin who were sent back were part of his plan. It was just a pity that the outsider really cut off the connection between the God realm and Douluo star. That one hammer to turn the stars seemed to have really made Douluo star move with the stars to a light year away from where they could no longer find it, spanning an immeasurable time gap. Whenever he thought of it, he couldn't help but feel terrified and gnashing with hatred. Only the fact that he had successfully sealed his power could barely bring him some psychological comfort. But soon he had no time to think about anything else. Because outside the God Realm Committee, a purple-black cloud had already shrouded it. The agreed place of imprisonment was in a forest in the God Realm called the Forbidden Land of Gods. There was an ancient castle in the middle of the forest, and that was the prison carefully selected by the God of Destruction for Tang San and others. The God of Gluttony was the first to complete the task. After all, the God of Food and the Nine-Colored Goddess, two second-level gods with no compatibility at all, were completely insignificant to him, a first-level god. He had just left the residence of the God of Food and the Nine-Colored Goddess not long ago and was on his way to the Forbidden Land of Gods. This rebellion came suddenly, and he was also given the easiest task, so he was naturally relaxed at this time. But as he walked, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because the light around him, I don't know when, quietly dimmed. Do you know why I chose Su Yu and Su Chen? Tang Liu looked at the gold chess pieces surrounding Gu Yuna's dark yellow chess pieces and the black chess pieces with a circle of bright edges on the chessboard, and said to Gu Yuna with a smile. Gu Yuna rolled her eyes. He was still sleeping to heal his wounds at that time. How could I know? Tang Liu didn't care, but just said to himself, in addition to the fact that the two of them also have martial soul fusion skills that can correspond to Daim Yubei and Zhu Xiuqing, it is really their martial souls that really have a very large operational space. At that moment, he activated several of his own soul skills. The first soul skill, Shadow Body, combined with the seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, can completely transform his body into omnipresent darkness. The fifth soul skill, Shadow Silence, makes the darkness he incarnates undetectable and cannot arouse vigilance. The sixth soul skill, Shadow Instant, allows him to appear in any dark place at any time. Then, it is the fourth soul skill, Shadow Flash. In the microseconds or even shorter time intervals when the nerves are completely unable to react. He had quietly come to the first-level god, and even searched him in a big way until he caught the God of Food and the Nine-Colored Goddess who were imprisoned in his sleeves. Then he brought people and suddenly flashed back to the distant original position. If the Shadow Douluo of the Nether Abyss Vision is the most terrifying assassin in the dark, then the light and Shadow Douluo of the Guangayao realm is the most terrifying executioner in the daytime. So when the God of Gluttony noticed that the darkness was dissipating rapidly, the strong light that was enough to blind the god had already bloomed around him. At that moment, it seemed to be close to the surface of a star. The most powerful light source in the world. Unlike Su Chen's various soul skills that mainly focus on concealment, Su Yu is a true frontal attack spirit master. When she turns into light, few people can catch her. Because even the first-level god in front of him can't catch the light. She comes at the speed of light, but she is not as harmless as the sun. No matter how light the particles are, if they have extremely terrifying speeds, the destructive power they can cause should not be underestimated. Moreover, she can also trigger a fusion explosion that is no less than a solar flare. The fourth soul skill, Light and Shadow Condensation, condenses countless photons together, changes their properties and gives them mass. The fifth soul skill, Light and Shadow Blazing, provides unimaginable ultra-high temperature reaction conditions. The sixth soul skill, Light and Shadow Destruction, Nuclear Fusion. So when the God of Gluttony was blinded by the strong light, destructive high temperature and impact rose up beside him. Fortunately, he was still a first-level god. Only then did he avoid being carbonized and torn to pieces on the spot. Aren't they still level 99? Are the soul skills of mortal soul masters so powerful? Gu Yuna asked blankly. Tang Liu smiled. From the original effects of other soul skills, of course it's not so outrageous. But I said, their martial spirits have a lot of room for operation. So it's not difficult to teach them a little bit and develop the use of soul skills, right? And the god of gluttony is not dead yet, after all, they haven't transcended yet. Gu Yuna's expression was hard to describe. After glancing at Tang Liu, she muttered, "No wonder you didn't let me go up with you, because she is of no use at all, right?" Su Yu, showing a kind smile, "A real woman should create explosions with her own hands." Su Chen, the dedicated author, has carefully set the soul skills for each character, Doge, thanks to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Chapter 860 gradually unfolds. The Phoenix God's residence is a volcano full of lava. The ones who came to capture him were lust and wrath, two of the 7 deadly sins. After a fake fight, the Phoenix God was finally tightly wrapped by the dark red ribbon. But before the lust god could sneer at the wrath god who suddenly intervened, the Phoenix God, who was wrapped like a dumpling by the dark red ribbon, was taken away by a flash of cold light and disappeared in the distance in an instant. The 2 first-level gods were stunned, and then their faces changed and they immediately chased after him. However, they could not even see the tail of the sharp cold light, and could only barely track the light pink petals under its falling. It seemed like a clue left deliberately, leading them over. When Hou Yuhao noticed the strange breath around him, he was chatting and laughing with Tang Wutong beside him, thinking about what fresh dishes he should cook for the whole family tonight. The 2 of them stopped smiling and looked in a certain direction. Dark blue, dark gold, dark green, dark pink, 4 different lights shot up into the sky, dyeing the nearby sky with evil spirits. Hou Yuhao frowned, and 7 circles of light suddenly rose behind his head, representing the first-level god, the god of emotions. Tang Wutong followed closely behind him, and the 5 circles of light behind her head were the butterfly god. Soon, the doors of the 2 wooden houses next to him were pushed open, and 4 figures walked out. 2 blonde men who looked to be in their 30s, and 2 women in their 20s. Dai Mubei and Zhu Ziuqing, Dai Hao and Hou Yuner. As soon as they came out, Dai Mubei and Zhu Ziuqing also prepared for battle at the first time, and 5 circles of light rose behind their heads. Dai Hao and Hou Yuner ascended to the god realm as mortals, and their strength was only the weakest priests. It can be said that they had no fighting power at all. So Hou Yuhao and Tang Wutong walked to them calmly and protected them in front of them. "Are you the newborn god king?" As a voice with a proud tone came, the owners of the 4 lights also appeared one after another. There is no doubt that they are all first-level gods with 7 circles of light behind their heads. A man walked out of the dark blue light. He was the one who spoke earlier. He raised his chin, looked at people with his nose, and looked at Hou Yuhao unscrupulously. After seeing the 7 circles of light behind Hou Yuhao's head, his expression became more contemptuous. He said, "He is obviously only a first-level god. I don't understand why the adults want us to be careful." He glanced at Dai Hao and Hou Yuner casually, and sneered, "Besides, the guys here don't look like they have any fighting power." The man next to him with a dark golden light behind his head frowned and said, "Arrogant, don't be rude." Hou Yuhao's expression darkened, and his eyes swept over the 4 first-level gods in front of him one by one. "Arrogant, greedy, lazy, jealous, you are subordinates of the god of destruction." The god of arrogance snorted disdainfully. "Yes, so what?" The god of greed said, "I am really sorry for visiting you without permission today. It's just that my master hopes that the god king can stay here for the time being today." Hou Yuhao stared at him, his eyes flashing. The heart of the god of greed suddenly felt cold, as if he was being watched. It was as if all his secrets were revealed in the eyes of the black-haired young man opposite him. But Hou Yuhao did not do much. He just said calmly, "I said a long time ago that whatever they do has nothing to do with me, just don't bother me." But obviously, he broke his promise today. The god of greed instantly broke into cold sweat. "Sorry, Lord God King." But he was interrupted by the god of pride next to him with a cold sneer. "Why waste all this time talking to him? In my opinion, just take action and capture all the people and take them to the forbidden land of the gods." Before the god of greed could curse the angry fool in his heart, he saw the black-haired young man opposite him tilt his head with interest, and his eyes fell on the god of pride. "God of pride." The young man seemed to have suddenly thought of something and casually said the name of the god next to him. The god of pride still had that arrogant look. "It's me." "What's wrong?" The god of greed had already sensed some fear. The black-haired young man stared at the god of pride with his eyes. After a while, he smiled mockingly and whispered, "Do you know that pride is also a kind of emotion?" The god of pride sneered and was about to refute, But then he was shocked by a sense of crisis like death. He looked at the light wheel behind Hao's head, and his body immediately took off. The divine power surged all over his body, and he was about to launch a counterattack. But he suddenly froze in the air and could no longer move. The god of greed looked at Hao, and his scalp tingled. Before he could take any action, he quickly said, "Lord God King, please show mercy," but Hao pretended to have never heard anything. Looking at the god of pride who was frozen in the air, he tilted his head, confused all the arrogant emotions in his body, and then detonated them. The dark blue light suddenly became stronger, and at the same time, the god of greed asked envy and laziness to save people. But the three of them were still a step late. The dark blue light became dazzling and had reached a critical point of explosion. But the god of pride did not explode on the spot. Because before that, the surrounding time and space had been frozen for a moment. Then, the falling plum blossom slowly floated past a fixed side of everyone. Hao frowned, and the halo behind his head suddenly turned into 9 circles of gray and green, breaking through the time blockade of that moment, and turned his head to look at another place. The dark blue light surged, and those plum blossoms actually forcibly reversed the process of the death of the god of pride. He fell, half knelt on the ground and gasped for breath. He looked at Hao with fear, especially when he saw the 9 circles of halo behind Hao's head. His body couldn't help but tremble. And where Hao's eyes were fixed, the brown-haired girl with a faint expression put down the 7-star plum branch she had raised. Hao's eyes became a little doubtful for a moment. "Are you a human spirit, master?" This sentence immediately made everyone's eyes turn to the brown-haired girl. Then Hao heard 2 confused voices behind him, musing. The brown-haired girl's eyes passed Hao and fell on the 2 people behind him. She nodded lightly and said, "Long time no see, both of you." Hao turned around and saw that the people who spoke were Daimyubei and Zuziuking. He hesitated and asked, "Do you know each other?" However, Daimyubei and Zuziuking just nodded and didn't have time to answer him. Because at that time, a black-haired boy with an indifferent expression suddenly appeared in the shadows behind the 2. The black-haired boy put his hands on the shoulders of the 2 and said, "Your Majesty, Queen, I'm sorry." Then, he took the 2 of them and disappeared together, so fast that even Hao couldn't react. Just as he was stunned, a golden girl's figure suddenly appeared behind Dai Hao and Hao. She put her arm around their shoulders with a smile, and said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry." Tang Wutong noticed it one step ahead, and immediately condensed the light of the butterfly god and threw it accurately at the girl. But the girl just smiled at her, and the light of the butterfly god spontaneously dissipated into light elements, and merged into her golden body. Then the next second, just like the boy just now, she disappeared without a trace with Dai Hao and Hao. Thanks to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Chapter 861, The Return of the Angel. Tang Liu moved the gold and black chess pieces. All irrelevant personnel have left the field. Now, he placed a piece in front of the red and blue chess pieces and the purple and black chess pieces of Gu Yuna's side. You can exert your full strength and truly begin. It was a platinum chess piece with a sacred aura. The day when the angels return to the kingdom of God is the time to sincerely transcend. Outside the castle of the God Realm Committee, the sky has completely turned purple and black under the influence of the almost infinite destruction thoughts. Looking around, there are dark clouds flashing with purple lightning, and the figure of the god of destruction stands under the heavy clouds. Tang San is also floating in the air at this time, looking at the god of destruction from a distance. His face is a little cold, looking at the god of destruction and saying in a deep voice, "Destruction, are you really going to start a rebellion?" The god of destruction's tone is full of sarcasm. It has come to this point, why bother asking this question? Be sensible and hand over the God Realm Center as soon as possible. A flash of cruelty flashed across Tang San's eyes, when we asked the 2 God Kings of goodness and evil to come back and redetermine the ownership of the God Realm Center. You also voted in favor of keeping it with me. Now you want to take the God Realm Center back from me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The god of destruction looked indifferent, but the mockery in his words was undiminished. At that time, we felt sorry for you not yet recovering the authority of the God King, so we handed the God Realm Center to you to balance our strength, so as to avoid resentment in your heart. Tang San seemed to be suddenly insulted, and his expression was ugly. But the god of destruction did not give him a chance to refute, and continued to mock aggressively. And now, I think you can no longer take the God Realm one step further, so this God Realm center should naturally be controlled by someone else, someone who can use it to take the God Realm to a higher level. Me, Tang San held the golden trident tightly in his hand, suppressed his emotions, and said in a deep voice, "Where's the goddess of life? Does the goddess of your actions today know? She is also one of the law enforcers of the God Realm. As long as she appears now and has no objection to this, I will immediately offer you the God Realm center with both hands." The God of Destruction sneered, "You have been guessing for so long, why haven't good and evil appeared yet? Do you think you still have bargaining chips to negotiate with me?" Tang San opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but suddenly heard a familiar, panicked cry. Brother San. Looking back, he saw Xiao Wu, who was held hostage by the God of Destruction and was nearly 9 months pregnant. He looked at the God of Destruction in horror. "You actually let the God of Destruction sneak into the God Realm Committee with your law enforcer badge?" The God of Destruction still looked indifferent. "The God Realm Center, the pregnant wife. Choose one, see God." Tang San gritted his teeth. Despicable, but the God of Destruction smiled and stretched out a hand. "Thank you." There was no other way. Tang San had no choice but to hand over the God Realm Center. Seeing the key to control the God Realm fall into the hands of the God of Destruction, he couldn't help but laugh. "Congratulations, you finally got what you wanted." The God of Destruction just looked at the God Realm Center in his hand and ignored him. So Tang San had to compromise and said, "My wife is about to give birth. How about at least finding a comfortable place for us?" The God of Destruction put away the God Realm Center and said lightly, "Go." The God of Destruction took Xiao Wu and disappeared in a purple light. Tang San just looked at the place where they disappeared silently. No one noticed the inexplicable divine light flashing in his eyes. The God of Destruction stepped on the void and slowly walked towards him. Tang San became a little alert. "What are you going to do?" "Of course, I have to take some precautions, so that you don't cause trouble for me with the strength of the God King." The God of Destruction said lightly, and then raised a hand. Tang San did not dodge, as if he felt that in the current situation, dodging was no longer necessary. But when he looked at the hand raised by the God of Destruction, the corners of his lips moved slightly. It seemed like a playful smile that disappeared quickly. But the God of Destruction did not succeed in the end. Because there was a slow applause in the air. "A good show." Tang San and the God of Destruction looked up together. A ray of pure and noble light tore through the purple-black clouds of destruction, casting a sacred mark. And the blonde woman, dressed in plain white, who looked holy and elegant, just bathed in the scattered light and walked slowly step by step. The inclined light column formed by the light was like a ladder leading to the kingdom of God. She was the goddess who stepped down from the kingdom of God and walked down the stairs. There was no deliberate gesture or expression, but when she came from a high place, she naturally asked the people below to look up. So she looked so noble and arrogant, and otherworldly, and untouchable by the world. She spoke with a smile, as if joking and teasing, but there was no smile on her face. Then she stood still in the void, her white long skirt fluttering, as if it was immersed in water and moving lightly, surging out layers of waves like clouds. She looked down at the God of Destruction with a mocking smile. "I didn't expect that the dignified God King of the God Realm would use the power of the ancient seal just to seize power." The God of Destruction looked up at her, put down his hand, and said nothing more. Tang San said in doubt, "Are you Jinring Su?" He finally read out the name that had been in his memory for a long time. Muttered, "No, it's impossible. How are you still alive?" Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he looked at the man in the sky with bloodshot eyes. "No, if he is still alive, why did you appear in the God Realm? Could it be that, he shuddered suddenly. If it was really as he guessed, the outsider had finally entered the God Realm. But his thoughts were interrupted by the laughter of the blonde woman. She smiled and just said, "Long time no see, Tang San." The tone was like greeting an old friend. Tang San's expression was complicated and ugly, but he was unable to say the response yet, "Long time no see." Because the blonde woman looked down at him with pity. She said, "It doesn't require him to take action just to disrupt the God Realm." She lowered her eyes, and her appearance was clearly a sacred one that showed compassion for all living beings. The words, however, were mocking and pitying for the weak, high and mighty, contradictory, and seemed to be as it should be. "Because, you don't deserve it." The ugly expression on the face of the man below, who was dressed in azure blue like the sea, pleased her very well at this moment. When he uttered some unpleasant words, she slightly curled the corners of her lips and said, "You know, Tang San, Tang San looked at her with an obscure expression. For so long, I have been looking forward to this moment day and night, anytime and anywhere. The platinum light bloomed on her body, and soon spread to her entire long skirt, until the whole person seemed to have turned into a platinum statue. The light blurred her plain clothes, but it couldn't cover her graceful and fiery body curves. Then the golden light dissipated, turning into white and gold skirt armor, making her look like a war goddess in heaven. Golden feathers fluttered in the air, and when the white wings spread behind her, the god of destruction looked at her. You are finally back. Angel god, it's the kind of transformation that Sailor Moon does. Doge, thank you for the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. Chapter 862, Continuation of the Past. Don't use your self-righteous reputation to tarnish me. Besides, you are not worthy of the word God. Jin Ringsu stretched out a few pairs of white wings with a golden light behind her, looking at the god of destruction below, and said with a slight mockery. Now I am just a sincere chanter, a hymnist of all noble qualities, and a patron of my lord. He turned his head to look at Tang San, smiling. Of course, I can also be the punisher of those who are disrespectful, rebellious, and blasphemous. Tang San clenched the golden trident in his hand for a moment. What are you going to do? What? Jin Ringsu tilted her head, her tone funny and regretful. The dispute between the two of you back then has not really been decided. Circles of soul rings gradually rose from the soles of her feet. Black, 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 red, red, red. Until the last circle of blazing platinum. 10 circles of spirit rings rose up until they were behind her head, just like the divine halos behind Tang San and the god of destruction. The black spirit ring in the 5th circle lit up, and she raised her hand and grasped a snow-white rapier, pointing directly at Tang San below. Today, you are still the sea god, and I am also an angel. She smiled provocatively. Let's continue the battle we had back then, and see who is better. We are both genius spirit masters on Douluo continent. How about that? Tang San sneered. Don't overestimate yourself. Don't forget that if it weren't for him, you would have died under my sure sword. Besides, your angelic position was destroyed at that time. What qualifications do you have to speak rudely in front of me with a mortal body, or even challenge me? Jin Ringsu laughed. Yes, it is thanks to you that I can give up the shackle-like position of God and come to this point now. Now this, she raised the rapier in her hand, and the light behind her was the sun, which was so dazzling that people could not look directly at it. The spirit rings behind her head moved rhythmically and flashed one by one. You have to look up to it too. The black spirit rings arranged in the 6th circle lit up. Even though more than 40 years have passed, Tang San still remembers Jin Ringsu's spirit skills. In his memory, her 6th soul skill was called Angel's Roar, a soul skill that instantly converted mental power into sound wave attacks, and its power should not be underestimated. So the moment he saw her 6th soul ring light up, he reminded her, be mentally defensive, and if possible, it's best to close your hearing. He did so. But the laughter of the woman in the sky still rang in his mind. She laughed and sneered, ignorant and foolish people, do you really think I am still the angel soul master before? Tang San had a bad premonition in an instant. As the narrator of the will of the kingdom of heaven, I hereby announce the order of my lord to you. Jin Ringsu's voice was solemn and sacred, and it was as if she was chanting some kind of praise poem. This is the holy oracle of the god of heaven, the 6th soul skill, the holy oracle. God's judgment is arrogant and rude. God's words are guilty, and they are indeed guilty. The guilty body will be baptized by the sacredness. The punishment deprives them of all their powers. They cannot be disobeyed. In an instant, Tang San felt terrified, as if his body was covered with a layer of inexplicable heavy shackles. The divine power slowed down under the shackles, and his communication with the divine position and power seemed to be cut off. Jin Ringsu's eyes were cold and sarcastic, and the 1st and 2nd soul rings lit up one after another. May the holy light purify your soul, and may the holy fire cleanse your body. The former angel assault and angel feather blade evolved into the current holy light and holy fire. Across the void, she lightly raised the holy sword in her hand, and the white gold sacred fire ignited on Tang San's body, like a maggot attached to the bone. Another light broke through the destructive clouds in the sky and shone on Tang San. Not only did it burn everything on him, it also made the holy fire burn more fiercely. The pain in his body and soul made Tang San extremely shocked. He wanted to communicate with the power of the sea god with all his strength, relying on the endless water elements of the sea to extinguish the strange flames. But there was also the restriction of the shackles of nothingness, so it was a drop in the bucket. He also realized that he could not just sit there and wait for death. Tang San endured the pain in his body, raised the golden trident, and released several waves of unfixed wind. The speed of the unfixed wind was so fast that it almost reached Jin Ringsu in the blink of an eye and was about to restrict her. Jin Ringsu sneered when Tang San raised his hand, and her third soul ring flashed, and she turned into light and flashed away from her original position. And where she was before, it was replaced by a white and gold energy body that was almost identical to him. The aura of the unfixed wind wave was on the energy body, but it was not restricted by the unfixed wind wave, and even raised the holy sword formed by energy, and once again applied holy light and holy fire to Tang San. Tang San's pressure increased suddenly. The third soul skill, Holy Spirit. Summon the divine spirit body to assist in the battle. After failing to hit, Tang San still did not lose his composure. He no longer used the unfixed wind wave, but picked up his clear sky hammer. The 8 wings of the sea god spread out from behind, and rushed towards Jin Ringsu in the air. At the same time, the cold murderous aura spread, and the white pattern on the clear sky hammer seemed to light up. Killing God domain. Seeing this, Jin Ringsu sneered, I didn't expect that after so many years, you haven't improved at all. Do you still want to use the chaotic cloak dance to deal with me like before? Having his purpose discovered, Tang San did not respond, but stared at Jin Ringsu coldly, then raised the clear sky hammer in his hand and smashed it down again. Jin Ringsu snorted lightly, and the moment the clear sky hammer fell, the third and fourth spirit rings lit up one after another. She shook and disappeared again, leaving only some white feathers and another holy spirit figure on the spot. The holy spirit raised his hand and firmly grasped the clear sky hammer in his hand. Tang San's expression changed, and Jin Ringsu, who was not far away, watched all this with cold eyes, chuckled and said, I want to see how you, who have nowhere to exert force, can use the force to counter the force and complete the superposition of the chaotic cloak. Someone's chanting came from the air, sounding like young children chanting in unison. With a flash of golden light, the strength of the Holy Spirit's hand suddenly increased, and the clear sky hammer was pressed down by it. The fourth soul skill, Holy Blessing. Tang San tried his best, but he couldn't stop the slowly falling arm. His expression was condensed, and he controlled the killing god domain to form a killing surprise attack to attack the Holy Spirit in front of him. But he obviously forgot that there was another Holy Spirit on the field, as well as Jin Ringsu herself. When the holy light broke through the dark clouds in the sky and shone down, Tang San had to distract himself to resist the golden holy sword that fell with the light. The other Holy Spirit not only controlled the holy light and holy fire to erode him at any time, but also summoned holy swords one after another to fall like meteors to attack him. For a moment, he was a little tired of dealing with it. Jin Ringsu took the opportunity to laugh at him. You can't even deal with my Holy Spirit, Tang San. You really spoil my fun. She looked at Tang San's dark expression and reminded him with some regret, if you still regard me as a mortal spirit master, or the former first-level god of angels, then there is no need to continue this battle. Hearing this, Tang San snorted coldly, and his aura suddenly changed. A blood-red light burst out, an endless cold murderous aura gushed out. The power that was almost completely opposite to the sacred aura instantly wiped out the 2 holy spirits on the field. The bloodlight dissipated, and Tang San had become blood-red all over, and the halo behind his head also turned into 9 circles of blood. He held the somewhat dimmed Shura sword, his expression extremely cold. I have lost the authority of Shura God, but the power of the God King is still there. Jin Ringsu, don't overestimate your own abilities. The purple-black color of the sky was occupied by half of the blood red, and the places where the holy light broke were also covered with blood again. Even the life that had just burned in him was completely extinguished. Jin Ringsu's expression finally faded, and she looked more serious. She waved the holy sword in her hand, curled her lips and said, after all, you can only rely on the position of Shura God to suppress me. But then she laughed twice and said what a pity. Tang San couldn't figure out what tricks she had. Jin Ringsu just glanced at the god of destruction next to her and raised the tip of the sword contemptuously. You two, come on together. Thank you to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Jin Ringsu. Pray, it's too late, fake doge. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863, The Day the Kingdom of God Arrives. I once burned everything, foolishly like a moth that flies into the fire. Even if I was destined to burn in the dazzling blood flames, I was lucky enough to reduce the temperature of the flames. However, the fact is that those who are enemies are stepping stones given by God to him. No matter how brilliant we are ultimately the fuel for his brilliance. No matter how talented and arrogant we were still in vain. This is the sadness of the supporting role. Fortunately, he gave me a sincere heart and reshaped everything of mine with boundless faith. I was bathed in the holy light, washed clean by the holy fire, echoed the praises of the heavenly messengers, listened to the sacred songs, and was reborn. The day I returned to the kingdom of God. It was the time of sincerity and transcendence. But now I can face the two God Kings directly and have spare energy. In the name of the 10,000 great ways. From now on, I will follow his footsteps with a sincere heart. Listen to the whispers of all things and seek higher peaks. This is his promise to her. It is also her promise to him. But now, it is not the time to really let go. Because it was agreed that the Shura would be nailed to her cross of innocence. So in the end, the battle did not start. Because the second after Jinriksu said let's go together, a huge energy conflict suddenly broke out somewhere in the God realm. Tang San and the God of Destruction were attracted by the movement over there. The unfamiliar energy was surrounded by rich elemental fluctuations. Tang San's expression changed, and he immediately said to the God of Destruction, she has accomplices. Quick, use the God realm center to go there. The God of Destruction did not hesitate and immediately activated the power of the God realm center. In addition to teleporting over, he also took this opportunity to sound the alarm in the God realm. A short message was sent to all the gods in the God realm through the God realm center in an instant. Invaders are emerging in the God realm. A holy light shone down and easily interrupted his teleportation process. Tang San and Destruction looked up at the same time and saw Jinriksu's teasing and contemptuous eyes. The holy sword in her hand fluttered into flying feathers. The 10th platinum spirit ring behind her head suddenly lit up. At this moment, Tang San's eyelids twitched wildly. Condensing the murderous aura of the Shura god, he stabbed fiercely. Originally, he should have used the killer move Shura Blood Sword directly. But the authority of the Shura god has been ended, so he can only attack with his strong divine power. Although it is not as good as the ultimate move Shura Blood Sword, its power should not be underestimated. But the sword blade condensed by boundless murderous aura was dissolved and dispersed by the mysterious power when it approached Jinriksu, who was full of sacred light. They heard her chuckle at the same time. As long as you have a sincere heart, the Lord will forgive all your sins. The wings behind her spread out. At this moment, the sacred light tore through the blood red and purple black of the sky until it forcibly evaporated all the miscellaneous colors. The bright sun has never been as dazzling as it is now. And this dazzling light has only become a background board behind her. The platinum light, starting from the 10th spirit ring, gradually spread outward. Until all the soul rings behind her head were dyed into sacred and dazzling white gold color. She spread her hands. The white gold armor turned into a white dress again. So, the ancient bell rang from a distance. Pray to me, it's not too late now. You may not be able to see such a shocking scene again in this lifetime. Amid the sudden and melodious singing of children, a magnificent and dreamy kingdom full of laughter and joy slowly came from afar, pushing aside the heavy clouds. Until the misty clouds also spread all over the body. Until the strange and awe-inspiring kingdom of heaven seemed to have absorbed the entire divine world. And the figure who summoned this kingdom had long disappeared in the chanting and the clouds. The chanter of the kingdom of God, the 9th soul skill of Angel Douluo. The day when the kingdom of God descends. Not long after Su Yu and Su Chen took away the two couples of the Dai family respectively, 3 figures arrived one after another. The first one had a little charred color on his body and looked exasperated. He was the god of gluttony among the 7 deadly sins. The next 2 were the god of lust and the god of wrath, who had been following the sword light to no avail and had been looking for pink and white petals all the way. When they saw the other 4 gods of original sin, all 3 were stunned. The god of greed spoke first, frowning and said, "Why are you 3 here?" The god of gluttony was so angry that he jumped up and down. "I was ambushed on the way to the forbidden land of the gods, and almost lost my life. The 2 gods I caught are also gone." The expression of the god of greed changed, and he looked at lust and anger beside him. Where are you two? The god of lust paused, and said, they were kidnapped by unknown people. The god of greed immediately had a bad premonition. So besides us, who else are you going to capture? Hao, who had been watching for a long time, looked at the three newly appeared original sin gods and raised his eyebrows and spoke. The three gods only noticed him then, and when they saw the 9 circles of light behind his head, their expressions changed. The god of greed felt extremely tricky. If the targets on the other 2 sides were gone, then their action this time could be said to be a complete failure. And now, they have to face a god king. However, his eyes were cast on the brown-haired girl not far away. She was still pinching the branch with 7 small flowers, with no expression on her face, but her whole body was in a state of tension at any time. According to what the new god king said before, this girl seemed to be human. Although it is not known how she ascended to the god realm with a mortal body, it is very suspicious anyway. So the god of greed rolled his eyes and said to Hao, Lord God King, we apologize for the offense today. But for now, we should focus our primary target on this person of unknown origin. What do you think? Hao did not reply, but glanced at the brown-haired girl not far away. The reaction of Daimyo and Zhu King before they were abducted was the reason why he had not taken any action yet. From what the two said before, the girl's name was Mu Jing. Maybe, she was from the same era as Daimyo and Zhu King. In other words, it might be related to the Grandmaster. So is all this happening again as some unknown arrangement of the Grandmaster? He was thinking. And suddenly he noticed the strange energy fluctuations in the distance. When he looked up, he saw the purple-black and blood-red that occupied the horizon. There was also an inexplicably dazzling platinum light. After a simple feeling, his heart tightened. Because in his senses, it was clearly the breath of a stranger, but not weaker than that of the God King. It was also at this time that he noticed a short message in his mind. Invaders emerged in the God realm. Obviously, someone used the God realm central to send this message. Almost at the same time, the alarm sound that almost resounded throughout the God realm also reached his ears. Hao frowned, and the expressions of the other people present also changed. Except for Mu Jing, who seemed to have known everything for a long time. Soon after, several figures appeared in the surroundings. They were all gods from the God realm who rushed here quickly because of the alarm and the guidance of the God realm central. The first to appear were naturally the other first-level gods. The 7 elemental gods corresponding to the 7 original sin gods. When they came, their eyes fell on Mu Jing, and their expressions were surprised. Mu Jing also saw them, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. But there was no smile in her eyes. Finally here, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, 3 red, 9 circles of soul rings rose from her feet one by one. Hao's eyebrows jumped, and he shouted, "Go!" But the colorful plum blossoms have fallen all over the ground. The indescribable elemental storm has been set off by the girl. Before anyone could react, it had already swept everyone in. Hao only had time to protect Tang Wutong behind him. When he looked at Mu Jing again, he saw the silver dragon scales faintly emerging from under her skin. Thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow, after the sincere transcendence. Whose turn is it, Doge? Chapter 864, Fight. It's not easy to do something transcendental, and they are not as special as you. Listening to Tang Liu's words, Guiyuna looked at the colorful chess pieces on the chessboard in front of her, surrounded by dozens of chess pieces, and thought for a while before saying, "Are you referring to the monarch's heart?" Tang Liu shook his head. "No, I mean that you are already comparable to the God King, or even surpass the God King. At present, they are just touching the threshold of God, and are still human soul masters of level 99. His eyes fell on the 7 bright 7-colored chess pieces. Then a rose gold chess piece fell. "I have never doubted Zhang Xin's ability, so I have already prepared a stepping stone for her to go a step further." Guiyuna seemed to have suddenly realized, so from the moment she first met me, even until now, Tang Liu curled his lips slightly. "Maybe it's just a coincidence. And it comes from your few kind hearts." The mysterious elemental storm came so fiercely. As the 7 elemental gods themselves, they all tried their best to control the rioting elemental forces around them at the moment the storm started, intending to calm them down. But the elemental forces that used to be as easy to control as a rock were now as difficult to exert as pushing a huge rock. The 7 first-level gods exerted their full strength, but only stopped the raging elemental storm for a short second. The 7 gods looked at a brown-haired girl who was standing still in the center of the storm. The bright silver light flashing on her skin was so shocking. Hou Yuhao could still move freely in the raging elemental storm with his tyrannical strength. He protected Tang Wutong behind him, and then raised his hand to stop Mu Jing's current actions. But at this moment, the distant and magnificent kingdom of God descended. A white gold light flashed, and everyone was teleported and dispersed. When his vision was restored, Hou Yuhao found that he and Tang Wutong were the only ones left. His heart sank. Sure enough, the worst situation still happened. He turned and looked at Tang Wutong. "Wutong, do you know those people?" Tang Wutong shook her head decisively. "Are you going to ask if those people are related to my uncle?" "I don't know either." Hou Yuhao nodded slightly, looking thoughtful, and did not speak for the time being. Tang Wutong, "Yuhao, the God realm is going to be in chaos. What should we do now?" Hou Yuhao narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't contact anyone for the time being. Let's find out where my parents were taken first, and then, wait and see." He had a hunch. He should be able to see acquaintances in the God realm. Under the blessing of the power of the Silver Dragon King, Mu Jing's current 7-star plum has a stronger control over the 7 elemental forces than the 7 first-level elemental gods. Seeing that the 7 elemental gods had revealed the elemental colors they represented in the elemental storm, and even became almost transparent. A turquoise light fell from the sky at this moment, like a warm breeze, easily calming the restless elemental power and abruptly cutting off Mu Jing's connection with the surrounding elemental power. A trace of pity flashed across Mu Jing's expression, and the silver dragon scales on her skin disappeared. "You came quite quickly." The turquoise light and shadow revealed a figure, and it was the goddess of life in a light green dress. Her expression looked a little serious, and her previously peaceful and gentle face was now a little angry. She looked at Mu Jing, who had a calm expression, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? How dare you commit the crime of killing gods?" Mu Jing glanced at the goddess of life, and said seriously, "There is no point in saying more. Anyway, I am not from your world of gods. Just do it." The goddess of life frowned. "Don't be stubborn and step on the evil path." "Evil path?" Mu Jing couldn't help but sneered, and the first 7 soul rings began to flash one by one. "I'm sorry, goddess of life, not only do I not think I have taken any evil path, but I am also quite sober." She gently threw the 7-star plum branch in her hand. The branch spun and fell in the air, and then the moment it was inserted into the soil, it instantly grew into a vigorous 7-star plum tree. "Because, I am just trying to reasonably fight for any possibility for myself." Unyielding pride. Unyielding fighting spirit. Now, the object of fighting with has only changed from the 7 element gods to you. So asking you to do it directly is also a reasonable request, Mu Jing said indifferently. The goddess of life frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Then, as if she realized something, she suddenly turned around and looked at the 7 elemental gods. The 7 elemental gods had no extra expressions on their faces. They just looked at her and Mu Jing, who was not far away, and sometimes showed a thoughtful look. But there was no trace of relief for surviving the disaster, or fear and disgust towards Mu Jing. For a moment, the goddess of life looked a little surprised. But when she turned around and looked at Mu Jing, she still frowned slightly. No matter what, as one of the law enforcers in the God realm, I cannot allow you to attack my compatriots in front of me. And as the God of life, I cannot tolerate any life that should be full of vitality to wither inexplicably in front of me. Mu Jing nodded, still looking indifferent, so I said no more. Words are useless. Hearing this, the goddess of life's eyes became complicated, sighed softly, and said, "So, I already know your determination. You are not a creature that can be persuaded with a few words. So I'm sorry, I can only bring down the divine punishment of the law of life on you." She gently raised her hand, and the green light jumped onto her fingertips, and suddenly condensed like a beautiful nectar, as if it was about to drip from her palm. She is the goddess of life, and all the life force in the world must be controlled by her. So at this moment, the green nectar in her palm that seemed to be materialized was the life force from Mu Jing. The goddess of life looked a little surprised. "Your vitality is so vigorous and so strange," she said with regret. "If you were obedient, you could have enjoyed a long and good life." She turned her palm and held a green light in her palm, and then squeezed it hard. The life force that had turned into jade was shattered and drifted in her palm. It spread into a fragile and sad mist until it disappeared silently. Just like a withered flower. A life that has passed away. The goddess of life lowered her eyes, Her expression was neither sad nor happy, only a sigh of pity. It seemed that she was praying for the life that had just disappeared. But life in this world is full of disputes. The goddess of life looked up in shock. The brown-haired girl gently stroked the dry trunk of the plum tree. Isn't it what you deserve? The divine punishment of the law of life has indeed been manifested on her, and the withered seven-star plum tree is the best proof. But be contented. If possible, who wouldn't want to be contented? Mu Jing looked up at the plum blossoms on the tree, withering and falling, and then falling helplessly. But most of the time, some are just helpless. The plum blossoms fell into the mud. So, since you can't help yourself, why don't you just take the initiative to fight for yourself? The ninth blood-red soul ring lit up. Falling into mud and turning into dust, only the fragrance remains. The withering of plum blossoms is inevitable, but the fragrance it leaves behind will not disappear, even if it is only a very short moment. Because after that, the fallen petals are not heartless, and they will be more fragrant next year. Withering, blooming, a cycle of moments after moments. And the unchanged fragrance, the unchanged winter plum blossom. That is eternity. Kija Winter Plum, Gufang Douluo, the ninth soul ring soul skill. Both represent the ninth element she has mastered, the eternal soul skill. The plum blossoms bloomed again. It is the undefeated winter plum blossom. The unbeatable here means not to wither or decay. Chapter 865, Transcendence, Fighting for the Heart. The goddess of life looked at the strange and gorgeous flower that bloomed again, and her eyes were shocked. Even though she had deprived the brown-haired girl in front of her of all her vitality, she still seemed unaffected. Extremely shocked, she couldn't help asking, why? Even if you have such means, your vitality has been exhausted. Once you can't maintain your current state, you will still die. The cold voice came, instantly attracting the attention of the goddess of life. And what appeared before the owner of the voice was the pink and white petals that suddenly fluttered up. The petals fell silently on the seven-star plum tree and on the top of Mu Jing's head. Mu Jing raised her hand and caught a thin, fragile, pitiful petal, watching it turn into the purest energy and merge into her palm. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Holding a crabapple flower in her hand, a cold girl with blue hair like a waterfall walked out from behind the seven-star plum tree. She looked at the stunned goddess of life and said calmly, "But you don't have to worry, the 9 soul rings around her body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black and 2 red, flickered regularly, maintaining this breathtaking and beautiful rain of crabapple flowers. Because I am here, she won't die." The goddess of life looked at the newly appeared blue-haired girl, and her face was moved for a moment. "Your power. Very powerful healing and life force." Yilingling nodded to her lightly. "Thank you for the compliment." Mu Jing looked at the goddess of life. "So, goddess of life, did you lose?" She used an inquiring tone, but her expression was calm as if she had already determined the result. Even though she did not really defeat the goddess of life, the goddess of life remained silent for a while. She sighed softly and said, "Sorry." The long-awaited aura of destruction suddenly burst out, forming a purple thunder of extinction, and instantly attacked Yilingling. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge, not to mention that Yilingling had no fighting ability. But a second before the purple thunderbolt was about to hit, the platinum holy light shone down first, easily dispelling the thunderbolt. Then, mercilessly, a holy sword blade accompanied by a singing voice returned to the place where the purple thunderbolt burst out. The god of destruction raised his hand and used the power of destruction to fight against a holy sword blade. Although he successfully offset it, he himself was dazed for a moment by the holy singing. Jinring Su, who was always hiding in the kingdom of God to protect his teammates who had not yet transcended, was wearing platinum armor and holding a holy sword. She looked at the opposite god of destruction and the group of original sin gods he brought with her with vigilance and sarcasm. She mocked, "It turns out that the gods who always claim to be upright will also choose to launch sneak attacks on people who have no fighting ability." The god of destruction said indifferently, "I am the god king of the negative gods, and I never mind using some shady tricks." Mu Jing stepped forward and blocked in front of Yilingling, looking coldly at the silent goddess of life. Then as the god king of the positive gods, it turns out that the goddess of life doesn't mind, and even lets it go. The god of destruction also stepped forward and stood in front of the goddess of life. "Because I am her husband." Humph. Mu Jing sneered, her eyes sank. "That's really a touching love. What a pity." The 8th blood-red soul ring on her body suddenly lit up. "What does it have to do with me?" A breeze suddenly blew, bringing a strange fragrance. just when everyone was surprised by this sudden strange fragrance. In the magnificent kingdom of God, a quiet valley suddenly appeared. And in the valley, there was an endless plum forest. The 8th soul skill of the 7-star plum. The vanilla is fragrant and the land of flowers is blooming. Another powerful domain. The branch of the 7-star plum appeared in Mu Jing's hand, and there was more than one 7-star plum tree behind her. She glanced coldly at the goddess of life and the god of destruction, and then cast her eyes on the 7-element gods behind her. When the branch of the 7-star plum was raised high, she also called out loudly. Pure water of the world, the god of water turned into transparent blue in an instant, like a blue crystal sculpture. 1,000 miles of blazing flames, the god of fire also turned into a red crystal sculpture. Boundless land. Verdant breeze, then came the god of earth and the god of wind. The life girl knew that she was not doing well, but the god of destruction was faster than her and rushed towards Mu Jing, trying to interrupt everything Mu Jing was doing now. But Jinrixu would not sit still and wait for death. She raised the holy sword and went forward brazenly, even bringing the goddess of life behind her, forcing the 2 god kings to the sky, away from Mu Jing and completely unable to stop Mu Jing. So Mu Jing continued to shout loudly, "Brilliant sun!" This time, it was the god of light. Not of nothingness, it was the god of darkness, which was the counterpart of the god of light. And the last one, endless universe, the god of space. Every time Mu Jing called out the name of an element, the 7-star plum blossoms corresponding to the corresponding element on the 7-star plum branch she held high would simultaneously change to the corresponding element color, echoing with the 7-element gods opposite. Then, the 7-element gods, who had already transformed into the purest elemental bodies and were also the most original 7 elemental laws, bowed to the brown-haired girl in the plum forest and said, "We are the elements of the world, and now we are here to respond to the call." The 7-element gods turned into 7 rays of light, which were the most powerful and purest elemental forces. They all flew towards Mu Jing and surrounded her, as if they were about to become a circle of colorful halos. The 7 gods of the dead wanted to stop them, but they were restricted by the power of the deep valley and the magnificent kingdom of God. They could only watch Mu Jing take the 7 elemental gods for herself. But something unexpected happened. A touch of blood suddenly appeared in the plum forest. Then, with endless murderous aura, they went towards Yi Lingling, who was not threatening at all. It seemed that they wanted to kill her with one strike. But Mu Jing was just focusing on integrating the elemental power brought by the 7 elemental gods. And Yi Lingling herself did not move. Instead, she put on a mocking smile. "Your partner will die under Shura's murderous aura, won't you save her?" The god of destruction and the goddess of life fought with Jinrixu. Although it was 2 to 1. They could not get any advantage from Jinrixu at all. Hearing this, Jinrixu smiled coldly. "Since you have issued a warning that invaders are emerging in the God realm, do you really think that we are the only ones who are attacking the God realm today?" She did not even look at the people below her, showing her complete trust in her companions. "Besides, soon, your opponent will have another transcendent who has surpassed the realm of the God King." The face of the goddess of life showed a trace of horror. Below, a rich and brilliant rose gold suddenly emerged in front of Yi Lingling, directly wiping out the endless cold murderous aura. A slender jade hand stretched out from the void, holding a golden spear, and easily lifted the bloody figure holding a blood sword far away. Such a strong force seemed to be able to collapse the barriers of the God realm. A beautiful figure walked out of the void, with black hair fluttering, and the rose gold highlights in it were extremely eye-catching. She casually performed a gun dance, glanced at the ugly blood-red figure in the distance, and said, "I didn't come in with you. It took some time to break through the barrier of the God realm. I'm not late, am I?" Yi Lingling curled her lips, just in time. "It's a pity that he is still dead, otherwise the barrier of the God realm is nothing in front of him, and I wouldn't have to wait so long to come in." Wang Qiu said, "What's the situation now?" She looked at the alert Tang San in the distance with caution and eagerness, but her mental power had already fallen on Mu Jing next to her. Yi Lingling looked at Mu Jing, whose colorful color had already formed a ring, and smiled from the bottom of her heart. "Only one step left, that's just right," Wang Qiu said lightly. That guy rushed over again without knowing his own strength. She was talking about Tang San. The blood-red figure rushed over quickly, while Wang Qiu and Yi Lingling both stood there with cold eyes, without any movement. Because Mu Jing opened her eyes at this time, the 7-color condensed into the final 10th soul ring, which meant fighting heart, transcendence. Something flashed in her beautiful brown eyes, And then she drove the power in the new soul ring until the mysterious feeling spread throughout her body and reached every tentacle of her spiritual senses. The 7-color color gradually spread outward from the 10th soul ring, until all the soul rings were dyed with 7 colors. So, this is transcendence, she murmured, attracted by the blood-colored figure rushing over. Then the 8th soul ring lit up again. There was a considerable contempt in her eyes. That's all. The valley with a breeze suddenly fell into absolute stillness. Not only the swaying branches and the flowers on the branches, but also the rushing Shura god. In just a moment, it was like a collapsed mirror. Shattered. Kijuanmei, the 8th soul skill of Gufeng Douluo. The northern branch has been established, and the splendor is a moment. Now it is a blow that surpasses the God King. Tang San, furious, if you think transcendence is nothing special, then don't start with me if you have the guts. Tang Liu, Bungbu residents are laughing, thanks to the friends who voted for the monthly ticket. See you tomorrow. Happy New Year everyone. Chapter 866 Dilemma? Never offend others when they are at their peak. Otherwise, you may die miserably. Tang San now is a very good example. The fragrance of the valley, all the plum blossoms in the flowery realm, countless blooming and withering times all poured down on Tang San in that short moment. This is the birth and death in an instant, the splendor in an instant. One blow almost made Tang San seriously injured. He half knelt on the ground with the Shura sword. A trace of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the familiar brown-haired girl opposite, still with a very calm expression, as if nothing could make her emotional fluctuations. And such a plain girl could say such words as transcendence is nothing more than this so contemptuously just now. But the transcendence in her mouth was nothing more than this, but it was easy for him to end up in such an embarrassing situation now. Thinking about the memories of them at the beginning, they were indeed talented and dazzling. But they were just defeated by him. Whether it was Yi Lingling, or Mu Jing, who strictly speaking had never fought with him. After all, he was more dazzling than them at the beginning, wasn't he? But now Tang San showed a trace of bitterness on his face, and stood up with difficulty. He looked at Mu Jing and Yi Lingling, smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that you have really learned a lot from him." In the end, he didn't wait for a response from Mu Jing or Yi Lingling, but got a cold sneer from Wen Kidwer. "Don't be hypocritical," pretending to reminisce with him. "If she didn't have the strength to seriously injure you, I don't believe you would still be here to talk to us properly." Her scolding left Tang San speechless, and even made him feel a little angry that he was seen through. But the pain from the injuries on his body immediately made him lose his temper, his face turned pale, and he couldn't help coughing a few times. After all, it was he who launched a sneak attack and tried to kill Yi Lingling with one blow. 3 figures fell one after another. They were Jinring Su, life and destruction, who had been fighting in the air before. The goddess of life used her divine power to heal Tang San, and soon his face became better. He looked at Wang Kidwer, whose face was cold, and smiled and said, "I didn't expect that 3-eyed Jinni would collude with that outsider. You are born with the power of destiny. Can't you see how dangerous that outsider is and what kind of devastating ending it will bring?" Wang Kidwer sneered, "So, this is why the great Lord Shura God tried to manipulate and change my spiritual consciousness at will, and wanted humans to take away my power of destiny and murder my life? Is this why you gods don't interfere in the lower world? Or is it because your daughter is in the lower world that you can do whatever you want under such an excuse?" The goddess of life and the god of destruction looked at Tang San at the same time. Tang San suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. Just when he was about to say something, he was blocked by Wang Kidwer. "Wang Kidwer, and, you also said that I control the power of destiny. If that's the case, how dare you put on such a hypocritical face in front of me?" She smiled coldly, as if she had seen through Tang San completely. "Your calculations, those shameful little thoughts, are all under the side of my eye of destiny, and I can see them clearly." Wang Kidwer's eyes slid across the goddess of life, Tang San, and the god of destruction in turn, and finally fixed on Tang San, sarcastically, "Or, do you want me to reveal what you are planning in public? For example, your wife, who is now pregnant with a child?" "Enough," Tang San suddenly shouted coldly, interrupting Wang Kidwer. Wang Kidwer didn't care, just sneered at him, to see how he would react next. Tang San took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fear and terror in his eyes, and said to the god of destruction in a deep voice, "Destruction, you are now the controller of the God Realm Center. To be honest, I am old acquaintances with these invaders, and now we can say that it is an old grudge," the god of destruction said indifferently. "That is your problem. But since you have admitted it yourself, I am sorry, I have to put the loss of 7 first-level gods in the god realm on your head." Tang San clenched his fists to hide the flash of anger in his eyes. He took a deep breath and continued, "Now the first priority is to clean up these invaders. Afterwards, no matter what you plan to do to me, whether it is to seal my divine power or whatever, I will not resist." The god of destruction did not say anything at the first time, but after a pause, he said indifferently, "I hope you will not break your promise." Tang San looked at Wang Qiu and the other 4 opposite again, and his expression also turned cold. He first said to Jinring Su, "Your domain skills are quite powerful. Not only did it directly ban our means of space transmission, it even curbed our communication with the god realm to a certain extent." Jinring Su curled her lips and said nothing, waiting for his next words. "But unfortunately, this curb is two-way. Your domain is encroaching on the god realm, and conversely, the god realm is also encroaching on your kingdom of God. So you can disperse us without anyone noticing, and we can quietly capture you without you noticing at all," Tang San said in a cold voice, while observing the expressions of the 4 people, trying to capture some surprise from their faces. The result was disappointing. The 4 people were not moved by his words at all. So he could only sigh and said, "I disappeared for so long, do you really think that I have been hiding in the dark, waiting to attack you?" As soon as he finished speaking, dense figures suddenly appeared around him. Those were all gods of the god realm. They were all the gods that the god realm currently had. Now almost all the gods of the god realm have gathered here. With the god realm hub, we can form several god punishment arrays at any time. Even if you have the fighting power of 3 god kings now, you will be destroyed by the god punishment array that once defeated the dragon god. Tang San looked at the 4 people opposite him and said as if to persuade them, "So, stop the meaningless resistance and surrender." The god of destruction also cooperated and took out the god realm hub. The 7 gods of the original sin appeared behind him first and formed the first god punishment array. After that, the other 2nd level and 3rd level gods around also formed a large array like a net under the connection of the god realm hub. Tang San waited to see the solemn or disparate expressions on the faces of Jinring Su and the other 4. But there was none. Instead, he saw Jinring Su and Wang Qiu and laughed mockingly. Anger rose in his heart again, as if they were refusing to accept his offer. And he said in a sullen voice, "In that case, it's not our fault." He still stared at Jinring Su and the other 3, but said to the god of destruction, "Destruction, use the power of the god realm center to contact the 3 of us. Although I don't have the authority of the Shura god now, the godhead is still in me. With my position in divine power, I can try to activate the sword of judgment of the 3 realms." The god of destruction looked at him in surprise, but without good and evil, the main body of the sword of judgment of the 3 realms cannot be formed at all. Tang San said decisively, "Then create a sword of judgment of the 3 realms yourself. No matter what, these invaders must not be allowed to stay. You just need to communicate with a god realm center, and follow me for everything else." Chapter 867 3-Eyed Golden Knees 8th Soul Skill. Does he really have the ability to reactivate the Sword of Judgment of the 3 realms, or recreate a killer move similar to the Sword of Judgment of the 3 realms? Guiyuna looked at the many chess pieces that surrounded the rose gold chess, platinum chess, pink and white chess, and colorful chess, and said with great suspicion, "Don't underestimate him. After all, he is also known as a genius, not to mention that he is a disciple of a master who has studied martial arts souls very well." Tang Liu smiled and said nonchalantly, "The master only had the 3rd ring of cultivation back then, but he had already studied a method to allow any 7 different martial arts souls to activate the 7-in-1 martial arts soul combination skills at any time. And the Sword of Judgment of the 3 realms, in the final analysis, is just a superficial combination of laws, far from reaching the level of martial arts soul fusion. So as long as he's not stupid, he can easily create a brand new Sword of Judgment of the 3 realms by integrating and copying it." Guiyuna thoughtfully said, "Indeed, the Sword of Judgment of the 3 realms looks powerful, but inside it is just the superposition of the authority of the 5 God Kings. The reason why it is so powerful is that the laws mastered by the God King are powerful enough, but they are far from enough to produce a qualitative change. Otherwise, it would not have just cut my original body in 2, but it would have been enough to kill my original body directly, making them completely destroyed, and there would be no me and the Golden Dragon King later." She looked at the thrilling chess game again, and her eyebrows couldn't help but jump. But now all the gods in the god realm are here, can the four of them resist a god punishment formation? At that time, the god punishment formation of the god realm withstood the trend of many divine beasts led by the dragon god. Tang Liu smiled and said, "Why worry? Isn't it very simple to break such a situation?" Gu Yuna looked at him. Tang Liu just slowly put down the gray and white chess piece. "The gods are gathered, isn't it just time for our god heater to appear?" Gu Yuna's eyelids twitched wildly. "It's not what I thought, right?" Tang Liu was still smiling, but at this time it looked a bit cruel. Gu Yuna shrank her neck. "You are cruel enough," but then she also laughed loudly. "But I like it." The power of destruction followed the connection established by the God Realm Center and converged on Tang San. Similarly, because he held the God Realm Center, he could also feel that the life force of the Goddess of Life was also converging on Tang San. As the endpoint of the two corresponding laws of power, Tang San was combining them in a way he had never imagined. Logically speaking, such a direct encounter between destruction and life would only end up canceling each other out. But Tang San, without the laws mastered by the Shura God, was able to combine the two laws of destruction and life stably with the power of the Shura God alone. Also, although he had lost his authority, the Shura God's position was still there, so the nature of the Shura God's power would not change. The God of Destruction had to admit at this moment that he had underestimated Tang San before. So from now on, he was willing to give Tang San some due respect. However, a playful look flashed in his eyes under his hood, but no one could see it. That was all. The process of combining the laws of life and destruction was not easy, but fortunately, his guess was correct. Even though he had lost his authority, the divine power of Shura God was still there. Under the coordination and connection of the center of the divine world, he still successfully completed the combination of the power of the law. Then perhaps, he could also use the same method to use the sword of judgment of the three realms when good and evil were present. Perhaps the power would be greatly reduced due to the lack of a law power. But at least, it was enough to deal with the invaders in front of him. What puzzled him a little was why the four people were indifferent and just watched him complete the combination of the laws. But now, there was no need to think more deeply. The four people had been restricted by the divine punishment formation and there was no possibility of escape. And the previous inaction had successfully allowed him to use the brand new sword of judgment of the three realms. The green and purple-black light shot up into the sky, separated by a thin layer of blood light, and finally formed a giant sword that was 1,000 meters long. If this giant sword fell, everything under the sword would end up in ashes. He would like to name this giant sword formed only by the power of the three gods of life, destruction and Shura, the sword of life and death. But the sword of judgment of the three realms is always a trouble. They are not like you, nor are they as good as the dragon god. I am still worried whether they can block it. Don't worry about this, Tang Liu said lightly, remember? After all, before, I personally demonstrated what would happen if I was hit by the sword of judgment of the three realms. I also explained in person how to break the full force of the combined power of the five gods. He stopped observing and straightened up again. Then the corpse that was split in half slowly turned into blue light and dissipated. He looked at this scene and said, therefore, this sword of judgment of the three realms is a sword of death that will not leave anyone any way to survive. He paused for a while. Suddenly laughed out loud. But then a blue light flew out, lingering on the sword for several weeks, through this blue-black world, showing the special texture on it to the outside world. There are 50 great ways, 49 of which are derived from the heavens, and one of which is escaped by humans. As long as one is still in this universe and bound by the rules of the world, even if the situation seems to have no solution, there must be a glimmer of hope. He observed the sword with 5 strands of energy intertwined and flowing, and then gently pointed at the weak point. Then he withdrew his hand and took a step back. The blue-black color that enveloped the world disappeared at this moment. And the 1,000-meter-long giant sword also exploded into light and shadows all over the sky in an instant. Tang San can use the knowledge learned from the master to create a new method of combining divine power by copying. She can naturally draw inferences from one example and break the sword of life and death judgment, just like I broke the sword of judgment of the three realms. At this point, he suddenly looked at Gu Yuna with a smile. Or, even you were deceived by me, thinking that I was really just demonstrating it to the world at that time to break their belief in God. So, it started from that time. Gu Yuna paused for a long time and only said, what a good plan. Tang Liu curled his lips. You are flattered. There are 50 great ways. 49 are derived from the sky, and one is escaped by people. That day, hiding in the deepest darkness, silently watching everything that happened in Douluo City. All kinds of scenes seem to be still vivid in my mind. His voice seems to still echo in my ears. He said that as long as he is still in this universe and bound by the rules of the world, even if the situation seems to have no solution, there must be a ray of hope. Then, he defeated the sort of judgment of the three realms that cut off the dragon god so casually. Then he said, "Do you know why I am telling you this now?" It seemed as if he was declaring to all living beings in the world that they should stop blindly worshipping gods, because gods are not selfless. What he said next seemed to confirm this. But even if he didn't look at her, she didn't know if he saw her. She still felt that he was saying, "Do you understand? Do you understand? And, have you learned it?" And now, she looked at the sword of life and death falling on her head. For a moment, she seemed to feel that she had become him who faced the sword of judgment of the three realms at that time. So, have you learned it? The 1,000-meter giant sword was getting closer and closer, gradually enlarging in her eyes. And just when the giant sword was about to hide her, just like what he encountered at that time, she raised the corners of her lips. "Of course, I learned it." 10 circles of rose gold soul rings rose from the soles of her feet in an instant. The soul ring arranged in the 8th circle shone brightly. When the sword of life and death was about to fall. Destiny is where it is, the predetermined domain. She waved her hand, spreading a dreamy rose gold starlight like water waves. The mysterious and beautiful ripples spread 1,000 meters in an instant, enveloping everyone present. At this moment, it was as if they were at the bottom of a rose gold dream lake. With her loud shout, everything was still in the rose gold starlight. The messenger of destiny, Long Ni Douluo, the second martial soul, the three-eyed golden lion, the 8th soul skill, great prajna manifestation starry heaven. Chapter 868, Strange talk about the rules in the dark. Phew, that was a close call. Looking at the sword of life and death that was almost within reach, Yilingling patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at everything that was frozen around her, especially the gods that were unable to move in the rose gold starlight. She found that their bodies were now all in the rose gold light, showing countless golden threads connected to their bodies. The source of the threads could not be seen, only the part close to the gods' bodies was revealed. The collapse was so straight that the gods that were now frozen and unable to move looked more like puppets controlled by threads. The fate domain of the fate beast transcends the process and directly shows the result of fate. The gods now are fragile. Any ordinary person can easily put an end to them. Because gods are also living beings with life, and the final outcome of the fate of all living beings is nothing more than the same end point: death. But it is obvious that none of the four of them intend to take advantage of others' misfortune. Wang Qitor, holding the golden dragon spear, has begun to concentrate on finding the weak points of the sword of life and death. Yilingling looked around at the sky full of gods and said, "With so many people and the god punishment array, the situation is not favorable for us." Jin Ringsu nodded in agreement. "So, let's release the tiger." It just so happened that Wang Qitor had already pierced the weak point of the sword of life and death with her spear. So after a strong impact, the gods who were trapped in the frozen state broke away from the state of destiny and regained their ability to move. But the powerful impact generated when the sword of life and death was broken not only caused the three god kings who maintained it to be backlashed and injured, but also directly broke up the god punishment array that was like a net of heaven and earth formed by the gods. So Mu Jing pulled Yilingling up, and with a flash of silver light, she teleported and disappeared. Jin Ringsu took a last look at Tang San, who looked ugly, and disappeared in the platinum light. It was unknown where she was teleported to the kingdom of God. Now, only Wang Qitor was left alone, facing almost all the gods in the god realm. After a brief period of chaos, relying on the connection of the god realm center, the gods once again formed a divine punishment formation and sealed off this space again. The goddess of life used her power to restore the injuries suffered by everyone just now. Tang San wiped the light golden blood from the corner of his mouth, his face looked better, and said to Wang Qitor, "I underestimated you, three-eyed golden lion." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the Shura sword again, his face fierce. "But, you won't have another chance." He actually wanted to activate the sword of life and death judgment again. The goddess of life frowned, but seeing that the god of destruction had sent the law of destruction to him again, she chose to cooperate. "Although I let three of you run away and can't deal with you all at once, it's the same if I come one by one." He began to merge the laws again, this time faster than last time. Wang Qiu looked at him mockingly. I am the beast of destiny, the darling of heaven. Do you dare to kill me? Tang San's face was sinister. So what? You are just a soul beast after all. Besides, as long as my child is born, as long as that position. It may not be. Wang Qiu chuckled twice, staring at him with a look that had seen through everything. Finally, you stop pretending. She shook her head with regret and said, it's a pity. Do you really think that it is your God realm center that conceals the sincere God kingdom, so that you can quietly gather all the gods? Tang San was stunned. What? Wang Qiu showed a hint of sneer. I'm sorry, what we are waiting for is this moment, the moment when you gather all the gods together. Tang San had a bad premonition in his heart. On Wang Qiu's forehead, a vertical eye quietly opened. But the rose-gold vertical eye that should have contained the power of destiny was now extremely rich black, as if a pool of indissoluble darkness had merged into it. When the eye of destiny opened, the darkness inside spread out like ink dropped into water. In an instant, it engulfed most of the god realm. Before the last light disappeared, Tang San saw Wang Qiu's cold face and heard her sneer. Gods! You are going to be in big trouble. When the darkness completely envelops you, please remember the following points. Because I can simply drive his actions by relying on the martial soul connection between me and him, but his current dead state is particularly special. He acts entirely on instinct, numb and indifferent, cruel and insoluble. So I can't guarantee that we, as partners, can be absolutely safe in front of him. So from the moment you release the darkness, please treat him as an extremely dangerous killing machine. So please remember, first, his domain devours and hates all light. Unless it is absolutely necessary, please do not try any means of lighting, otherwise it will only make you as conspicuous as a bright fire in the dark night, exposed to his eyes, and become his hunting target. Second, there are countless deep sea souls wandering in his domain. Most of them are in the form of sea soul beasts, and are unconscious slaves who are driven by him. They will violently attack all creatures that do not belong to the darkness and can be killed by attacks. But if they see you, it means that he has seen you. So please be careful to avoid them and don't entangle in vain, because slaves cannot be killed, but will further attract him. Third, there is a sad queen in the deep sea soul, so you must get away quickly. Don't listen to her singing, otherwise you will definitely face him next. Pray that you will not hear her crying, because the listener will die. Fourth, if you encounter him, don't look up at the transparent eyes on his forehead, and you will die if you look into his eyes. With my drive and so many targets to attack, just lower your head and avoid them quickly. 5. If you accidentally clash with him, don't let him touch you. Otherwise you may die in the deepest despair. In the best case scenario, you will be completely swallowed up. In the worst case scenario, you will become a new wandering confused soul in the darkness. 6. Avoid a red-eyed black tiger that kills indiscriminately. It is cruel and extremely evil. The only advantage is that if you are hunted by it, you will generally not meet him again. And in front of it, you still have some chance of escape. 7. If you accidentally trigger the killing pattern of him and the red-eyed black tiger and are hunted, please immediately go to the most eye-catching golden tiger in the dark to hide. But please don't anger the golden tiger. You don't want to join a hunting game that is targeted by 3 tigers at the same time, right? I have said everything that needs to be said. I wish you all good luck, and I hope you have fun in this pure land of darkness. Thanks to the friends who cast the recommendation votes and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Hey, the runaway Dayuns is coming to Doge. Happy New Year to everyone, and good health in the year of the rabbit. Chapter 869. The first. What happened? The god of greed stroked his forehead, trying to calm the inexplicable dizziness. The floating feeling of the world spinning made his eyes go black, so he shook his head several times in a row. Slowly, the discomfort that almost made him nauseous subsided, but there was still darkness in front of him. For 2 seconds, he thought he was having an illusion, or maybe he just didn't open his eyes. So he blinked hard, but when there was no change, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes hard. But what he saw was still a deep darkness. He couldn't help but be filled with panic, and was terrified because he could only see darkness no matter how hard he tried. What's going on? Is he blind? The groundless suspicion in the darkness made people more panic. Why? Wasn't he just caught in a darkness? Why did he go blind without any signs? Panic and extreme anxiety often make people do some irrational things without considering the consequences. The first thing he could think of was to use means to illuminate to confirm whether he had really lost his eyesight. But the divine power in his body was extremely quiet at this moment, so quiet that it didn't listen to his commands at all, as if it was suppressed by some force. The inability to mobilize divine power further intensified the panic in his heart, almost making his brain completely lose the ability to think for a short time, and became blank. Oh, and there is also mental power. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he hurriedly tried to release his mental power. However, it was successful, but it was also like divine power, as if it was suppressed by some force, and it could only be released to the surface of the skin at most. It was no different from closing your eyes and feeling your limbs and body, and it was also useless. What's going on? What's going on? The deprivation of senses brought a nearly suffocating sense of despair. And just when his mind was blank due to panic and was completely occupied by panic, a certain rustling sound that seemed to be close at hand, like a sharp needle suddenly piercing the soul, suddenly came to his ears. Because vision disappeared, in this dark environment, hearing became extremely sensitive. In other words, in such a silent environment, any sound would become extremely harsh. He also heard that the approaching rustling sound was clearly the sound of someone walking on the muddy ground. His first reaction was that a companion was approaching. After all, at that time, almost all the gods in the god realm were swept up in the sudden darkness. In addition, he was standing with other original sin gods at that time, so the possibility that the person who came was a companion was very high. Logically speaking, he should be very surprised and should immediately call out to confirm the identity of the person who came, and confirm whether his current situation was the same as his, and then try to reunite with him. But out of his brain's instinctive reaction, he froze in place, and even his heart tightened, as if it was held tightly by an invisible hand, and his breathing subconsciously stagnated. Because of the instinctive reaction of living things to danger, he realized that the sudden footsteps might be fatal. But because he had completely lost his vision, the most intuitive ability to judge danger, he could only stand there with his body tense, not daring to act rashly. The rustling footsteps were getting closer and closer. But it seemed to be surrounding him all the time. Maybe it was because he was too nervous, but he couldn't tell the exact direction of the footsteps. Finally, the footsteps seemed to be less than 5 meters away from him. It was quite sudden, as if the owner of the footsteps flashed while walking. And he was like a frightened bird, and immediately jumped in the opposite direction of the footsteps. But because he couldn't see anything clearly, he could only stretch out his hands and rely on touch to feel whether there were obstacles in front. In the darkness, his running footsteps were particularly noisy, making the footsteps coming towards him completely inaudible. He didn't know whether the sound he heard now was his own footsteps or that of the unknown person. Or maybe the unknown person followed his steps and followed him closely, hiding himself with the footsteps that sounded at the same time, and then took advantage of him when he was not paying attention, and took a fatal blow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up his pace again. But the lack of vision finally brought inconvenience. Normally, if you just walk with your eyes closed, you may fall down at any time due to obstacles in a familiar place, let alone in such an environment. The sense of direction and balance is weakened, and at the same time, you have to overcome the panic in your heart. In just this section of the road, his hands that were stretched out in front to explore the way have bumped into many times. Fortunately, the physical condition of the god is still there, and his skin is not so easily scratched. But in such a panicked acceleration, he can only take care of the state of the upper body in front, and it is only a matter of time to encounter an accident. Because you can't see the situation under your feet, you may be tripped by something at any time. And he did fall. Even because of bad luck, his head hit hard when he fell, and it should be hit against a tree by feeling. Fortunately, it is the body of a god, so it won't be a problem if he falls twice, but it will still hurt. After falling to the ground, he almost immediately turned around and sat on the ground. Even though he couldn't see at all, he still tried his best to open his eyes wide, as if trying to see who was chasing him from behind. He was breathing rapidly, and could not help but gasp, but he stopped breathing the next second, holding his breath and concentrating, fearing that his ears would be disturbed to catch the movements around him. He seemed to be lucky, because the surroundings were extremely quiet. The footsteps coming towards him before should not have been chasing him at all. Maybe it was really just a companion, and he just scared himself just now. Thinking of this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and felt like he had survived a disaster. Suddenly, a great sense of fatigue swept over his mind and body, and now he just wanted to sit down and have a good rest. It seemed that he had hit a tree just now, so as long as he moved back a little, he could lean against it and rest for a while. He did it as he thought of it, and he used his hands to grope behind him, supporting his body and slowly moving back. The touch of his fingertips was soft soil, and the slightly moist touch made people feel at ease. Suddenly, his back touched something straight, which should be the tree trunk that had been in close contact with his head just now. But why did this tree trunk seem a little soft, and why were there two separate trees? All doubts came to an abrupt end when his palm, which was groping around, touched the elastic hard shell. His hand bounced back quickly, as if it had touched something hot. Because if he was not mistaken, what he touched just now should be a shoe. In other words, there was a person standing silently behind him. This realization made him shudder. He twisted his upper body in panic and looked up and back. But it was still dark and he could not see anything. He wanted to retreat in panic, but a pair of cold and stiff hands had already strangled his throat. All the strength in his body disappeared without a trace in an instant. At this moment, he seemed to be an ordinary human being. He only had time to scream, and then he was deprived of his voice by the sudden feeling of suffocation, and could only make a few breaths. Then everything came to an abrupt end with a crisp sound of twisting. The next chapter will switch to the murder in the secret room. Doge, thank you to the friends who voted for the recommendation and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 872. He saw with his own eyes that Greedy disappeared in an instant after being captured by the thing in the darkness. It was like smoke suddenly fading and becoming transparent in the air. It was like being directly smeared all over the body by the darkness, being swallowed up, and becoming a part of the darkness. Extreme fear turned into extreme anger. Anger briefly overcame all timidity, suppressing reason and clamoring to directly confront the strange thing in the darkness. He was originally a first-level god in the god realm. With his divine power, what was there for him to be afraid of? The surging anger made him completely lose his ability to judge danger. He was about to rush out from the corner where he was hiding and fight to the death with the unknown thing in the darkness. But before that, a hand covered his mouth first, and then pulled him back with force, stopping his stupid and reckless behavior. When his back touched the soft embrace and a faint fragrance rushed into his nose, his initial reaction was shock and anger, thinking that the thing in the darkness had appeared behind him and attacked him. But before he mobilized his divine power to launch a counterattack, he felt someone quietly exhaling and disturbing the touch of the wind by his ear. SHHH, the person leaned close to his ear and tried to lower his voice, signaling him to be silent. His body was stiff and tense, but fortunately he listened and did not move rashly. His mouth was also covered by the hand of the person behind him, and he dared not breathe. The quiet and dark environment was extremely depressing, and the atmosphere was so solemn that it made people breathless. The extremely quiet environment made people extremely uneasy, and every minute and every second was an indescribable torture. So when the dull and stiff footsteps sounded and gradually faded away, his heartbeat froze for a short time because of fear, but he breathed a sigh of relief. After standing there stiffly for a long time, the hand covering his mouth finally dropped. He immediately took a step forward and turned around to try to see who the guy behind him was. But that person spoke first, lowering his voice, "It's me." Although the voice was lowered to almost the same as a breath, he still recognized the owner of the voice. After being stunned for a moment, he spoke in surprise, "The god of lust." Because of the momentary shock, he could not control the volume of his voice, so the person opposite in the dark hurriedly hushed again. He hurriedly raised his hand to cover his mouth, listening to the slightly annoyed rebuke from the person opposite. "Keep your voice down, are you trying to track the thing over here?" He also hurriedly lowered his voice to apologize. "Sorry, god of lust, what is going on now? I don't know much." "Pride," the person opposite said in a heavy tone, "I was here after the intruder released this darkness. I came here carefully and just saw you trying to rush out." The god of pride was silent for a while, and still felt a little unnatural for a long time. He chose to say thank you just now. "Don't talk about this for now, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time, leave quickly," the god of lust said, and then walked carefully in the opposite direction of the previous footsteps. The god of pride followed, paused several times, and finally spoke in a low voice, "Just now, did you see it?" "Greedy him," the god of lust responded quickly. "I saw it, The god of pride fell into silence again, not knowing what to say now. The god of lust continued, so, we must not get close to that thing, otherwise we will end up like the god of greed. The god of pride was silent for a long time before he said, I know. What should we do now? The god of lust stopped and observed the surroundings vigilantly. But because of the darkness, it was difficult to see anything clearly, and most of the time he relied on hearing. The god of pride also stopped and heard the god of lust's question, how is your divine power now? Can you use it normally? He replied, yes, but I can only exert less than 1/10 of my original strength. When he said this, his face in the darkness was ugly and indignant. At the moment when the darkness just fell, he had already noticed this fact. His strength that belonged to the first level god seemed to be suppressed by an inexplicable force, otherwise he would not have been so panicked just now. Me too. I suspect it has something to do with the thing in the darkness, and have you noticed that the closer that thing is, the weaker the divine power in our bodies, and the lower the visibility will be, the god of lust said softly. The god of pride did not respond, because he was so focused on fighting that thing to the death that he did not pay any attention to these things. That thing is very dangerous, and we can use this to avoid it. The most urgent thing now is to find other people and join them. It would be better if we can find a few god kings. It would be safer to follow them. Also, have you seen where we are now? The god of pride reached out and touched the wall next to him, frowned and said, I don't know, maybe in some castle. It's the God Realm Committee. The response of the god of lust stunned him for a moment. We are inside the God Realm Committee now. He couldn't help but question, it's impossible. We were just in the suburbs 800 miles away from the God Realm Committee. How could we be in the God Realm Committee all of a sudden? In the darkness, the god of lust was staring at him, and said slowly, at the moment the darkness fell, so many of us were scattered. There is only one possibility, that is, these darknesses, or should we say, some kind of extremely powerful domain, encompass a considerable range of the God realm. The god of pride looked at her, listened to her low voice, and felt a chill. We can't be sure how large an area this darkness covers. Even if there are so many gods in the God realm, scattered in such a vast area, the possibility of us encountering them is slim under various restrictions, not to mention that we have to be careful of that thing at all times. But now, we are in the God Realm Committee, which can be said to be the safest place in the God Realm. Moreover, compared to the outside, the interior is small and convenient for hiding. We can find a place here that is not easily discovered to hide. The god of pride nodded first, then frowned and said, but you and I are not familiar with the layout of the God Realm Committee. What if the way out is blocked by that thing? Wouldn't it be a situation of certain death? I know, the god of lust said, so we can't just hide blindly? What do you mean? This is the God Realm Committee, where the God Kings hold meetings, and also where the alarm for the entire God Realm is issued. The eyes of the god of pride changed. What do you want? That's right. The god of lust said calmly, we have to find the alarm switch in the God Realm Committee, so that everyone in the darkness can pay attention to this site and gather here. Of course, the most important thing is to let the God Kings pay attention to this side. The god of pride thought her idea was a little crazy. However, if the alarm sounds, not only the gods can hear it, but that thing can also hear it. It's worth a gamble. If the chances of the two of us finding other people are slim, then let them come to us and join us. We find a good place to hide, or just deal with the thing here. As long as we wait for the three God Kings to arrive, we will have a chance to be saved. And, he heard a hint of ruthlessness in the low voice of the person in front of him. The alarm sounded, attracting all the gods to rush over here. With so many people, I don't believe that thing will only catch the two of us. The god of pride felt a chill in his heart, and for 2 seconds, it was as if he had gotten to know the people in front of him all over again. But then he remembered that most of them were useless second and third level gods, and they would be dead if they died. What's more, they were originally the negative gods in the God realm. His tone gradually became heavier. Okay, let's do it. He paused and asked, where should we go now? Just as the god of lust was about to speak, a sharp scream suddenly reached their ears. Even though they were far away, the fear and pain in the scream still made their scalps numb. In the dark silence, the creepy scream stopped abruptly the next second. But the after effect seemed to still echo in the empty room, making people shudder. It was not until all the noises disappeared that the two realized that they had been stiff and tense. The voice of the god of pride trembled slightly. Did you hear it? It seemed to be the god of jealousy just now. The god of lust was silent for a while, and then walked forward decisively. We can't delay any longer. We have to do it as soon as possible. The god of pride hurriedly followed and approached her to say something. However, at this time, they heard the dull and stiff footsteps again. It seemed to be not far ahead. The expressions of the two changed at the same time, and the god of lust immediately grabbed the hand of the god of pride and turned to run. He's coming. Go. Thank you to everyone who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. Chapter 871 The Third. The footsteps behind them also became hurried, and each one seemed to ring directly in their hearts, and their hearts tightened in fear. When walking in the dark, they were like panicked mice running away, without any consideration, and had no time to think about whether the road ahead was safe. Because the biggest danger was right behind them. The two of them didn't say a word, just ran wildly, and as gods, they had never been so embarrassed as they were now. Wait a minute. God of pride, god of lust. Don't run, it's me, until they turned a corner and were about to disappear from the sight of the person chasing them. A familiar voice came as low as possible. The god of pride was stunned and paused. This voices, he slowed down, and the god of lust next to him naturally stopped. The two stopped running and turned to stare at the back vigilantly. Slowly, the person who spoke approached, and his figure could barely be seen in the dark. He panted, "Don't run, it's me." The man stopped in front of the two of them, holding his knees with his hands and breathing heavily. The god of pride said uncertainly, "Laziness." The man still couldn't catch his breath. "Yes, it's me." The god of lust grabbed the god of pride who wanted to come forward, and led him back a few steps, saying vigilantly, "Why is it you? How did you suddenly appear behind us, and how did you recognize us?" Hearing this, the god of pride's eyes changed, and he also looked at the god of laziness in front of him vigilantly. The god of laziness finally caught his breath. "I was hiding carefully, but was suddenly scared by the scream just now. I ran over in a panic and just heard your voices. Before I had time to call you, I heard what you said again, and then you ran away immediately. I didn't care about anything else, I just followed you, but I soon found that you seemed to have mistaken me, so I called you." He said these words in a low voice and very fast. The god of pride relaxed his vigilance. "I see." Then he couldn't help but whispered, "Next time, can you say hello before approaching? Aren't you afraid of scaring people to death by pretending to be ghosts like this?" The god of laziness shrank his neck. This is also a sudden incident. The god of pride didn't really mean to blame him. On the contrary, he felt a little happy because he was lucky to meet a companion again. After all, more people now means more strength and more safety. He wanted to say something to the god of laziness, but he heard the god of laziness shrinking and saying, "Wasn't that scream just now the god of jealousy?" As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After a while, the god of pride sighed lightly, patted laziness on the shoulder and said, "Not only her, we also saw with our own eyes that the god of greed also died at the hands of the thing in the dark." The god of sloth shuddered. "What on earth is that thing? Why did they die inexplicably without even resisting?" The god of pride, "Anyway, we have to escape first. Lust and I plan to turn on the alarm of the God Realm Committee to track the God Kings to deal with the thing in the dark." Together, the god of sloth smiled bitterly and said, "How dare I be alone in this situation?" The god of pride nodded. "Well, then let's act together now." "Laziness, where do you think the alarm of the God Realm Committee is set?" The god of sloth pondered. "From where we are now. We can't tell which floor of the God Realm Committee we are on. But the alarm is generally set somewhere on the first floor. After all, the high-level officials of the God Realm Committee are the residences of the God Kings, the god of pride. It seems that we have to figure out which floor we are on now." The god of lust suddenly said at this time, "No need to confirm, we are on the first floor now." The god of pride and the god of sloth both looked at her. Why? The extremely weak dark red light in the hand of the god of lust slightly illuminated the surroundings. As a result, several people could see clearly that there were two forks in the road not far ahead, one on the left and one on the right, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window next to it. Although it was pitch black outside the window, with the help of the light, they could still barely see the scene outside the window. It was the ground and the trees of the god realm. Seeing this, the god of pride couldn't help but smile. "That's really good luck, just look around here." But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he heard the dull footsteps approaching rapidly. His expression changed, and he almost blurted out, "Could it be another acquaintance this time?" The god of lust immediately extinguished the divine light in his hand, pulled up the god of pride and ran. The god of laziness followed behind the two with a look of fear. Then when they approached the fork in the road, the god of lust suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Run separately, otherwise we will all be caught up." Then he took the god of pride into a passage. In a panic, the god of laziness did not have time to say anything more, not to mention that the footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer, like a death note. He could only do as the god of lust said and turned into another fork in the road. While running, he trembled in his heart and muttered to himself not to catch up with him, and to chase the two guys on the other side if he had to. He didn't know whether he was lucky or the prayers really worked. The stiff footsteps behind him really went to the other side, getting farther and farther away from him. He breathed a sigh of relief as if he had survived a disaster, but he didn't stop his steps, thinking that the farther away from that thing the better. "I'm sorry, I'd rather die than let my friend die," he muttered to himself, silently lighting a candle for the pride and lust on the other side in his heart. He thought this was the only thing he could do for the two guys, and it was considered a righteous act. Although he thought about this, his running speed did not slow down at all, but instead he ran faster and faster, disappearing into the depths of the dark corridor. "That thing is chasing us, what should we do?" The god of pride had a faint dark golden light in his hand, and he used this little bit of divine power to illuminate the road ahead. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to see the road at all, because the approach of that thing made the darkness around him even deeper. As they ran, they saw two forks in the road ahead. The god of pride was delighted, and immediately said to the god of lust beside him, "Run separately, it's a 50% chance anyway. Even if I lose the bet, the worst that can happen is I'll just fight the thing. And who knows, what if it doesn't come after him?" The god of pride thought so, but he felt the god of lust tighten his grip on his hand a bit, which made him feel cold in his heart. Are these sisters going to stick to him till death? No, he can only accept living together, not dying together. Just as the god of pride was secretly thinking about how to get rid of the god of lust later, the god of lust had already raised his hand and shot out a dark red divine power, which directly dispersed and extinguished the dark golden divine power in his hand for lighting. While he was stunned, the two of them were almost running to the middle of the fork in the road. Then the god of lust raised his hand again and shot out a dark red light, but this light flew towards the passage on the other side and quickly moved away from the two of them. "Quick, follow me." The god of lust let out a low cry, and before the god of pride could react, he had already pulled people into the corridor opposite to the light that had just been emitted. Just when the god of pride thought that she would continue to run forward with him, the god of lust suddenly pulled him into a room beside the corridor. The god of pride was shocked. "Isn't this courting death?" But the god of lust had already closed the door with his backhand, and quickly led him to the depths of the room and hid in the innermost corner. He asked tremblingly, "What are you doing? Is she going to drag him to be buried with her?" Not really. Could it be that she saw through his previous little thoughts? Then is it too late for him to run out now? The god of pride was muttering in his heart, and he heard the god of lust's voice, "Shh, don't make a sound." He subconsciously held his breath and listened attentively to the movements around him. This made him stunned, because he clearly heard the dull footsteps outside, gradually fading away. It seemed that they had entered the other corridor. He was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of joy. Although they didn't know why, they escaped again. The two of them were close to each other in the darkness, holding their breath and concentrating, until they could no longer hear the muffled footsteps. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. The god of pride heard the god of lust's relieved voice, "Sure enough, I was right." The god of pride was stunned. "What?" The god of lust turned his head and looked at him seriously. "Before, I just used my divine power to illuminate it slightly, and it immediately attracted the pursuit of that thing. Later, we ran together, and you kept using your divine power to illuminate, but that thing turned around and chased us, so I wondered if that thing was very sensitive to light. You see, when he appears, the darkness becomes deeper, so I turned off your divine power to illuminate, and then threw bait in the opposite direction." Sure enough, that thing was fooled and chased after him. The god of pride was a little surprised to hear everything she analyzed, and then he couldn't help but praise her. "It's amazing that you can think of these things in such an emergency." The god of lust chuckled, "I'll take it as you are praising me." In the darkness, the two looked at each other, and at this moment, their bodies were pressed together, and they could feel the temperature from each other, as if they could feel each other's warm breath. The Adam's apple of the god of pride moved, and he looked away somewhat unnaturally. Because the god of lust was not dressed in the way he was dressed, it was no different from just wearing a gauze. So now it was obviously not the time to think too much, so he wanted to go out first, intending to continue the action and find the alarm switch. But just as he straightened up, he heard the dull footsteps again, coming from afar and approaching them rapidly. His face changed. Here it comes again. The god of lust also sounded a little panicked. What's going on? Did that thing find us? The god of pride gritted his teeth. Maybe it found out that it was deceived and came back to find us. He pulled the god of lust's hand and was about to walk towards the door. Let's go. We can't stay here. If the door is blocked by that thing, we will definitely die. We can't just sit there and wait for death. But he didn't pull anyone. He turned back in anger and growled, let's go. It's still not too late to run out now. But the god of lust sounded quite calm, even a little cold and vicious. No, if we go out now, we will still be hunted down, and we are unlikely to have the same good luck as this time. The god of pride couldn't help but rushed. What should we do now? Are we just waiting to die here? In the short silence, the dull footsteps were getting closer and closer, as if they were already wandering outside the door and could break in at any time. Every step was unimaginable torture. Let's make a bet. He heard the gnashing of the teeth of the god of lust. Bet? What to bet on and how to bet? The god of pride was about to ask this question when he felt someone grab his chest and pull it down. Just as he was feeling panic and confusion in his heart, the next second, his lips were blocked by a warm touch. Anger, I think there is something I need to tell you. After thinking for a while, the god of gluttony hesitated and spoke. The god of anger next to him heard this and turned to look at him. What? In the darkness, the face of the god of gluttony was a little pale, but it was well concealed by the extremely low visibility. You also heard the scream before, the god of anger said in a heavy tone. Yet, jealousy was killed. Yeah, the god of gluttony swallowed his saliva, his expression a little terrified. Then when I was running away, I met you. But do you know what I saw before? The curiosity of anger was successfully aroused, and he said impatiently, what? Tell me quickly. The voice of the god of gluttony trembled slightly. Actually, I saw the whole process of the thing in the darkness killing jealousy. But you know, I was hiding in the dark at the time, and I also saw the god of laziness. The god of anger was stunned. What? Laziness? Why is he there? I want to know too. But the god of gluttony's face became paler. But I saw that when jealousy died, he was not far away, or even very close. When jealousy was struggling, the divine power slightly illuminated the surroundings, so I saw he seemed to be about to lose his voice because of fear. At that time, he was smiling, and that smile was particularly strange, as if he was very happy, and seemed very pious. I don't know, but you say, will the god of laziness, he swallowed again, and then spit out the unfinished words, will he be controlled? There was silence for a moment. In silence, the god of wrath felt a chill. After a long while, he laughed dryly. It's impossible. We are all first-level gods after all. How can we be controlled so easily? Although he said so, it seemed to comfort the god of gluttony, and it seemed to comfort himself. But he only smiled once and couldn't laugh anymore, and his mood was extremely heavy. Darkness and separation planted the seeds of doubt and created an unspeakable gap. In silence, the two of them heard a rapid approaching footsteps in front of them. Their expressions changed, and they instinctively wanted to turn around and run away. But before they moved, a low shout first reached their ears. Wait! I'm the god of laziness, don't run away. The identity of the person who came made the two stop, but they did not relax their vigilance. The previous words of the god of gluttony had more or less had a certain impact. The body of the god of anger was always tense, and he would turn around and run away immediately if something went wrong. As they got closer, they finally managed to see the figure of the person who came. It was indeed the god of laziness. He looked out of breath, as if he had been running for a long time. At this time, the god of laziness also saw the two people clearly, and was somewhat surprised. Wait, gluttony? You two are still alive, that's great. The god of wrath was sharp. Also? Who else have you seen? The god of laziness raised his hand. Wait a minute, let me catch my breath first. I'm so tired, my divine power is restricted. Why do I feel that my physical fitness has also declined? Oh, the god of wrath said coldly. That's because you are lazy at ordinary times. The god of laziness smiled bitterly. Don't insult me at this time. The god of wrath snorted. Tell me, who else have you seen before? It was pride and lust. The god of laziness replied. But I had just met them not long ago, and I was targeted by the thing again, and we separated when we were running away. God of wrath, so you mean, that thing is chasing pride and lust now? The god of laziness nodded. Yes, it's been a while, And I don't know how they are doing now." As soon as he finished speaking, the life-threatening voice sounded behind him. Listening to the rapidly approaching footsteps, the face of the god of sloth turned pale. "No way, how come they are chasing me? Are pride and lust dead?" The god of wrath said in a low voice. "Why are you standing there? Run away." He turned around and ran away quickly. The god of sloth and the god of gluttony followed him half a step behind, one on the left and one on the right. The three of them ran, and the footsteps of the pursuer behind them also suddenly accelerated, and even became real and fake, as if they were constantly flickering, and it sounded closer. The face of the god of wrath changed wildly. "Why is it so fast this time?" But they were powerless and could only grit their teeth again and speed up their pace. But as the thing approached, the darkness became deeper and deeper, and the road that could be barely seen before seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment, and they could only see the ground under their feet. And such a result can easily lead to accidents. Soon, bad luck fell on the head of the god of gluttony. In the darkness, he didn't know what he bumped into, and he fell heavily to the ground with a collision. Because of the obstacles, they were unable to get up immediately. So when the god of wrath and the god of laziness looked back in horror, they only heard the last voice of the god of gluttony, "Save me." Then they watched his entire body suddenly and inexplicably slide into the terrifying darkness behind him, and his screams were extremely terrifying. Until everything disappeared in a crisp sound of bone cracking. After a short silence, the footsteps came again, chasing after him. The two of them had a blank mind and only knew to run wildly. They didn't know how long they ran, and finally they didn't hear the fatal footsteps again, so they stopped. They leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The god of laziness had empty eyes, and a hint of despair began to appear on his face. He murmured, "Are we really still gods? If so, why are we so embarrassed now?" "I don't know." The god of wrath looked confused. "I don't know either." In order to avoid the asterisk magic of the river crab army, the god of so-and-so has to become the god of lust and desire Doge. Since he is the god of lust and desire, it shouldn't matter if he is a little bit shallow and snacky, and he didn't do anything, right? Doghead save life. Doghead save life. Thank you to the friends who voted for the monthly ticket. See you tomorrow. More than 6,000 words. The revised version deleted about 1,000 words. Angry. Chapter 872. The fourth. Hey Mu Jing glanced at Yilingling, who was hugging her arms tightly, with a trembling face, and the whole person wanted to hang on her directly, and couldn't help sighing. Looking at the deep darkness shrouding the surroundings, she couldn't help but hold her forehead. Dai Yun's lightless and silent realm is really powerful. I didn't expect that I was teleported so far, but was immediately locked in. Hearing her helpless tone, Yilingling asked tremblingly, "Xiaojing, are you not afraid at all? Kidor said that the souls in here are all scary, and they are so dark." Mu Jing couldn't help sighing again, and said patiently, "I am not afraid. And you don't have to be so scared. Those souls are not strong, and can be easily killed. The only thing we have to worry about is whether we will be unlucky and meet the runaway Dai Yuns. But he is now controlled by the god-devouring instinct, and his main targets are on those gods. He won't have time to take care of us, not to mention Kidor's influence." Speaking of this, she suddenly seemed to remember something and continued, "But we'd better stay away from that sea princess. That woman is having a lot of fun in here. She's playing the role of the wrong ghost very enthusiastically. When she sees people from afar, she starts singing the soul song. When she thinks she can't beat them, she starts crying. Anyway, according to her personality, although she won't summon the out-of-control Dians to our side, she will definitely play tricks on us with a bad taste." Yilingling listened to her faint voice and couldn't help shivering. She looked around and felt that something scary would rush out at any time. Her voice was trembling, and she said with a lack of confidence, "Can't we really turn on a light for illumination or something?" Mu Jing shook her head. "No, any light will definitely attract Yuns. I can't even use the dark element. That guy is a lord of darkness. If I control the dark elements here, it would be tantamount to inciting his men to rebel under his nose, which is more obvious than turning on a light." Yilingling looked desperate. "Then what should we do? Are we just going to grope our way out in the dark? Although I can't control the dark elements in here, I can control them after all, so I can use them to extend my senses, and it won't affect my vision." Mu Jing comforted Yilingling, then took the lead and walked in one direction, saying, "Hold on to me, let's go find King Gaia first." Yilingling was stunned. "Why do we need to find King Gaia?" "Of course, to let him hunt us down," Mu Jing said indifferently. Yilingling almost let go of Mu Jing's hand, and said hesitantly, well, can we not be so pessimistic? It's already scary to stay in this dark area, and now we have to actively trigger the battle royal? Mu Jing said seriously, didn't you hear what Kyoto said? If we are chased by King Gaia, we generally won't attract Dai Yun's attention. And Princess Hai is also on Dai Yun's side, which means we won't meet her again. In this way, we can go to Emperor Jin smoothly and let him let us out. Yilingling thought about it and felt that this was true. Okay, that's it. Anyway, King Gaia chasing us is just a formality, but she was tough for less than 3 seconds, and stuck to Mu Jing miserably. But I'm still so nervous, Mu Jing. Otherwise, you should continue to maintain the appearance of a high-class flower in front of outsiders. The tricky black tiger retreated temporarily again. Tang San held the sure sword, and he didn't know how many times he had repelled the black tiger hiding in the darkness. His body was full of blood light, but it could only illuminate the area less than half a meter around him, so every time he dealt with the attack of the black tiger, it was quite thrilling. He frowned and looked at the 2 blood-red spots in the darkness in the distance, the eyes of the black tiger. This was a very horrifying scene, but from the brief glimpses he had seen several times before, he always felt that the black tiger that had been attacking him was somewhat like a soul beast he had encountered before. The dark demon evil god tiger. But how could this be possible? Even he had only encountered that one dark demon evil god tiger, not to mention that it had now become his soul ring, so how could it appear in the god realm? He shook his head and temporarily put all this behind him. He used the little light around him to identify the direction, and then ran quickly towards that direction. Yes, run. In this dark area, the rules of space were quite strange, and even his god king's strength could not fly in it. Even his divine power was inexplicably suppressed and he could not exert his full strength. So the most urgent thing is to go to the God Realm Committee first. Destruction and life were also swallowed up in this darkness. He thought that the 2 people should have the same idea as him, that is, to meet up first. And there is no place more suitable than the God Realm Committee. Speaking of which, I haven't looked at this room carefully yet. The god of lust rested his hands on a table and looked at the strange instruments on the table. His posture was lazy, or rather a little soft. The god of pride straightened his clothes and came up to ask, what? The light was weak, or almost non-existent. But he didn't dare to use his divine power to illuminate it casually, so he could only get closer and rely on his limited vision to identify those things. The god of lust walked around the table and then said, do you think these things are like the things in the control room? The god of pride was stunned. You mean, here is the alarm switch we are looking for? In the darkness, the 2 looked at each other. After a while, the god of lust smiled. It seems that we are lucky. This is good news, especially after escaping death. The god of pride couldn't help but curl his lips, and was also somewhat happy from the bottom of his heart. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find which switch controls the alarm device of the God Realm Committee. As he said, he and the god of lust each took one side and slowly searched. But soon, the god of lust found something wrong. She frowned and said, wait a minute, do you find that these things seem a little strange? Strange? The god of pride stopped what he was doing, and when he heard it, he almost put his face on the table, but he still didn't find anything wrong. What's strange? The god of lust raised his hand and wiped it. There was a thick layer of dust on his fingertips, and it seemed that there were some hard particles, as if they were rusted. This time, she finally realized what was wrong. She said, have you noticed that these things seem to have not been used for a long time, and they seem to be very old? The god of pride blurted out, impossible, how can things in the god realm be old? The god of lust did not say anything, but at this time, he seemed to smell a faint musty smell on the tip of his nose, and it seemed to be rapidly getting worse. Obviously, there was no such abnormality before. She suddenly looked solemn and immediately walked towards the exit of the room. Don't look for it anymore, leave quickly, we can't stay here. The god of pride was stunned, and he was a little unwilling to give up, but there is only one step left. The god of lust opened the door, looked back at him, and said solemnly, that requires survival. Besides, we already know the place, and it won't be too late to come back after confirming that it is safe. The god of pride was convinced by her and immediately followed. Okay, listen to you. The 2 looked around at the door, and then chose a direction by intuition, and soon disappeared into the darkness. After they left, the door slowly closed under the action of its own mechanism. The room was silent. But soon, the silence was broken. Because of the faint crying of a woman, slowly approaching from a distance. The cry was not loud, nor was it hysterical. It was like a sob coming from nowhere in the middle of the night, which made people's scalps numb. The cry soon came to the door of this room, but strangely, no footsteps were heard. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the cry seemed to pause at the door. It was as if it was probing whether there was anyone inside the door. The darkness in the room seemed to be thicker, and there seemed to be black mold spreading on the wall, and the smell of rot and rust was growing. The cry left again. Just like when it came, it went away faintly and lightly. The god of anger and the god of laziness did not dare to rest for too long, and continued to grope their way forward in the dark carefully. They would only stop from time to time and listen carefully to the movements around them. They would continue to move after finding nothing unusual. The god of laziness had already told Pride and Lust about his plan, and now the two of them were hiding while looking for places where the alarm device might be. But he didn't know if it was an illusion. The god of laziness always felt that the god of wrath was not in a good mood, and seemed to be perfunctory to him all the time, as if there was a barrier between them. And although it was in the dark, he could still sense the god of wrath's vague gaze, as if he was alert to something. Alert him. The god of laziness felt a little confused. Why would the god of wrath be alert to him? Did he do something wrong, or did he offend the god of wrath at some point? But that shouldn't be the case. As the god of laziness, he basically sleeps and daydreams all the time, and has no time to communicate too much with other gods of original sin. How did he offend the god of wrath? Did he simply not like his laziness? The god of laziness couldn't figure it out, but he felt that he should do something at this moment, and in fact, he had always been a little uneasy in his heart. Thinking of this, he also spoke, that, the god of wrath. He immediately noticed that the god of wrath's eyes were almost fierce, as if he was particularly afraid of him. The god of laziness was stunned, and smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't understand what made the god of wrath unhappy. Or maybe, the god of wrath looked at everyone like this? After all, he was the god of wrath. And it seemed reasonable to be angry at any time and dislike people. Despite this, the god of laziness pretended that he didn't see anything and continued, I think I have something to tell you. There was no special emotion in the tone of the god of wrath. He just said a word lightly, speak. The god of laziness didn't mind his coldness, but recalled the time when he met the god of pride and the god of lust. The god of lust, when did you get so good with the god of pride? So good that he would even run away with the god of pride, and when he appeared, he would react so vigilantly and dissatisfied. It was as if he didn't want anyone else to show up. But doesn't the god of lust usually prefer to be alone? In his impression, she obviously doesn't like any of the other 6 original sin gods. He always felt that something was wrong, so at this moment he said to the god of wrath, I always feel that the god of lust seems a little strange. Really? The god of wrath raised his eyebrows, and his eyes became more vigilant when he looked at the god of laziness in the dark. Then you can tell me what's strange about her. The god of laziness opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. Because in fact, he couldn't say anything specific. After all, he met pride and lust later, who knows if anything happened before? But he was instinctively unwilling to let go of his doubts. So in the end he said, I don't know, I can't say it. Anyway, I think it's better to be wary of her. The god of wrath sneered, how can I believe you with your unfounded suspicion? He ignored the god of laziness and continued to grope forward. The words of the god of gluttony before his death were still echoing in his mind, and now, the god of laziness began to instigate him unintentionally. Originally, he was only slightly suspicious of the god of laziness, but now that suspicion has undoubtedly deepened. He was still thinking that he should find an opportunity to get rid of laziness later. It was not safe to keep such a hidden danger around. What's more, the god of gluttony died at the hands of the thing in the dark shortly after the god of laziness happened to appear, and it happened to be after the god of gluttony exposed him. It is hard not to doubt whether he really just met the god of laziness by coincidence, rather than the god of laziness deliberately bringing that thing here. Angry, wait for me, the god of laziness shouted in a low voice, and hurriedly caught up with the god of angry. The god of angry was extremely irritable by the series of events. Don't blame me if you lose it. As soon as he said this, he heard some movement not far ahead. Anger? God of wrath, is that you? He stopped vigilantly, hunched up, ready to run away at any time. The god of laziness behind him was also startled by the sudden voice, and huddled behind the god of wrath, looking like he could turn around and run away at any time. The god of wrath lowered his voice and asked vigilantly, who? 2 figures in the darkness slowly approached, also slightly hunched over, looking cautious. When they got closer, the god of wrath could barely see who was coming, and his expression relaxed a little. God of pride. Then he set his eyes on the figure next to him, raised his eyebrows and said, and the god of lust. The god of pride walked in front of the god of wrath, looking a little excited. It's me. The moment he saw them, the god of laziness screamed in surprise. You two are not dead. His loss of composure immediately made the god of wrath stay away from him. Not only that, pride and lust also stepped back a little, looking like they would run away immediately if something went wrong. The god of pride lost the excitement of meeting his companions again and said coldly, "It seems that you really hope we die?" The god of laziness realized that he had lost his composure and immediately smiled and explained in a low voice, "No, that's not what I meant. It's not that I was chased by that thing later, and I thought you two didn't make it." But before the god of pride spoke, the god of wrath snorted coldly, "You'd better be." As soon as he said this, the other three people present were stunned. The god of laziness looked at the god of wrath. "God of wrath, what do you mean?" The god of pride noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, and couldn't help asking, "What's going on? Did something happen between you?" The god of wrath snorted again, but before he could say anything, a muffled bang sound first reached the ears of several people, which made them alert all of a sudden. But then, nothing unusual happened. There was no life-threatening footsteps, and no other creepy movements. It was just that the lights on the top of the corridor lit up one by one. But it was not bright, but rather dim. The four people looked at all this vigilantly and surprised, not understanding what was happening. The god of destruction and the goddess of life stayed together from the beginning to the end. The two had killed many strange beasts that rushed out of the darkness and attacked them crazily. Those unknown beasts were not strong, and the two god kings could easily kill them. The only difficult thing was the strange figure that appeared around them from time to time and attacked them. At first, the figure just hid in the darkness and mechanically stretched out a pair of pale skin but black stripes towards their body protection. Under the light of the body protection, the hands looked extremely strange, and people couldn't help but feel cold on their backs. But the two god kings had experienced many battles, and they could easily repel the hands that stretched out from the darkness every time. It was also strange that the owner of the hands didn't seem to be particularly obsessed with them. Any random attack would make him retreat, as if attacking them was just some kind of necessary or programmed behavior. Once attacked, they would retreat immediately after realizing that they didn't seem to be easy to mess with. But it would come again in a few moments, as if it didn't remember the attack, repeating this seemingly meaningless behavior. It was just that the attack of the strange figure in the darkness on them seemed to have gradually changed. If I had to describe it, it should be that at the beginning, it only had a little desire to attack, and then the attack became urgent, until it seemed to become almost greedy. It was as if the strange figure in the darkness was gradually becoming smarter. The goddess of life frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. He also tried to use the power of life on the strange figure in the darkness, but failed, as if the thing had no life at all, or it was not alive at all. The bad guest gave her a bad premonition, and also made her scalp numb. She immediately urged the god of destruction beside her, "Hurry, let's go to the God Realm Committee." The god of destruction always looked that way, a little indifferent, but the action of repelling the strange figure was clean and neat. "Okay," he said, and then ran wildly with the goddess of life. Soon, with the help of the faint light emitted by their own divine power and the powerful vision of the God King, they saw the outline of the God Realm Committee. They sped up a little bit and soon entered the God Realm Committee. Unexpectedly, the strange figure did not attack them again in the second half of the journey. But the moment she stepped into the God Realm Committee, the goddess of life always felt that the atmosphere here was wrong. There was a very strange feeling, which was completely incompatible with the sacredness in her memory. The familiar castle seemed to have become a monster with fangs and claws in the dark, waiting to choose someone to devour. "Let's go to the control room." The goddess of life's eyelids twitched, and the bad premonition became stronger. She took the hand of the god of destruction and turned to the corridor next to her. As a law enforcer and a member of the God Realm Committee, even if she did not live here often, she was familiar with this castle. So the darkness could not hinder her, and she soon found her destination. But when she pushed the door open and went in, she found a figure with bloodlight all over his body, who had been waiting inside for a long time. Tang San looked up at the two people who came in and said, "You are here." The goddess of life was stunned, assure God, but then she also figured out the other party's intention to appear here at this moment, and it was obvious that he had the same idea as them. Tang San didn't waste any words. "I checked it, Everything in the control room seems to have been affected by an unknown force, and it has become old and obsolete, and it can no longer be manually started and controlled. He looked at the god of destruction next to the goddess of life and continued, but this should only be due to this dark domain. Once the domain disappears, the control room will be able to return to its original state. Now, as long as we rely on the God Realm Center, we should be able to temporarily cut off the influence of this dark domain, force communication with the God Realm Committee, and restore some functions. The goddess of life nodded, turned her head and looked at destruction. Restore the lighting of the committee first. There are many monsters in this darkness, so at least we can attract the surrounding gods and tell them that it is safe here. The god of destruction responded, took out the God Realm Center, and began to do what Tang San and the goddess of life said. A sizzling sound was heard, and the darkness around them seemed to become a little unstable in an instant. The light of the God Realm Center was warm and bright, as if it was not suppressed by much of the dark domain. In the room, some of the instruments that had become old under the inexplicable power were restored to their original state in the light. Half old and half new, it looked neither fish nor fowl. Then there was a muffled bang, and the silent lights regained energy and conscientiously performed their lighting duties. As if it had caused a chain reaction, the lights quickly spread out until all places in the God Realm Committee were lit up by lights. Outside, the castle has become a dazzling beacon in the darkness. But the dots of light can't bring much sense of security to people. With an external light source, the three no longer need to release divine power all the time to replace lighting. Looking at the long-lost normal light, even if it is a lot dimmer than usual for some reason, it still makes people feel at ease. The goddess of life silently breathed a sigh of relief and said, next, she originally wanted to discuss the next response method with the other two people. While summoning all the gods scattered in the dark domain, she also had to find a way to break through the dark domain. She thought that it might be related to that strange figure. Maybe if she solved that unknown thing, she could get out of this dark domain. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she sensed a strange atmosphere. After a short silence, the three god kings turned their heads at the same time and looked at the door of the control room. It seemed that it was not just her. Tang San and Destruction also sensed that ominous breath. The three of them stared at the door nervously. Even though it was bright outside, it did not reduce their vigilance. After a moment of extremely uneasy silence, a dull and stiff footstep suddenly appeared not far away outside. The thing that was walking slowly, as if it was not in a hurry to walk towards them. The light outside seemed to be gradually dimming from the moment the footsteps sounded. The closer they got, the less light there was. It was as if the lights in the corridor outside were going out one by one as the unknown thing approached. Until the light outside the door began to flicker. The goddess of life stared at all this nervously, and didn't even notice when the god of destruction came to her side and held her hand. She felt that her husband's fingertips were quietly writing something on the back of her hand. She felt it for a moment, and it seemed that he was saying, "Look down, don't look." The goddess of life was stunned. At the same time, the light outside the door was completely extinguished. There was only a little light coming out from the room. But from the next moment, even the little light coming out from the room began to gradually disappear, as if it was slowly squeezed in by the darkness outside. When the last light was about to pass the edge of the door, she glimpsed a pair of shoes from the fleeting light. At the critical moment, she recalled the 4 words that the god of destruction reminded her, and immediately lowered her head, not looking at the scene outside the door. So she didn't see it. The transparent vertical eye that was extremely conspicuous in the darkness. But Tang San saw it, and met the numb and cold eyes of the transparent vertical eye. At that moment, he realized that his consciousness was impacted by an inexplicable force, and it collapsed in an instant. It seemed that in just a short moment, a lifetime had passed, and his consciousness returned to a blank and silent state. But in his blank mind, as if he had touched death, he seemed to see a blue-black rune. The rune made a hum sound and suddenly burst out with a bright blue light. The next second, his consciousness returned, and he saw the scene in front of him again in the severe tinnitus. It was still dark outside the door, but the strange transparent vertical eye had disappeared. But even though the tinnitus had not disappeared, his consciousness was still a little dazed. And he still knew that the strange thing standing outside the door at this moment had not left. He even took a step towards the bright room. The lights in the room flickered violently, and he seemed to see the cold and numb figure clearly between the flickering of light and dark. But in the end, he still did not come in. The step he took, after just a few seconds, retreated again. The light stopped flickering, but before that, He saw the numb figure tilting his head, and a crisp bone-cracking sound came from his neck. Then everything disappeared into the darkness, and could no longer be seen. Dong, dong, dong. The stiff footsteps came one after another, gradually fading away. The darkness retreated like a tide, and the lights outside the corridor lit up one by one. It was not until the footsteps disappeared in the distance that he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and was also surprised to find that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He was horrified. What on earth was that? It should be the God Kings who have arrived and restored the lighting in the God Realm Committee. The God of Lust was the first to regain his composure and spoke. Hearing her say this, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the lights, their sense of security increased dramatically, and at this moment they were no longer as nervous as they were when they were in the dark just now. The God of Pride let out a long breath and said, "If the God Kings have really arrived, I might know where they are now. Let's go quickly, find the God Kings first and seek the protection." As he said this, he was about to turn around and return to the control room the same way he came. But the God of Wrath spoke coldly at this time. "Wait." The others looked at him, waiting for his next words. The God of Wrath glanced at the God of Laziness coldly. "Before that, let's deal with the internal affairs first." The God of Pride was stunned, not understanding what he meant. There was a room with lights on next to him. The God of Wrath glanced at the God of Laziness, walked in first and said, "Come in." The God of Laziness thought he was winking at him, so he glanced at the God of Lust beside him unintentionally, responded, and followed the God of Wrath into the room. "No, what are you going to do?" The God of Pride was quite puzzled, but he still walked in. The God of Lust followed him in silently without saying a word. The God of Anger, who was waiting at the door, slammed the door shut. The force was quite strong, causing the God of Sloth to tremble. The God of Pride looked at the God of Anger, who turned around and asked in confusion, "Anger, what are you going to do? And what do you mean by dealing with internal affairs?" The God of Anger's eyes slowly swept over him and the God of Lust, and finally fell on the God of Sloth. He said slowly, "Listen to me first." The others looked at him, waiting for him to speak. The God of Anger paused and said, "Before he died, the God of Gluttony told me that he saw the whole process of that thing killing the God of Jealousy." The God of Sloth trembled all over, as if he was shocked. Seeing his reaction, the light in the eyes of the God of Anger became even colder. He went on to say, "At that time, the God of Gluttony saw that you were also there." "What?" The God of Pride was stunned, and immediately looked at the God of Laziness. "Laziness, is what he said true?" The God of Wrath. "The God of Gluttony told me that you were right there at the time, watching the God of Jealousy being killed. And then, you met the God of Gluttony and me, but in the next second, that thing chased us, and what's more, the God of Gluttony, who witnessed everything, died at the hands of that thing at that time." God of Laziness, do you want to explain? Before the God of Laziness could speak, the God of Lust spoke first. "Speaking of which, not long after Pride and I heard the screams of jealousy, we heard the footsteps of that thing. But after we ran away for a while, we found that it was actually you behind us." She looked suspicious, and her words also reminded the God of Pride of everything that had happened before. The God of Pride looked a little ugly. "Laziness, did you really witness the death of the God of Jealousy?" The God of Wrath looked at the God of Laziness, sneered and said nothing. In his opinion, everything was set in stone. The God of Sloth hesitated, and then yelled at the God of Lust, "Don't slander me. I don't doubt you and Pride yet. Did that thing chase you too before? How did you survive? It must be you. You are the spy planted by that thing, so he didn't kill you, but came back to kill me." The God of Lust looked at him vigilantly. "I didn't say you were a spy." The God of Sloth choked up. He looked at the increasingly suspicious look of the God of Pride and the increasingly cold face of the God of Anger, and hurriedly said, "Believe me, I'm really not a spy." Seeing his panic, the God of Pride became more suspicious. "Maybe you were. That thing controlled us without anyone noticing? Even if you are not, how do you explain the death of the God of Jealousy, and how do you explain that you ran to the two of us not long after the death of the God of Jealousy? Don't forget that you came from the direction of the God of Jealousy at that time." As he said that, he remembered something and his expression turned cold. "Don't think of wrongly accusing the God of Lust. I have always been with her, and she saved me twice. Don't you want to know how we survived? It was she who saved the two of us at the critical moment, and we both survived by chance. But you, I heard from Anger that not long after you left, that thing caught up with you, and killed the God of Gluttony." The God of Laziness shook his head again and again, with an anxious look on his face. "No, it wasn't me. I did see the god of jealousy at that time. But when she screamed, I was scared and ran away. I really didn't know. And gluttony, it was clearly him who fell down, and that thing caught the opportunity, the god of anger said coldly. Who knows if you secretly tripped a god of gluttony, and there happened to be an obstacle in the corridor that could trip a first-level god. The god of laziness was angry. He can blame me for his bad luck. The god of anger snorted, still quibbling. There is nothing to say. You can't prove that you were not there when the god of jealousy was killed, and you can't explain the death of the god of gluttony. The god of pride was disappointed. Also, when the god of jealousy was killed, you only said that you heard her screams, but didn't say you saw her. Now you say you saw her again. The god of anger sneered. You are still conflicting and inconsistent now. If you are not the inner ghost, who is the inner ghost? I have been with gluttony before, and pride has been with lust. Now among the four of us, you are the one who has been alone the longest. Who knows if you have been found by the thing during this time? Or, the current you is not the real god of laziness at all, but just a substitute that was stolen by that thing. The god of laziness could only deny repeatedly, no, I'm not, no, but the god of anger obviously didn't want to waste time talking to him. No need to say more. Pride, let's work together to deal with him first. After all, he has the most divine power among the seven of us, and the chances of joining forces are greater. Lest he make trouble when we are not paying attention when we meet up with the god kings later. The god of laziness said emotionally, you actually want to kill me? You want to kill God? The rules of the god realm do not allow you to kill gods at will. The god of pride's expression also turned cold. Then beat him up first, and leave him alone here. Anyway, there's still the thing wandering outside. Without the ability to resist, he will die in the hands of that thing sooner or later. The god of anger smiled cruelly. That makes sense, then let's do it. The god of laziness immediately shouted and rushed to the door, trying to force his way in. The god of lust frowned and said, let's make a quick decision, lest he attract the thing here. Pride and anger also changed their expressions and were about to take action. But at this moment, the only light above their heads in the room went out. The room was instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. When the eyes suddenly fall from a bright environment to a dark environment, it is a state of near blindness for a short time. At this moment, several people held their breath at the same time, and their brains were blank. And the sudden extinguishing of the light could only foreshadow this one thing. That strange thing appeared. In the absolute silence, no one dared to act rashly. But just when their legs were shaking with fear, the lights came back on. The room was bright again, as if everything just now was an illusion. But soon, they discovered something that made them immediately shudder. The god of laziness disappeared. Because of the title, this chapter has a lot of content and took a long time to write. For those who don't know how pride and lust escaped, I'll explain briefly and without getting censored. Gritting teeth, probably when Dai approached, the god of lust teased pride and gained enough power of desire in a very short time, thereby shielding the two people's breath and escaping. That's about it. I can't elaborate on how to tease, even if you are a distinguished genuine subscriber. Angry, this rule-based weird story related to the 7 deadly sins is actually a not-so-small werewolf killing. You can guess who the traitor is. Dodge. Thank you to the friends who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. Thank you to the friends who rewarded. See you tomorrow. This chapter has more than 9,000 words. Chapter 873, the fifth one. As Hou Hao and Tang Wutong flew over the god realm, searching for the whereabouts of Daimyo Bei and the others, an ominous feeling suddenly swept through their minds. His entire body trembled, and the eye of life on his forehead opened uncontrollably. Hou Hao stopped in the air and looked back abruptly. Tang Wutong noticed his movements and asked, "What's wrong?" while looking back like him. This glance immediately stunned her. Because in the distance, a dark area appeared at some point. Like a dark cover, it covered the entire god realm behind. It occupied all the ends that the field of vision could reach. Hou Hao's eyelids twitched, and the bad premonition became stronger. Something happened, he said in a calm voice, and immediately pulled Tang Wutong towards the darkness over there, and soon arrived in front of the dark area. The two of them paused in the air, looking at the black area whose edges seemed to be distorting the light strangely. Tang Wutong asked in surprise, "What is this? Such a strong dark element, how could this thing suddenly appear in the god realm?" Hou Hao looked at the darkness in front of him with a serious expression. The eye of life on his forehead was not closed. Instead, his gaze was serious, as if he wanted to see through the darkness in front of him. He said, destruction, life, and Shura are all inside. In addition, there are a large number of gods in it, and they seem to be trapped. Tang Wutong looked at him in surprise. Can you see the situation inside? Ho Yuhao shook his head. No. I am just relying on my perception of the creatures in it, but it is very vague. I only know that they are inside, and I can't be sure what they are going through now. Tang Wutong thought about it and held his hand tightly. How about going in and taking a look? Ho Yuhao paused and nodded. Okay, but then he looked at Tang Wutong again. But let me go in alone first. Tang Wutong frowned. Why? Are you worried that I will hold you back? No, it's just that I'm not sure if I can get out smoothly after I go in, so I need you to meet me outside first. Ho Yuhao replied. How about this? If I have been in for a long time and haven't found a way out, you come in and find me, and we will find a way out together. Tang Wutong hesitated for a while and reluctantly agreed. Okay, I will only give you 10, not 5 minutes. If you still can't come out in 5 minutes, I will go in. We have the martial soul fusion technique, and 2 people are safer than 1 person. Ho Yuhao smiled bitterly. 5 minutes, you really think highly of me? But then he smiled and said, but 5 minutes is 5 minutes. Let's make it this way, okay? After seeing Tang Wutong nod, Ho Yuhao flew directly into the darkness in front of him at a high speed. Passing through one piece of dense darkness after another, he suddenly saw some light in front of him. Squinting his eyes, he accelerated and flew towards the light. Then, like a fish jumping out of the water, he saw Tang Wutong waiting outside. Tang Wutong widened his eyes and watched Ho Yuhao fly into the darkness in front of him, and then flew out in the same posture, just changing the direction. She said in disbelief, you found a way out so quickly. Ho Yuhao had a headache and looked back at the darkness. No, Tang Wutong. Huh? I couldn't get in at all. Guiyuna looked at the remaining dark gold chess, dark orange chess, and dark pink chess next to the black and white chess, looked up at Tang Liu and said, then, Zizin should be waking up soon, right? Tang Liu disagreed. What do you mean by awake? He has never fallen into deep sleep, but his body is temporarily controlled by instinct. Guiyuna sneered. If you can't suppress your instincts, how is he different from a beast that eats raw meat and drinks blood and has no intelligence? How can you talk about awakening in this way? Even you enlightened the dark demon evil god tiger and named it Kingaya. Aren't you hoping that he will suppress his instincts and shed his vicious nature as the dark demon evil god tiger? No, no. Tang Liu shook his head gently. Your understanding of these is still too one-sided. The id, which represents desire and instinct, is originally a part of me. Whoever controls the body is in control, so how can it be said that it is not clear-headed? What's more, he grinned and looked at Guiyuna with a smile. What if I tell you that his so-called god-eating instinct controls everything he does in order to restore his sobriety as you said? Guiyuna was stunned. And Tang Liu continued lightly, just like you will drink water when you are thirsty, and you will choose to eat when you are hungry. When you are doing these, will you not be clear-headed, or be completely controlled by such low-level desires, become overeating, and have no self-control? Guiyuna understood something and looked at the black and white chess piece. Gluttony. God of gluttony? Tang Liu's indifferent gaze also fell on the black and white chess piece, and said, instinct is desire, and the process of catering to desire and restraining desire is learning. He has an evil heart, which is the most evil in the world. So guess why he is chasing the 7 evil gods? Guiyuna's eyes flashed. He's relearning to become awake. No, it should be said that he is finding himself again. This is the difference between him and you soul beasts and ordinary beasts, Tang Liu said indifferently. No matter whether it is a beast or even a human, if they indulge in instinct too much and sink into desire, they will eventually find it difficult to extricate themselves, and they will find it difficult to endure the pain of withdrawal until they completely lose themselves. And he will only return to a clear self from the baptism of various original sins in the world again and again. There is only this result, his only instinctive goal. He curled the corners of his lips and smiled as if he was very satisfied. This is the ultimate evil. This is my evil heart. A living person disappeared silently like that. They looked at the place where the god of laziness stood just now. The empty scene at this moment undoubtedly stimulated their brain nerves and kept telling them this incomprehensible reality. The god of anger had been standing by the door. He knew best whether the god of laziness had escaped in the few seconds of darkness just now. So it seemed that there was only one result left. The voice of the god of pride trembled. Was he killed by that thing? Did the thing just now come in? But he immediately denied himself. No, if it was that thing, Why didn't he kill a few of us too? It was such a good opportunity. The voice of the god of lust also trembled with fear. Should he be the spy? Could it be the thing that took him away just now? The god of pride was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly, not knowing whether he was comforting others or comforting himself, yes, that's right, it must be like this. If that thing appeared, we would not be able to survive. In the brief silence, when several people looked at each other, they saw the fear in each other's eyes. The god of anger was the first one who couldn't stand the suffocating atmosphere. He cursed, I won't stay here anymore. I'm going to find the king of gods immediately. He turned around and pulled the door open. However, outside the door, it was not as bright as inside the room. The lights in the corridor went out at some point, and the darkness was just like the terrifying moment just now, which was chilling. Just as he was stunned by the bottomless darkness outside the door, a pair of pale hands with black stripes stretched out from the darkness. The lights in the room flickered, and when the light and darkness were dazzling, the god of anger had already been strangled by the throat by the stiff hands. He was pulled into the deep darkness of the corridor. He didn't even have time to scream. With a bang, the door closed heavily. The flickering lights returned to normal, and the god of pride and the god of lust were so scared by the previous incident that their minds went blank. They were completely frozen in place and even forgot to breathe. It was not until an unknown amount of time had passed, as if instinctively confirming that there would be no danger for the time being, that they suddenly took a deep breath like the first breath of a drowning person floating to the surface. They looked at each other, their expressions were filled with indescribable fear. They looked at the closed door tremblingly, as if they had seen the strange figure standing quietly outside the door, and their numb eyes fell on them through the obstacles. The two of them slowly retreated until their backs were against the wall, and they even looked back in fear. Then they continued to stare at the door in panic, fearing that the next second, darkness would surge in, and the strange figure would rush over and end their lives. Has that thing always been outside the door? The god of pride kept looking at the ordinary door, not daring to blink, for fear that the darkness at the moment of closing his eyes would attract something terrible. He glanced at the god of lust blankly and asked, what should we do now? That thing has been blocking the door, and there is no other exit here. We can't get out at all, and can only wait to die here. The god of lust's face was pale, and it was obvious that he was extremely frightened, but he still pretended to be calm. Tell me, maybe that thing is not outside the door? Didn't we confirm before that when the thing approaches, the surrounding darkness will deepen? Just like the 2 times before, when that thing appeared, the lights went out, but now the lights are still on, isn't it? Yes, but having said that, who dares to open the door now and bet on the correctness of this guess? Who can guarantee that they will not face another open door kill? The god of pride looked at the god of lust, with some exploration and expectation in his eyes. What if, like before, you rely on hiding the breath of the two of us? The god of lust looked dull and empty, and slowly shook his head. No, it's useless. If that thing is really outside the door, that level of cover-up is meaningless. Even if it is successfully concealed. How can you be sure that the thing will leave or rush in directly? The last ray of hope was undoubtedly completely shattered, and the light in the eyes of the god of pride dimmed, and even revealed some despair. Is there really no way out? Is it really just waiting to die here? Just as he was stunned by despair, he saw a figure beside him stepping forward from the corner of his eye. He looked at the back of the god of lust walking towards the door without hesitation, and was startled. He immediately called her. What are you doing? The god of lust stopped, clenched her fists tightly, and did not turn back. She still turned her back to him and said, I want to take a gamble. Bet that her guess is correct. If that thing is there, the darkness around will deepen. I bet he is not outside now. Then she turned around and smiled bitterly at the god of pride. It doesn't matter even if the bet is wrong, right? Anyway, there are only you and me left. If I guess wrong, I will die like anger, and you will not be able to escape. Anyway, there are only 2 results. Either wait for him to come in, or open the door yourself. The god of pride stared at her blankly, watching her slowly and unwaveringly walk towards the door that might lead to death. He didn't know whether to say that she was brave or that she was reckless. This woman, the god of lust, finally came to the door. She made this decision, even though she had some confidence in her guess, but she still had the idea of breaking the jar into pieces. She took a deep breath and touched the door handle in front of her. Then she closed her eyes, made up her mind, and was about to pull the door open. But at the moment when she was about to turn the door handle, she felt a hand firmly grasping her hand holding the door handle. She trembled, opened her eyes, and saw the god of pride beside her. He grinned at her, as if he wanted to smile, but in the end he failed. The god of lust looked at him. You, the god of pride, pretended to be generous. Let me do it. How can I let you, a woman, rush to the front all the time? He then smiled bitterly. Besides, as you said, there are only two results in the end, either wait for that thing to come in, or take the initiative to open the door. So, who opens this door now? Isn't it the same, pride? The god of lust opened his mouth and looked up at him, not knowing what to say for a moment. Okay, the god of pride looked up and smiled at her, pushing her away from the door and letting her stand back. Anyway, if I die, it proves that thing has been waiting outside. He looked back at the god of lust and said with a smile, then you won't live longer than me. Come to me earlier when the time comes, and I can reluctantly wait for you to go on the road together. After saying that, he didn't wait for the god of lust to respond, turned his head to look at the door in front of him, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened the door. He stared at the door, waiting for his final end. The god of lust had closed his eyes and held his breath unconsciously. Just 2 seconds, it felt like 2 years. She heard the trembling voice of the god of pride. But it was not because of fear, but because of excitement. Lust, the god of pride, looked outside the door, and a look of joy quickly climbed onto his face. Because it was not dark outside the door. It was bright. Although the light was dim, it was not extinguished. We survived. The god of lust opened his eyes and looked at the dim light outside the door, and also at the back of the person standing against the light. When the god of pride turned around with a look of joy, his lips were blocked by someone the next second. He was only slightly stunned, and then he pressed the back of the god of lust's head indulgently, deepening the kiss after surviving a disaster. But the two soon separated again, because there were more important things. The god of pride took the god of lust's hand, turned around and strode out the door. Let's go, leave here first. The god of lust followed him obediently. Okay, but as soon as the two walked out of the door one after the other, they were frightened and took a few steps back at the same time. Because right next to the door, in the blind spot of the door, under the light of the corridor, there was a figure standing quietly with his back to them. Judging from the figure, it seemed to be a woman. Hearing the noise of the two retreating in fear, the woman seemed to have noticed something and slowly turned her head. When they saw the face clearly, the god of pride and the god of lust took several steps back in shock, looking at her in disbelief. The god of pride exclaimed. Because that person was actually the god of jealousy, thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation. See you tomorrow. So who is the hidden wolf? Have you figured it out now? Doge, tomorrow is the last chapter of the God of Original Sin. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. Chapter 874, the last one. You are not dead. The god of pride looked at the intact god of jealousy in front of him, still quite unbelievable. But, why? We clearly heard. What did you hear? Did you hear that I died? The god of jealousy had no expression on his face and said in a very calm tone, this is the first time I know that there are people who can hear others die. Her words made the god of pride choke for a moment, but he was still alert to the god of jealousy. The god of jealousy didn't care at all about his alert look, as if he was about to turn around and run away at any time, and just said to himself calmly with a somewhat empty look in his eyes, none of you saw it with your own eyes, but why are you so sure that I'm dead? Her words made the god of pride feel inexplicably embarrassed. He muttered, who could have thought of it? After all, that thing is so powerful. However, after this, his hostility towards the god of jealousy was less, so he asked, why are you here? That thing was here just now, and anger died in his hands. It's not safe here, you should leave quickly. But the god of jealousy did not answer him. His eyes were still empty and lifeless, and he glanced at the god of pride lightly, which made the god of pride feel inexplicably cold in his heart. She murmured to herself, answering the question irrelevantly, I have never seen him, nor have I ever met him. But the god of gluttony just appeared in front of me. You know, I was walking in fear in the dark hall, and he suddenly rolled down from the side, lying in front of me, looking at me. You don't know, because it was not you who saw those. His body, which was twisted to the point of being unrecognizable, just looked at me with his eyes wide open. In the dimly lit, empty and silent corridor, the face of the god of jealousy was shrouded in a shadow, and the words she said, the tone without any emotional ups and downs, were inexplicably creepy in this weird atmosphere. The god of pride felt a chill on his back, and couldn't help but interrupt her with a low roar, stop talking, but his words inexplicably made the god of jealousy's empty eyes focus, and cast an obscure glance at him. The god of pride's heart tightened when he was looked at, and at that moment he even forgot to breathe because of nervousness. Ha ha, the god of jealousy laughed softly. At first, it was just 2 short chuckles. But the god of pride only felt his scalp tingling. The next second, the god of jealousy suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. He laughed hysterically and crazily. Ha 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 ha, the pupils of the god of pride shrank, and he wanted to twist the neck of the god of jealousy immediately. He shouted in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Are you trying to attract the thing by being so loud?" He immediately turned around and said to the god of lust beside him with gritted teeth, "Let's go quickly. We can't wait for her to attract the thing." After saying that, he pulled people and turned to leave. But before that, the creepy laughter of the god of jealousy sounded first, making them pause. "Tell me, why am I here?" The god of pride looked at her vigilantly. "Ha ha 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 ha, why am I here?" She laughed crazily, but the expression on her face was uglier than crying. "Can you imagine it? I clearly saw the corpse with my own eyes. The corpse was so twisted that it didn't look like a human at all, but later he was walking with other people, intact. Her face, which was still smiling in the last second, immediately became confused. I was scared and ran away. I was scared and screamed the moment I saw his corpse. I was scared to death. I didn't know where I ran to, or where I was squatting in a corner trembling." As she spoke, she hugged her head in pain and choked. I finally mustered up the courage to come out again. She raised her head suddenly, stared at the god of pride, and laughed crazily again. Guess what I saw? The god of gluttony. He was standing next to the god of wrath. Ho ha ho ha, she held her head and murmured hollowly, "Why, did I see it wrong? But gluttony died right in front of me." She groaned in pain. I didn't dare to go over, I could only follow from a distance. I was afraid that as soon as I went over, gluttony would become that horrible again. But I wanted to remind wrath, "But you all were saying that I was dead." She looked at the god of pride, her expression painful and confused. "Am I really dead? Could it be that I was actually the one who died? The corpse I saw was actually myself," she murmured as if no one was around, making the god of pride feel cold on his back. I don't know, but laziness is innocent. I saw him, he didn't see me, he was just scared away by me. He and wrath ran away, gluttony died again, who is still alive?" When she said these incoherent words in a creepy tone, the god of pride suddenly grasped something. And this discovery made his mind go blank. He couldn't believe it. "You said that before he met anger and sloth, he was already dead when he ate him." The flash of inspiration at this moment turned into a chill that made him feel cold all over. His eyes met with the god of jealousy. The god of jealousy smiled hollowly. "Go." Then her hands, as if suddenly held by an invisible person behind her, were twisted back hard and dislocated. The crisp sound of bone cracking made the god of pride tremble all over. Amid the screams of the god of jealousy, her hands twisted abnormally backwards, all 10 fingers bent and pressed against the back of her hands, and the wailing of bones made people's scalps numb. "He used me to attract him out. Go." Her intermittent words were mixed in the screams. She wailed in pain, and her face was melting like wax. Her body was out of control and she knelt under the inexplicable force. When her knees touched the ground with crackling bones, her upper body suddenly twisted 180 degrees, and she drooped to the ground, her neck drooping backwards, and she lay there, staring at him with her eyes wide open. The shadow under her, the darkness, was like boiling water. Until her twisted body, which was no longer human, melted in the black water. The god of pride had already lost his voice, and his face was blank. The cruel death directly crushed his mind. At this moment, a hand with pale skin and dark stripes stretched out from the twisted black water. It was like a bell ringing, knocking him back from the boundless fear. He was shaking all over, and when another hand stretched out from the black water and pressed on the ground, as if something was about to come out of it, he suddenly realized that he had to escape. The lights in the corridor went out one by one, and the darkness was spreading, and it would soon come to them. He turned around and pulled the god of lust to escape quickly. "Let's go, we must escape." He was so frightened that he could hardly speak clearly. The cold breath seemed to be right behind him, and he seemed to hear the lights going out one by one. He thought the darkness was close at hand, and he couldn't help but look back. And it was this glance that made him suddenly feel a push and fall backwards. When he looked back with a blank mind, he only saw her standing in front of the dividing line between darkness and light, looking at him coldly. The dull footsteps were approaching, and he seemed to have smelled the breath of coldness and death. He just looked at the figure in front of the darkness, and asked with trembling lips, "Why?" He didn't get an answer. Regardless of the footsteps that were already close at hand, he struggled to crawl forward, unwilling to catch her. But the distance between him and her suddenly lengthened. He didn't move, and she stood there without moving. The darkness was so ruthless, it distanced the two people further, and they could no longer touch each other. Just when the darkness was far away and he could no longer see the dim light and the person under the light, her head suddenly bent 90 degrees to the side. The sound of a broken bone seemed to ring in her ears. The pale skin without blood was a little dazzling in the dim light. His outstretched hand fell down powerlessly, and he was dragged into the bottomless darkness behind him by an inexplicable force. Until a pale hand covered with black stripes grabbed his throat and lifted him up high. Only then did he finally see the figure in the darkness. It was a very handsome face. But because of the numb and cold look, it looked lifeless. The completely black eyes looked at him, looking at him, the arrogant god who had now become a fragile ordinary person. The feeling of suffocation made him want to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. At this moment, he finally knew why the captured god of greed did not resist. Because under that cold and stiff hand, all the strength in the body disappeared without a trace. And he saw that handsome and numb face suddenly smiled. Weird, creepy, and frightening. When he was dying, pictures seemed to appear in front of his eyes. He saw how the god named Lust had his neck twisted by two hands silently in the dark. He saw how the fleeing gluttony had its whole body twisted and its body thrown at the feet of the passing envy. He saw envy screaming and running away, and saw laziness running away in panic. He saw that he himself witnessed the death of greed, and saw how lust, who should have been gone, suddenly emerged from the darkness and appeared behind him before being completely swallowed by the darkness. He heard someone's voice. The last one, before his cervical vertebrae were twisted by the stiff palm. He heard his own voice. It turned out that she was the first one. Thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation and monthly tickets. Thanks to the friends who rewarded. Thank you for your support. See you tomorrow. Chapter 875 Our Original Sin, All for Our Lord. He opened his eyes in the black space. Like a puppet, he walked forward aimlessly. There was no direction, no distance, no concept of time and space, and no light in the black space. But he could see a few bodies around him, just like him. They were so out of place in this space, like silhouettes, or like stickers forced in. Hey, wake up, he heard a voice in his ear, looked over, and saw that familiar face. You're finally here, she said lightly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm sorry about what happened outside, but it wasn't my intention. As she spoke, he gradually recalled everything. Greed that merged into the darkness. Laziness that disappeared inexplicably. Anger that was dragged into the darkness. Jealousy that twisted her body. Her neck was broken. And they kissed in the darkness, indulging themselves after escaping the disaster. No matter what I did, it wasn't my intention, her voice sounded again, with some warning. So I hope you won't dwell on the past, and don't hold a grudge against those things. She paused, and finally said lightly, we have no relationship except being colleagues. She walked forward. He saw other familiar figures also walking forward. It seemed that he was the only one left behind alone. But, is that really the case? No. He raised his head, revealing his signature contempt. A round table appeared in front of him. Lust sat down first. Because she was the first sin, and the first target of him. The first baptism to be experienced when instincts are the most chaotic. It is the most primitive desire, the most filthy and unbearable. But evolution is born out of desire, just like tasting sweetness, so afterwards, he locked all the original sins one by one. That is, gluttony, the second person to sit down. Uncontrollable appetite, a despicable gluttony. So he began to become difficult to satisfy, and then greed was born. That was the third sin to sit down. Because of greed, they want to get more and more, and because of greed, they begin to become cunning. So he gathers them together. Lust and gluttony are resurrected by him, and with his purpose, they approach the familiar companions in life. So in the deliberate alienation and provocation, the fourth seed of laziness died from the suspicion of his companions. And he who has learned to be lazy no longer takes the initiative to hunt. Instead, he quietly chooses to wait for the rabbit. The fifth seed of anger is the rabbit that is waiting. Anger ignites all desires. So he catches the sixth seed of jealousy and cruelly tortures her to death in front of him. Then let her fall into the hands of lust. Just to defeat him personally, his last arrogance. then he can arrogantly and contemptuously appreciate all his fears and struggles when he is dying. It is the last and seventh seed of him. The sin of pride. The most serious sin. The arrogant eyes slowly swept over the sinful compatriots around the round table. Some of them had seductive eyes. Some of them were suffering from endless hunger. Some of them were treacherous, some of them were bored. Some of them were full of resentment and anger. Some of them had faces twisted with jealousy. And he looked at all his compatriots with contempt. He smiled carelessly, all for my lord, whose tone was sharp and sarcastic, whose voice was hateful and angry, who seemed to be out of breath, who was full of calculations, who was groaning because of hunger, who was smiling. They were all saying, all for my lord, everything, for the master of the world's sins. All for my lord. Fear my lord. The God Realm Committee is not safe, leave quickly. Not long after the strange figure left, the god of destruction took the hand of the goddess of life and pulled her outside without saying a word. Tang San, who was lost in thought because of the strange encounter before, was awakened by their actions. He frowned and said, aren't you here to meet the other gods? The god of destruction said without looking back, if you want, you can wait here alone. The goddess of life remained silent and let him lead her without any resistance. Because she seemed to find that she suddenly didn't recognize the person next to her, her husband. Tang San paused, but still followed them out. But when they walked out of the God Realm Committee and stepped into the darkness outside again, he couldn't help but sneer. We three God Kings are here, is there anything to be afraid of? The god of destruction said coldly, but just before, the three of us suffered a loss at the hands of those people. Tang San was immediately blocked by his words. He choked for a long time and wanted to sneer back again, but the God King's keen perception told him at this time that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. He looked back at the same time as destruction and life. He saw the darkness like tentacles and tides, quietly eating away the castle behind him with light, bit by bit, until there was no more light leaking out. Even the outline of the castle was no longer visible. It was as if it had disappeared into the darkness out of thin air. Or, it had merged into the darkness. In short, the God Realm Committee was gone. Perhaps when the darkness receded, the symbol that had stood in the God Realm for a long time, symbolizing the status and dignity of the God King of the God Realm, would disappear from then on. The God of destruction settled Wu in the God Forbidden Land. But after waiting for a long time, Tang San, as promised by the God of destruction, did not come. So he was worried, or had other intentions. He left the God Forbidden Land, relying on the connection between the God of destruction and the God of destruction, looking for the breath and induction, and went in the direction of the God of destruction. At the same time, outside the darkness, Hao and Tang Wutong, who were struggling to think about how to invade, were surprised to find that the dark land in front of them, which looked like a pitch-black cover, suddenly began to move in their direction. It was like a worm that found food. It slowly crawled over. But in fact, the speed of the movement of the darkness was not really that of a worm. If you convert it a little bit, it would be about the speed of a person walking normally. Or maybe, the owner of this dark space started to move, causing the dark space to move as well. In short, without knowing what happened inside, Hao and Tang Wutong did not dare to let the darkness touch them. So the two of them faced the dark space and flew back vigilantly. It seemed as if the dark space was following them slowly. The two looked at each other, and then held hands. The divine power communicated and merged together in an instant. It was enough for them to deal with any emergency. Whether there was something about to come out of the darkness, or they would be swallowed up in the next moment. The power that completely surpassed the God King after the fusion of the martial soul was their greatest reliance. Thanks to the friends who voted for the recommendation. Thanks to the two friends who gave rewards. Thank you for your support. See you tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.